The story unfolds on a rainy night inside a building where three men have gathered. Outside, guards stand watch. Inside, two men sit engaged in an important conversation while a third, a servant, stands by one of the seated men. Jin Libong, the supreme chief of Rare Goods Merchant Association, recounts his bitter encounter with a man he describes as a wicked bastard. This man not only seized all of Libong's assets, but also cut off his fingers. Libong warns the other man, known as the Ghost Slayer, who is widely regarded as the best assassin in Jianghu, not to underestimate this demon, as he is formidable enough to warrant hiring Ghost Slayer for revenge. Ghost Slayer, ever the professional, inquires whether Libong has any identifying details about this wicked demon, perhaps a portrait or a sketch. Libong hesitates momentarily before revealing that the only striking characteristic is the demon's handsomeness. He continues recounting how he first encountered the demon by chance at a drinking party. The demon's charm, kindness, and wit were far from ordinary, especially for someone only 20 years old. His vast knowledge and travels across the Central Plains made him an intriguing figure. For 2 months, Libong spent time with this man, but it was only once, during a drunken display of martial arts, that Libong realized the man's true nature, revealing to Ghost Slayer a mark left behind by the so-called wicked demon. After his demonstration, the mark was the unmistakable trace of the Thunderbolt Sword, a secret martial technique of Nain Lisang, one of the 10 greatest martial masters of Jianghu. Ghost Slayer is astonished, having only heard rumors about the Thunderbolt Sword. Libong elaborates, explaining that Lisang had disappeared years ago during the Great War between the Orthodox Alliance and the demonic cult, vanishing after the conflict ended 20 years ago. At first, Libong couldn't believe the connection either, but his suspicions were confirmed when he saw the martial arts manual in the wicked bastard's possession. Libong is certain that this man must have killed Nain Lisang and stolen his secret technique, a treasure worth more than 1,000 gold coins. The Sword of Life and Death was coveted by the top 100 martial masters of Jianghu, including Cheon Wak, the renowned demon sword master, who sought the demon but none returned. Libong recounts his frustration, telling Ghost Slayer that each time he sent someone after the wicked demon, the man would find them. Not only did he sever Libong's fingers and take his fortune, but he also had the audacity to claim that it felt good and there was no reason he shouldn't take everything. Libong laments his predicament. Ghost Slayer, shocked yet contemplative, reflects on the story. It's hard to believe a 20-year-old could defeat someone like Cheon Wak, but Libong's missing fingers tell no lies. Libong implores Ghost Slayer to kill this wicked demon, whose name is Jeok Legion, and restore justice. In another scene, Ghost Slayer approaches a servant sweeping the compound and asks to be shown the room where Legion once stayed. The servant obliges, leading Ghost Slayer through the building and speaking highly of Legion, mentioning how considerate he had been to even lowly servants during his stay. Ghost Slayer, however, remains skeptical, mentally noting how some see Legion as a warm-hearted person, while others paint a very different picture. Ghost Slayer had already conducted his own investigations, questioning other servants about the man. Some call him the elegant young master, while others remember him as a wealthy man who lost all his assets to someone. He's also known as a fool who gambles away his money, claiming it's all for his future fortune. The final piece of information Ghost Slayer receives is that Legion competed in the Murim tournament. Ghost Slayer's attempts to discern the true nature of the enigmatic Legion. He grew more convoluted. Legion appeared to possess many faces, each one deepening Ghost Slayer's irritation as he struggled to uncover the man's identity. A servant leading him paused before a door and mentioned that the room ahead had once been occupied by Master Legion, advising Ghost Slayer to take his time exploring it. Upon entering, Ghost Slayer scanned the space for anything unusual. The only item of interest was a map on the wall with a specific point circled and labeled Conquer Hubei. This discovery excited Ghost Slayer, giving him a sense of progress in deciphering Legion's plans. He deduced that Hubei, where 2 Murim tournaments were scheduled that year, might be Legion's next destination. A sudden voice behind him interrupted his thoughts. Startled, Ghost Slayer turned but was swiftly struck unconscious before he could react. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself pinned to the wall, facing 3 individuals seated casually and drinking tea. One of them inquired why Legion had gone to Hubei. Another man shrugged, remarking that no one could fathom the workings of Legion's mind. The lone woman in the group suggested traveling to Hubei themselves, as they had little else to occupy their time. However, the man seated to her right advised against it, warning that Jianghu would descend into chaos if she made an appearance. Turning her attention to Ghost Slayer, the woman offered him a drink. As Ghost Slayer observed her energy and the scythe secured at her waist, realization struck. She was none other than the supreme demon empress, Yang Huayang, once the most trusted ally of the heavenly demon. His gaze then shifted to the symbol on another man's sword, identifying him as Nain Li Sang, the Thunderbolt sword, who had been in hiding. Shocked, Ghost Slayer understood he was in the presence of some of Jianghu's most formidable figures, including Cheon Wak, the demon sword, who radiated a dark, demonic aura. Their gathering revealed a clear alliance with Legion. Ghost Slayer demanded to know why they had not killed him. The old woman calmly explained that they had promised not to take lives without Legion's consent. However, they had already destroyed his inner energy center and severed a tendon in his leg. When Ghost Slayer showed no outward reaction, she added with a cold smile that assassins often concealed poisonous pills in their teeth to evade capture. Understanding the implication, Ghost Slayer offered a sad smile, realizing his fate was sealed. Resigned, he bit down on the pill hidden in his mouth. As the poison took effect, he bitterly remarked that Legion was fortunate to have protectors like them. The three figures responded that Legion required no protection. With those words lingering, Ghost Slayer succumbed to the poison. In the following scene, Legion appeared with two swords strapped to his back, facing a group of martial artists. As expected, these adversaries exuded arrogance, believing they held the upper hand. One of them, brimming with confidence, declared that they had finally found him and demanded the book containing the secret technique. His superior, however, cautioned against overconfidence, reminding the group that many masters had met their end in their pursuit of Legion. He unsheathed his sword and stepped forward, his voice dripping with mockery as he taunted Legion for displaying such fearlessness despite his advanced age. However, before the man could complete his sentence, Legion struck with blinding speed. The force of the blow sent the man flying, killing him instantly. Witnessing their leader's sudden death, the remaining group, consumed by rage, charged at Legion. With effortless precision, Legion blocked their swords using nothing more than a single finger. In swift and calculated movements, he dispatched the first two attackers, and one by one, the others fell. Their resistance proved futile, and within mere seconds, they were all defeated. Remarkably, Legion had not even drawn his swords. He relied solely on his bare hands. After the battle, he mused to himself, lost in thought, recounting the great war that had unfolded between the Orthodox faction and the demonic cult. This devastating conflict spanned 13 years, leaving behind a harrowing legacy of tears, bloodshed, and despair. Yet, the war came to an abrupt end with an unexpected truce. The details of this mysterious agreement remained shrouded in secrecy, even 2 decades later. Since then, both the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Orthodox Alliance had maintained their silence. As the years passed, new factions emerged within Jianghu, while others, weakened by the war, struggled to reclaim their former strength. Among these was the Righteous Sword Sect, a once proud family now striving to restore its glory. Within its ranks, a young woman named Zhang Cherian dedicated herself to relentless training. Frustrated by her inability to break through to the Seven Stars realm, she practiced the Scarlet Trace sword art with determination, but felt trapped in her progress. Her sister, Hong Weryong, and brother-in-law approached her during one of these moments of frustration. Weryong, the eldest daughter of the sect's leader, brought unexpected news. A swordsman from the Palm Essence Union, named Jang, had arrived and wished to partner with Cherian in the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Cherian, shocked by the proposal, recognized the tournament as one of the 2 most prestigious martial arts competitions in the Central Plains. Unlike the Heavenly Dragon Tournament, where honor and life were at stake, the Dragon and Phoenix tournament focused on young martial artists competing in pairs. The idea of partnering with Jang infuriated Cherian. She regarded him as a perverted scoundrel and outright refused, her anger directed at her sister. Weryong, maintaining her composure, urged her younger sibling to consider the opportunity carefully. She reminded Cherian of her desire to restore their clan's honor, emphasizing that participation in the tournament could bring immense prestige. Yet, before Weryong could finish, Cherian, overwhelmed with anger, stormed away. Elsewhere, in a bustling marketplace, merchants were busy showcasing their wares. Under the shade of an umbrella, a group of men conversed animatedly about recent events. They expressed joy at hearing that the Grandmaster had lost yet another finger, viewing it as an act of long-awaited justice. Amid their chatter, Cherian passed by, her weariness evident. She muttered quietly to herself, pondering the potential consequences of retaliation from the Palm Essence Union. The thought weighed heavily on her mind. Did those who held power believe they could act with impunity? Cherian's thoughts grew increasingly somber as she observed the people of Jianghu. Schemes, deception, and cruelty seemed to define their interactions. Trickery had become pervasive, and she began to question the ideals she once held dear. She stood still, lost in contemplation, wondering if this was truly the Jianghu she had dreamed and longed of. Her musings were interrupted by the sudden presence of Legion, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He had overheard her internal turmoil and added his perspective. He remarked that he, too, had questioned the nature of Jianghu, noting that the heavenly demon's 9 calamities, also known as the invincible demon art, could not be defeated in a one-on-one battle. The fact that the great war between the Orthodox alliance and the demonic cult had ended so abruptly seemed to him like the conclusion of a ludicrous play. Cherian turned to face him, startled by the stranger who seemed to possess such deep knowledge. She wondered silently who this man could be. Legion, maintaining a calm demeanor, suggested they grab a drink, asking her to guide him since it was his first time in Wuhan. Firmly, she declined, chastising him for acting like a vagrant and stating that she had more pressing matters to attend to. As she turned to leave, Legion stopped her with a pointed question. He asked if she truly believed that the current Jianghu held any real value. Caught off guard, Cherian paused and turned back to him, demanding clarification. Legion explained his view, stating that ideals and chivalry had long been abandoned, leaving behind a Jianghu that was nothing more than a pathetic facade. Though his words insulted her perception of Jianghu, Cherian remained composed. Instead of becoming angry, she challenged him by asking why he continued to live in Jianghu if he thought so poorly of it. She then walked away, muttering to herself that Jianghu was not as hopeless as Legion claimed. Her words lingered in Legion's mind as the two parted ways, and he couldn't help but reflect on her perspective. Later, inside the bustling Huayang Inn, patrons filled the space with lively chatter. One man eagerly boasted to his companions about the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix tournament, confidently asserting that the top contender this year would undoubtedly be swordsmen of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. His companions disagreed, arguing that swordsmen from the Southern Peak Alliance should not be underestimated. The debate grew animated as excitement for the tournament spread. Cherian entered the inn amidst the lively atmosphere, curious about the commotion. As she hesitated near the entrance, looking slightly lost, an attendant approached her. Recognizing her, he addressed her as the young Lady Jang of the Righteous Sword Sect and asked why she had come alone. Cherian replied that she was simply looking for a light drink, attempting to avoid drawing attention to herself. The attendant, slightly disappointed, informed her that only seats in the special room were available. However, as a gesture of respect for Wuhan's best, he offered her a discount. Hearing herself referred to as Wuhan's best caused a wave of attention to ripple through the room. The entire crowd turned to look at her, and Cherian felt a surge of awkwardness under their scrutiny. She wondered silently who had spread such exaggerated rumors about her prowess. To her surprise, Cherian spotted the same strange man again. Legion greeted her with a grin, teasing that if he had known they would meet again, he would have accompanied her earlier. Cherian, inwardly lamenting her peculiar luck that day, found herself sitting at a table feeling slightly down. After a brief silence, Legion picked up a chicken thigh and asked casually if she knew how to register for the tournament. She was taken aback, not only by the sudden question, but also by the sheer amount of food Legion was consuming. With an incredulous tone, she asked if he was seriously thinking about entering the tournament. Legion smirked and responded that he had been traveling for 10 years, and everywhere he went, women chased after him. Cherian stared at him, stunned. His demeanor seemed entirely different from the man she had met earlier. Was he always this kind of flirt, or had she misjudged him completely? As Legion took another bite of his chicken thigh, he remarked that despite having seen countless beautiful women in Jianghu, he had come to realize that the most beautiful woman was his mother. Cherian, raising an eyebrow, asked sarcastically if he was really sure it was his mother. Legion's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he demanded to know if she was disrespecting his mother simply because of her age. Startled and flustered, Cherian quickly waved her hands, denying any disrespect. Legion, his demeanor calm once more, picked up a shrimp from his plate and mentioned that he had been feeling nervous about an upcoming event. Their conversation was interrupted when a man entered the room, his voice cutting through the air. He announced that he thought he had recognized a familiar voice. Turning his attention to Cherian, he identified her as the young lady of the Righteous Sword Sect and noted that it had been some time since they last met. The man, Jang Ingeol, was the young master of the Palm Essence Union. He had entered with his younger sister, Jang Inhwa, clearly intending to drink in the same room. Fixing his gaze on Cherian, Ingeol asked how she had been. Cherian, feeling uncomfortable, thought to herself that Ingeol's habit of scanning her up and down was as persistent as ever. Suppressing the urge to strike him, she remained silent. Noticing her lack of response, Ingeol turned his attention to Legion, who remained seated calmly at the table. Ingeol approached Legion, pulled a gold coin from his pocket, and tossed it onto the table. He declared that it should cover the bill and suggested Legion leave if he was finished eating. Legion gave him a piercing look but made no move to leave. Instead, he calmly remarked that the coin wouldn't suffice as there was still more food coming. Taken aback, Ingeol sneered and demanded that Legion leave while he was still being nice. His gaze shifted to Legion's weapon, and he laughed, assuming the man was showing off because he was a Jianghu fighter. Curious, Ingeol reached out to lift the sword, but it remained immovable. Shocked, he attempted again, this time channeling his internal energy, managing to raise it only a few inches off the ground before giving up. Laughing weakly, he tried to mask his embarrassment by suggesting that the sword must be a training tool used to build muscles. The others in the room murmured their agreement, doubting the sword could truly be so heavy. Legion, unfazed, effortlessly lifted the weapon, placed it on his shoulder, and stated plainly that it was not for training. Ingeol, growing increasingly agitated, snapped back, accusing Legion of lying and insisting that it was clearly a training sword. The two exchanged sharp words until Ingeol, furious, unleashed his energy, causing the tension in the room to escalate rapidly. Cherian stepped in abruptly, demanding that the others cease their actions. Her unexpected intervention left everyone in the room stunned, including Ingeol. He directed a smirk toward her, his gaze sharp with curiosity. The expression on his face seemed to question her motives as he spoke, suggesting with a playful tone that she might be interested in him. Without hesitation, he grabbed her hand and remarked that they would be participating together in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. It would be wise, he added, for them to get acquainted beforehand. Cherian wasted no time in pulling her hand away. She responded firmly, announcing her decision to join the tournament with someone else. Ingeol, visibly taken aback by the rejection, questioned her reasoning. Her reply was unwavering as she criticized his reliance on his family's influence, labeling it as petty and dishonorable. His composure faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained it and inquired about the identity of her chosen partner. Before Cherian could respond, Legion interjected nonchalantly, stating that they would be participating together. Ingeol's confusion deepened, and his sister, Inhwa, stepped forward, addressing Legion directly. She asked if he even understood who he was speaking to. Legion, completely unbothered, responded with indifference, asking if she knew who he was. Inhwa, unimpressed, admitted she did not. Legion leaned back, his gaze steady as he spoke. He remarked that people tend to react in one of two ways when confronted with the unknown, either by dismissing it or by fearing it. He accused her of doing both, ignoring him because of her lack of knowledge while simultaneously hoping he was afraid of her. Inhwa, intrigued by his boldness, offered a cold reply, neither confirming nor denying his assessment. Ingeol's anger surged as he growled in frustration, accusing Legion of audacity. Legion merely shrugged, his demeanor calm as he quipped about the connection between eating well and speaking boldly. He straightened his attire, composed himself, and turned to Cherian. With a confident tone, he assured her they would meet again at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament before storming out of the room. Inhwa lingered briefly, her gaze fixed on Legion, and promised softly that they would see each other again. As silence fell, Cherian's thoughts raced. She realized the gravity of the situation and worried about the consequences of Ingeol's temper. Her concern extended to Legion's safety, but he seemed completely undisturbed. With a casual air, he declared that their participation in the tournament was settled. Cherian, perplexed, asked if he had not already planned to enter. Legion confirmed, but admitted that adjustments to his plans were now necessary. Her eyes widened as she guessed his intentions. When she asked if he had referred to the Heavenly Dragon tournament earlier, he confirmed her suspicion with a simple acknowledgement. Stunned, Cherian pressed further, questioning why he had not retaliated when insulted earlier, especially given his evident martial prowess. Legion met her gaze seriously, explaining that he refrains from fighting children. His sincerity caught her off guard, and though she initially thought he was making excuses, his honesty moved her. Meanwhile, outside the inn, Ingeol's companions trailed behind him, offering consoling remarks. One of them commented on Cherian's apparent lack of ambition, noting her decision to reject Ingeol and team up with someone seemingly unimpressive. Ingeol, however, dismissed the notion of Legion being laughable. He could not ignore the skill demonstrated by the blade he had struggled to pick up earlier. It was the first time he had encountered Legion, and he found himself wondering about the stranger's identity. His thoughts turned bitter as he vowed to make both Cherian and Legion regret their actions. Anger simmered within him as he departed, his determination palpable. Inside the Righteous Sword Sect, Weryong's anger was evident as she expressed her frustration to her mother. She spoke of Cherian's outright rejection of young Master Jang's offer, mentioning that Ingeol was reportedly causing chaos at a brothel out of anger. Her mother, Ansui, the sect leader's wife, responded with concern, stating that she had already been worried about the rumors surrounding Ingeol. As the argument continued, Zhang Lichu, the leader of the Righteous Sword Sect, reflected silently. His thoughts were heavy with guilt, believing that his family's current struggles were a result of his own failures. He lamented that had he mastered the Scarlet Tray sword art, the sect would have been strong enough to avoid such situations. Weryong turned back to her mother, emphasizing that if Cherian had indeed rejected Ingeol, their family faced a significant problem. At that moment, Cherian entered the room, assuring them there was no need to search for her. She confirmed the rumors about her decision and introduced the individual standing behind her. Announcing that she would be participating in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament with Legion, she left everyone stunned. Legion stepped forward politely, introducing himself with composure. Noticing a porcelain vase on display, he commented on its origin, inquiring if it was from the Fujian region. After hearing that it had cost 150 niang, he smiled and remarked that he could have secured it for only 120 niang had he been present. The sect leader, still reeling from the revelation about Cherian's partner, struggled to comprehend the situation. Weryong, equally shocked, questioned Legion directly about his sect affiliation. His casual response revealed that he belonged to no sect, explaining instead that his parents sold fruit near the human gate. The room fell silent in disbelief as the sect members processed the information. The sect leader's gaze shifted to the weapons Legion carried. Observing both a sword and a blade, he inquired if Legion had mastered both arts. Though the leader initially dismissed the notion as a mere facade, Legion's straightforward affirmation shattered those assumptions. The leader pressed further, asking who had taught him martial arts. Legion's reply, his parents, the fruit sellers, stirred incredulity in the room. Weryong approached Cherian urgently, whispering that she needed to apologize to young Master Ingeol at once. She argued that it was unthinkable to fight alongside someone whose martial training came from parents who sold fruit. Later that night, Cherian walked along a quiet path, her mind filled with unease. Her thoughts centered on her decision to bring Legion home, believing it necessary to protect him from Ingeol. When she turned to Legion, she asked if he was unable to sleep. He admitted that changing locations often disrupted his rest, but added, with an unsettling calmness, that he had something to take care of that night, sending a few people to the afterlife. His casual tone left her unsure whether he was joking. Curious about his background, Cherian asked about his parents. She mentioned hearing that his mother was beautiful and inquired about his father. Legion paused before describing his father as a man bound by strict adherence to rules, which often caused frustration in their relationship. He explained that while his parents were opposed to his involvement in the Jianghu, their concerns extended beyond just him. This statement led Cherian to believe his parents were merely worried for his safety, likening it to her own parents' protective nature. Shifting the topic, Legion remarked with a playful tone that his vegetable dinner felt light enough to be already digested. He asked if meat would be served the following day. Cherian, amused by his remarks, told him to stop being silly, and advised him to leave after breakfast. Legion turned his gaze to Cherian and calmly inquired if she was concerned about him. Flustered by the unexpected question, she quickly turned away, denying that she was worried about him. Instead, she claimed her concern lay with the people he might encounter in the future. Elsewhere, in front of a building cloaked in red mist, thugs gathered around a fire. One spoke grimly about a young man who had trembled while wielding a sword, seeking vengeance for his father. With a mocking grin, the thug recounted how he had sent the boy to join his father in death, claiming he had no other choice. The group erupted in laughter as another thug jested that they had spared the boy from becoming an orphan. Their mirth was interrupted by Legion's arrival. Surprised by his appearance, they demanded to know his identity and whether he understood the danger of where he stood. Legion responded calmly, acknowledging that he was aware this was the black market, a place infamous as the wandering market. The men laughed at his audacity, taunting him for entering such a perilous place knowingly, then remarked that the world must be going soft for even children to wander here. Legion, unbothered, warned them with a serious tone that calling him a child again would be their last mistake. The thugs, stunned by his boldness, grew angry. One unsheathed his sword, growling that he had been lenient because of Legion's apparent youth, but his patience had now run out. With a roar, the man charged, intending to end Legion's life. Before the blade could strike, Legion unleashed a technique, releasing energy from his palm. The moment passed too quickly for anyone to comprehend. One of the remaining thugs mocked their companion, suggesting he had been bested by a child, but their shock turned to horror as the man collapsed, lifeless. Legion addressed the group with cold resolve, declaring that this day marked a crucial step toward his future. He stated that he had no choice but to steel himself for what lay ahead. Enraged and bewildered, the remaining thugs drew their weapons, dismissing his cryptic words as nonsense. Legion charged because this day was so important to him. He vowed those he might normally spare would have to die. With one swift motion, Legion severed their limbs effortlessly, slicing through arms and legs as if they were paper. The carnage continued as Legion moved through the building, cutting down anyone in his path. Corpses littered the floors as he ascended to the top. Reaching the highest level, he kicked open the door to reveal a corpulent man surrounded by women who massaged and fanned him. This man, known as the Gluttonous Emperor, leader of the black market, appeared unfazed by Legion's sudden entrance. The maid smiled seductively, sensing his presence. Legion, noting the atmosphere, remarked on the ambience, his tone laced with dry humor. The Gluttonous Emperor slammed his hand on his chair, demanding to know if Legion was a guest and who he intended to purchase. Smirking, the Emperor mocked him, asking who he thought he could afford in a place like this. Legion responded without hesitation, stating that he had come to buy the most expensive person in the room. The Emperor burst into laughter, ridiculing the idea that someone so young could afford him. Playing along, the Emperor set the price at 500,000 niang. To the Emperor's shock, Legion dropped the full amount in notes onto the floor, asking if the deal was sealed. Taken aback, the Emperor, who had assumed Legion was bluffing, noticed more money in the bag. With greed in his eyes, he inquired if Legion could still pay if the price were raised. Legion replied coldly, expressing that he would be disappointed if the Emperor resorted to such tactics. Irritated, the Emperor's expression darkened, and he threatened to kill Legion and take the money instead. Legion, unfazed, responded with a calm stare, stating that such an action would disappoint him even more. The Emperor, deciding to act, ordered his maids forward. They released a seductive aura, unleashing their charm technique, confident that no ordinary man could resist it. The Gluttonous Emperor, watching intently, believed Legion was doomed the moment he entered the room. The maid's illusory blissful dance, a technique unparalleled in its sorcery, began to paralyze reason itself. As a maid launched her strike, Legion effortlessly blocked her attack with his hand. Observing their movements, he remarked calmly that it was a fine dance, but insufficient to kill him. Taking a hairpin from the maids, he flicked it toward a pillar, breaking the lamp above the Emperor's head. The Gluttonous Emperor, now visibly startled, realized Legion had seen through their soul manipulation sorcery. The maids, stunned, could scarcely believe their enchantment had been shattered. Legion turned his gaze to the women and asked if any of them genuinely harbored affection for the Emperor. Their silence provided the answer. Understanding they had been forced into service, he encouraged them to leave, assuring them they need not fear the consequences. Though hesitant and fearful of leaving in front of their master, Legion urged them to muster their courage and live freely. After a moment, the women began to move, inspired by his words. The Emperor interrupted their departure with loud laughter, sarcastically applauding Legion's speech. He warned that they would not be allowed to leave without having their limbs cut off. For the first time, Legion's expression darkened, his anger evident. Taking a step forward, he spoke coldly, promising that if the Emperor truly intended to dismember the women, he would repay the cruelty by slicing the Emperor apart piece by piece. The gluttonous Emperor, shocked by Legion's deadly tone, momentarily trapped, sensing an unfathomable murderous intent emanating from him. The maids, filled with gratitude, thanked Legion as they escaped. They promised never to forget his kindness, especially after he provided them with a large sum of money to aid their fresh start. Legion, maintaining his calm demeanor, reminded them to live well, emphasizing the importance of their newfound freedom. The Emperor stood frozen, unable to stop their departure, seething with rage as he watched his authority crumble. Internally, he fumed at the thought of being reduced to such a state by what he perceived as a mere brat. Determined to reclaim control, the gluttonous Emperor performed a technique that caused his body to expand to 3 times its original size. With a booming voice, he declared that Legion would die by his special technique, the body protection art. Legion, undeterred, replied confidently that the Emperor would need to endure quite a beating if he planned on growing even larger. The battle began as the Emperor lunged forward, but Legion dodged effortlessly, moving behind him with precision. The Emperor swung his massive arm in an attempt to strike Legion, but each blow missed its mark. Legion's calm smile only further enraged him. Frustrated by his inability to land a single hit, the Emperor vowed to reduce Legion to dust. Legion, remaining airborne, taunted him with disdain, expressing his hatred for men like him. With a single powerful kick to the Emperor's chest, Legion sent the massive figure flying through several walls, breaking his body in the process. The Emperor, coughing blood, managed to stand and summoned energy to his hand, intending to strike back. Before he could attack, Legion spat in disgust, calling him a filthy pig for imprisoning the women. Flicking a small stone with incredible speed and precision, Legion shattered the Emperor's hand, leaving him incapable of continuing the fight. The Emperor stumbled to his knees, his confidence shattered. For the first time, he began to recognize that the young man before him was a true master. Refusing to accept defeat, the Emperor gathered his remaining energy, shrinking in size while doubling his power. Before he could make a move, Legion appeared in front of him in an instant, his hand radiating with energy. With a single devastating strike to the Emperor's stomach, Legion released energy that tore through the man's body, destroying everything in its path. The Emperor collapsed, brought to his knees. Legion stood over him, declaring that he had paid for his life and would now take him away. Weakly, the Emperor asked where Legion intended to take his dying body. Legion's response was cold, stating that he had not been speaking to the Emperor. Realizing his fate was sealed, the Emperor let out a bitter laugh, admitting there was nothing he could do now. He questioned why Legion had bothered confronting him when someone of his skill could have simply stolen away unnoticed. Legion replied with chilling honesty that he had needed a reason to kill him. The Emperor, accepting his fate, admitted that Legion might be a worse man than himself. Legion acknowledged this possibility, but added that good people never fell into his trap. With those final words, the gluttonous Emperor succumbed to his wounds, his reign of terror brought to an end. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Legion then turned toward a hunchback man standing nearby and addressed him. He stated that their long-awaited meeting had finally arrived and referred to the man as Manhwa. With a calm yet deliberate tone, Legion added that perhaps it would be more fitting to call him by his true name, Ingeol. Realizing that his identity had been uncovered, the hunchback man dropped all pretenses. This man, Ingeol, was none other than the former patriarch of Steel Ghost Manor. Legion remarked with measured curiosity that it was surprising to find such a genius in formation arts and engineering in a place like this. He acknowledged that it had taken considerable effort to locate him and suggested that recovering from that incident must have been no small task. Ingeol, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. The incident in question referred to the tragic event that had marred Mukiel's life. Years ago, Steel Ghost Manor had gained renown for its exceptional mechanical techniques. As a scion of a prestigious family and an individual of extraordinary talent, Mukiel had lived a life envied by many. However, that life was shattered when his only daughter tampered with an incomplete device. The resulting catastrophe claimed the lives of his entire family, including his daughter. Overwhelmed by guilt, Mukiel had altered his appearance and gone into hiding, blaming himself for the tragedy. Tears streaming down his face, Mukiel confessed to Legion that the memory of that day had never left him. To his astonishment, Legion spoke with an air of understanding, acknowledging Mukiel's enduring grief. Legion remarked that it was rare to find someone who had borne such immense pain for a decade out of love and sorrow for their family. Mukiel, deeply moved, reflected that no one had ever spoken to him in such a way before. No one had ever risked their life to save him, a man they had only just met. Finally, Mukiel asked what Legion intended to do with him after purchasing him. Legion's response was filled with conviction. He declared that he would use Mukiel to dominate the Jianghu. At first, Mukiel was speechless, but soon he laughed and knelt before Legion. Accepting his new fate, Mukiel swore on his name to serve Legion as his master and dedicate the rest of his life to him. Legion smiled and asked if they should begin. Mukiel, still confused, had no idea what Legion meant. With a wicked grin, Legion activated fire in both hands. Meanwhile, outside the building, someone landed gracefully on a tree branch under the moonlight, wondering if the young master was still in battle. Minutes later, Mukiel's body returned to its original state. Shock overwhelmed him as he realized that his altered form, believed to be irreversible under the Great Law, had reverted. Overcome with gratitude and disbelief, he sincerely thanked Legion. Smiling kindly, Legion told Mukiel not to offer such deep thanks just yet. He reminded him that from this point forward, there would be hard work ahead, and the time for gratitude would come later. As they spoke, another man approached with admiration in his eyes. He greeted Legion, acknowledging his success and calling him Young Master. This man was Myong, Legion's personal guard. Seeing Myong, Legion couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark, teasing him about needing a shave and joking that he was starting to look older than his age. Myong, feigning injury, pretended to cough up blood at the playful insult. Legion then introduced Myong to Mukiel, explaining that Myong was his trusted guard and would be responsible for guiding Mukiel through everything from that point onward. Legion announced an unexpected change of plans, stating that their mission would now begin with the Palm Essence Union. This revelation left Myong visibly shocked. Myong questioned Legion about the sudden shift, pointing out that he had previously dismissed the Palm Essence Union clan as unworthy of their effort. Myong asked what had changed and why Legion was now entering the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. In response, Legion remarked in a casual tone that people's minds could change at any time. Unsatisfied with the explanation, Myong countered by stating that it sounded like the kind of excuse a playboy would give. For a moment, Legion was speechless but soon regained his composure, grinning as he accused Myong of being jealous of his popularity. Myong immediately denied the accusation, retorting that having many admirers did not equate to being fortunate in love. True fortune, Myong added, lay in marrying the right woman. Legion, still playful, teased that Myong's jealousy was obvious. Nearby, Mukiel observed the exchange in complete bewilderment, utterly clueless about the tension between the two. Once morning arrived at the Palm Essence Union, where Cherian and her father, Lichu, had come to meet the young master, Ingeol. At the gate, the guards informed them that both the Union leader and the young master were away. Lichu, maintaining his politeness, inquired about their return, but the guards admitted they had no information. Quietly muttering to himself, Lichu acknowledged the need to apologize before the situation worsened. He then requested the guards to pass along a message, explaining that they had come to pay a visit. As they were preparing to leave, a man stepped out, known Hyukki, famously known as the 8 Flying Hands due to his martial arts skills. He greeted Lichu with a broad smile, explaining that he was visiting the Union under the leader's invitation and was pleasantly surprised to encounter a familiar face. Lichu returned the greeting courteously, inwardly noting that the Palm Essence Union leader seemed very selective in choosing skilled individuals for his circle. Hyukki, still smiling, suggested they take advantage of their free time to have a drink, generously offering to cover the expenses. Unbeknownst to Lee Chu, Ingeol was watching them from inside with a sinister expression. Later, they arrived at the Spring Breeze Inn, where Hyukki poured a drink into Leech's cup, urging him to try it. Hyukki mentioned that the drink was bear bile wine, a rare and prized delicacy. Lee Chu, wanting to remain gracious, thanked Hyukki for the opportunity to taste such an esteemed beverage. During their conversation, Hyukki casually remarked that the Palm Essence Union leader seemed quite upset. Alarmed, Lee Chu asked Hyukki to intercede on their behalf, if possible. Hyukki laughed, reassuring Lee Chu not to worry, and dismissed the matter, likening it to a trivial squabble among children. Meanwhile, Cherian was deep in thought, recalling how she had prepared food for Legion that morning. She had gone to neatly put them on the table, only to be told by a maid that Legion had left without notice. Annoyed, she muttered to herself about how Legion had been whining about wanting food, only to disappear. She speculated he might already be gone. Once they are done, Lee Chu expressed his gratitude to Hyukki for the meal and the fine wine, mentioning that he had enjoyed the evening. He was about to offer to host Hyukki next time when Hyukki suddenly seemed alarmed and muttered about forgetting something urgent. Without warning, Hyukki dashed out of the inn, leaving Lee Chu stunned. Moments later, the inn's attendant handed Lee Chu the bill, which revealed an outrageous cost, 120 niang for the wine alone, with the side dishes similarly overpriced. Lee Chu sighed deeply and explained to the attendant that he didn't have the money at the moment, but promised to return the next day to settle the bill. The attendant, however, boldly stated that credit was not accepted. She added that, under the circumstances, Cherian could remain at the inn as collateral until the payment was made. Lee Chu, frustrated and seething with anger, demanded to know if the woman truly intended to hold his daughter hostage. The woman, with an icy demeanor, retorted that it should be thought of as collateral. If the payment could not be made, she stated, the daughter could entertain guests during her stay. Lee Chu stood in stunned silence, questioning whether the woman had lost her mind. It dawned on him that this establishment was no ordinary wine house. Observing the guards stationed at the inn, he realized their presence exuded a menacing aura, likely surpassing his own strength. At that moment, the entrance of another figure drew attention. It was Legion, casually holding a bottle of wine. Cherian, surprised, asked what business brought him there. Legion grinned and responded nonchalantly, stating his intention to drink. Placing the bottle on the table, he turned to the attendant and remarked that the wine had a peculiar taste, insinuating that something might have been added to it. The attendant, attempting to maintain composure, asked for clarification. In a calm tone, Legion mentioned hearing that important figures frequented the establishment and questioned whether fake wine was also served to them. The attendant, growing visibly uneasy, tried to deflect the accusation, claiming he was drunk and urging him to lower his voice to avoid causing a scene. Undeterred, Legion declared loudly that the bear, while wine being served, was counterfeit. His bold claim quickly drew the attention of bystanders, eager to witness the commotion. With confidence, he proposed a wager. If the wine was proven to be fake, he would take everything the establishment had earned that day. Conversely, if he were mistaken, he would offer his own gallbladder for brewing liquor. The crowd followed as he led them to a small, run-down storehouse behind the inn, an area few had expected to exist. Whispers of curiosity spread as people speculated on what evidence Legion could possibly reveal. Standing before the locked storehouse door, Legion pointed out the oddity of storing wine in such a concealed location, secured with iron locks. The attendant attempted to counter, claiming that trade secrets, not wine, were stored there. Before she could finish, Legion shattered the door with his bare hands. He retrieved a large jar of wine and placed it on the ground, confidently announcing it as the true source of the establishment's prized wine. The attendant, panicked, muttered to herself that the situation had to be stopped. In desperation, she decided to act, took out a thin, sharp needle from her mouth and launching it at Legion in an attempt to silence him. However, Legion, having anticipated the attack, raised the wine jar as a shield. The needle struck the jar, shattering it into countless pieces. To everyone's horror, as the wine spilled, small, strange insects emerged, writhing in the liquid. Legion, wearing a sinister smile, looked around at the crowd and mockingly asked if anyone wanted to sample the wine. Holding up a small cup, he repeated the offer, but the crowd, repelled by the sight of the insects, grimaced in disgust. Several muttered refusals, while others nervously inspected their own cups, horrified by what they saw. Legion, fully committed to his demonstration, expressed frustration at the lack of takers, declaring that he needed someone to confirm his claim. A voice from the back shouted for him to stop, labeling him a lunatic and dismissing the notion that bear, bile wine could involve such insects. Unfazed, Legion brought one of the insects closer to his face, explaining that it was called the black painted insect, named for the artistic pattern on its back. The skeptic asked what significance the insect held, prompting Legion to reveal that its excretions closely mimicked the taste of bear bile, so much so that ordinary palates could scarcely detect the difference. The revelation that the crowd had unknowingly consumed the insect's secretions caused widespread distress. Suddenly, a man of imposing stature entered the scene. His mere presence commanded respect, even from the madam, and it soon became evident that he was the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, Yang In-young. This figure had gained prominence following the conclusion of the 13-year-long Great Orthodox Demonic War, during which the 9 great sects and the 4 great families sealed their doors while the demonic cult retreated into seclusion. In the power vacuum that followed, major factions like the Northern Heaven Supreme Family and the Southern Peak Alliance rose to prominence, with the latter becoming one of the strongest forces in the martial world. The reverence shown by others confirmed that this seemingly ordinary old man was among the most powerful figures in existence. The elders scrutinized Legion and asked how he knew about the black-painted insect, a creature said to exist only in the southern regions. Legion, appearing both calm and slightly surprised by the reaction, replied that he had traveled extensively since his youth. The elder, intrigued, remarked on Legion's vast knowledge and questioned his true identity. Legion smiled and introduced himself as the eldest son of Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water. The old man muttered the names, Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water, as if trying to recall their significance. With a grin, Legion elaborated, describing them as the best fruit merchants on the outskirts. The old man and his servants appeared visibly surprised by this unexpected answer. After a moment, In-young burst into hearty laughter. Internally, he wondered if Legion was intentionally concealing his true identity and admired the cleverness of the move. Meanwhile, Legion continued to offer the wine with the insect to anyone brave enough to try it. Behind the old man, one of his subordinates appeared deep in thought, observing the interaction. The servant, the White Tiger Squad leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, Makwi, found it peculiar that the Alliance leader was taking an interest in this young man. Speaking up, Makwi offered to taste the wine, seeking approval from the old man, who nodded in agreement. He took a few sips of the wine and, with a disgusted expression, turned to a woman nearby and exclaimed that it was identical to what had been served earlier. His words caused an uproar among the crowd, many of whom were horrified to realize what they had consumed. The group demanded answers, shouting in disbelief. The madam, growing frantic, protested her innocence, claiming she was being framed. Her lies, however, failed to quell the outrage. The crowd pressed further, demanding either the real wine or her head. Her guards hesitated, visibly intimidated by the presence of the Southern Peak Alliance leader and the White Tiger Squad leader. Seeing their hesitation, the madam issued a desperate warning, declaring that those opposing her would face dire consequences due to the powerful individuals backing her. Her threats only fueled the chaos. Amidst the commotion, Legion maintained a calm smile. Li Chu turned to him, clasping his hand in gratitude, and acknowledged that if not for Legion's intervention, they would have been in grave trouble. Legion, in his usual nonchalant manner, replied that, naturally, no one else could pull off something as extraordinary as this. His casual response left Li Chu even more surprised. Legion then added, with a hint of playful arrogance, that he now expected to be treated as their savior. In-young observed Legion intently, and Makwi beside him remarked on how intriguing Legion was. In-young responded thoughtfully, stating that Legion was more than just interesting. Puzzled, Makwi sought clarification. A surge of energy coursed through the old man as he continued to watch Legion. He admitted that from the moment he saw the young man, a long-forgotten feeling had resurfaced, one that blended pleasure, excitement, desperation, and ambition. It stirred within him just as it had on the day he had conquered the Southern Peak Alliance. Despite his vast experience, In-young confessed that he could not explain why Legion evoked such a reaction. Makwi, perplexed, reflected on the situation. Knowing the Alliance leader's remarkable insight and ability to see through nearly anyone, he found it astonishing that even the old man admitted uncertainty. This acknowledgement left him wondering if Legion was truly as exceptional as he appeared to be. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, a man ran frantically through the forest, his clothes soaked in blood. Desperation etched on his face. He muttered to himself about the urgency of alerting others at any cost. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him, prompting an instinctive reach for his sword. His pursuer had caught up. The bloodied man immediately recognized the badge worn by his pursuer came from the Orthodox Alliance, while the man belonged to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The man spoke with urgency, explaining the need to cancel both the Dragon and Phoenix tournament and the Heavenly Dragon tournament. A conspiracy was in motion, orchestrated by the Flying Swallow Association. The pursuer, pointing out that the tournament was hosted by the Northern Heaven Supreme family and questioning why the man sought to warn the Orthodox Alliance rather than reporting to their superiors. The man revealed that a spy was among them, rendering trust impossible. Before they could proceed, the sound of others approaching filled the air. The man cursed their predicament, devising a plan to act as bait while urging the pursuer to escape and deliver the warning. Relieved to have shared the burden, the wounded man acknowledged the gravity of the situation. However, the relief was short-lived. The pursuer's expression darkened, and with a sinister grin, he revealed a betrayal. Before the wounded man could react, his neck was already sliced cleanly, blood splattering across the forest floor. As the head rolled away, the pursuer coldly remarked that their pursuers were not from the Flying Swallow Association, but the Flying Swallowtail Association. Amidst the eerie forest, butterflies fluttered around, and a woman perched delicately on a branch observed the scene. The man is 16th Butterfly. He knelt before her, addressing her as the leader. She inquired about the others, and the man reported that the 14th Butterfly had already handled them. With a fan in her hand and a seemingly innocent gleam in her eyes, she expressed confidence in their actions. She declared that the Dragon and Phoenix tournament would be a nightmare. Elsewhere that same night, Legion and Cherian walked together, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Legion remarked on his anticipation of the delicious meat the Sect leader planned to buy, while Cherian teased him about his constant hunger. Legion explained that his appetite was fueled by his thoughts, which included plans to conquer Hubei. Cherian inquired further, prompting him to grin and mention other matters as well. However, his mood abruptly shifted, his expression darkening as a sense of loneliness in a foreign land seemed to weigh on him. As they continued walking, Cherian stopped to thank him for his earlier help, recounting an incident involving the young master of a family who had provoked Legion. She reflected on the absurdity of considering participation in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament with such a volatile individual. Legion encouraged her to enter the tournament with him, promising victory. Though skeptical, Cherian agreed, driven by a desire to put certain individuals in their place. Both resolved to do their best, the pale moonlight illuminating their path. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a man who had once fled after leaving them to pay for his meal. He taunted them, accusing Legion of ruining the plans of young Master Jang. Legion, unperturbed, questioned the man's tendency to backtrack on assassination orders. The man laughed darkly, confirming the order to kill both of them. Hyukki's wide grin and menacing aura unsettled Cherian, who whispered her fear of his murderous intent. Doubt crept in her mind about their ability to defeat him, especially given her lack of real combat experience. Trembling, she gripped her sword and asked Legion if he had faced true combat before. Surprisingly, Legion stood just behind Cherian, pleading for protection as he hid behind her. Cherian broke into a cold sweat as the situation grew increasingly dire. The man confronting them was revealed to be a master of palm techniques, so skilled that his hands seemed to multiply into 8, earning him the title 8 Flying Hands. Once a hero with dreams of a better Jianghu, Hyukki had abandoned his ideals, disillusioned by the prosperity of villains. Casting aside the distinction between good and evil, he had become a villain himself. Now, he loomed ominously before the two young martial artists. Cherian's body trembled as she faced the overwhelming gap in skill and experience, which seemed as vast as heaven and earth. Sensing her fear, Legion leaned close and instructed her to draw her sword. She complied, unsheathing her blade with determination, vowing not to stand idly by. The tense standoff among the three unfolded, with Hyukki smirking and mocking her eagerness to die. He activated his palm techniques, lunging at her with the intent to end the fight swiftly. Both Legion and Cherian dodged the attack, though Cherian was struck by his incredible speed. She attempted to use her movement technique but lost her balance, crashing into a tree trunk. As she fell against the bark, Hyukki launched another palm attack. She barely ducked in time, the tree obliterated by the force of his strike. Fear overwhelmed Cherian as she grappled with the realization that this was nothing like her training. Hyukki's ominous gaze bore into her mind, and she was certain she was facing death. Legion, noticing her panic, calmly advised her to stop relying on her movement technique and instead let her body flow naturally with her sword. His words prompted her to focus on her weapon, repeating to herself his instruction, the sword first, then the feet. She centered herself, her mind clearing as she concentrated. Hyukki sneered at Legion, ridiculing him for hiding behind a woman. Taking advantage of the distraction, Cherian launched an attack, but Hyukki deflected it with ease, barely exerting himself. Desperation filled her as she realized that failure would mean death for both of them. She continued her strikes, each one stronger than the last, but the man parried them effortlessly. Mocking her attempts, he lunged for her face with a palm strike. She ducked and retreated, blood trickling from her shoulder. Legion observed her struggle and questioned her swordplay. He pointed out that her usually heavy movements had become overly delicate. Confused, Cherian reflected on his criticism, considering whether her years of training in the Scarlet Tresword art might have flaws. Legion urged her to move fluidly, like water. The comment resonated, as she recalled the feeling of being blocked since reaching the 7 stars level. Determined, she decided to try his suggestion. Her movements became graceful and flowing, her stance shifting seamlessly. With a single strike, she sliced a few strands of the man's hair, gaining newfound confidence. Agitated, Hyukki gritted his teeth and poured more power into his palm techniques. He attacked with ferocity, blowing Cherian backward and disarming her. She blasted away, blood spilling from her mouth as she failed to defend against the attack. Screaming to her, Hyukki declared his intent to end the battle. His eyes glowed with malice as he stared skyward in confusion. Cherian had vanished. Baffled, he muttered to himself, questioning her sudden disappearance. A voice spoke from behind him, and he turned to find Legion airborne, holding Cherian. Bathed in moonlight, Legion exuded an aura of an unfathomable being. He revealed that he had used a skill similar to Void Step, which is Falling Blossom Step from the Heavenly Thunder Steps. He explained that the technique was a martial art passed down from his father, rarely revealed to others. The revelation left Hyukki trembling in disbelief. Sinking to his knees, Hyukki acknowledged the mastery of such an elusive art. Legion gently set Cherian near a tree before explaining his parents' love story, mentioning that he had never believed in love at first sight until that moment. Shaking, Hyukki stammered, struggling to comprehend how someone so young could master the reverse flow of such a wondrous martial art. With a single, devastating punch, Legion caved in Hyukki's skull, the force of the blow sending Hyukki crashing through a tree before slamming hard into the ground. Blood spattered as Hyukki gasped and coughed, realizing the terrifying truth. Legion's power was far beyond his comprehension. Staring at the shattered remains of the tree, Hyukki begged for his life, pleading desperately for mercy. Legion responded with cold detachment, expressing his disdain for his father. He mused aloud that his father would have urged forgiveness, an approach that had always been frustratingly idealistic to him. Hyukki, panicking at Legion's tone, thought the man must be insane. Desperation drove him to flee, but Legion continued, reflecting on his mother's teachings. Unlike his father, his mother had always advised him never to adopt such lenient ways. As Legion's demeanor darkened, he unsheathed his blade. The cloth wrapping the sword began to tear away, revealing the weapon bit by bit. He declared his intent to follow his mother's path, even if his father's way was considered the righteous one. The blade emerged, glowing with a fiery red light, its guard engraved with the skull of a demon. This was the infamous Northern Hellblade. Flames enveloped Legion's hands as he wielded the weapon with power, summoning forth demons with a single swing. The air filled with ghostly wails as the spirits lunged toward Hyukki, who froze in terror. In an instant, Hyukki's body was shredded into hundreds of pieces before he could even comprehend what had happened. Hyukki now rest in pieces. Blood spread throughout as Legion stared coldly at the lifeless remains. His crimson eyes burned with intensity as he muttered that his father's path was simply too dull to follow. Legion then began humming a melancholic tune, speaking of paths and the unknown futures they might bring. On a windswept cliff, he envisioned singing his song to no one but a solitary flower that lent an ear. At that moment, Cherian stirred from unconsciousness, her eyes fluttering open. Noticing her movement, Legion asked if she was awake. Cherian, surprised, realized she was being carried on his back. She asked him to let her down, but he insisted on carrying her due to her injuries. Still groggy, Cherian struggled to recall what had happened. Legion explained, in a teasing tone, that the man she had struck blindly was struck down by his sword. Her face turned pale with shock as she pieced the events together, realizing her role in the man's death. Legion, with a mischievous grin, attempted to scare her further, stating that the man couldn't possibly be alive after being stabbed in the heart. Her trembling grip tightened on his shoulders, but Legion reassured her there was no need to feel guilt. The man deserved his fate. He added solemnly that drawing a sword without the resolve to use it was an insult to the blade itself. Cherian remained uncertain, viewing Legion as an enigmatic figure. Though he often displayed a carefree demeanor, his actions revealed a much darker and dangerous side. As they continued their journey, Legion grinned and spoke of the future, mentioning the Dragon and Phoenix tournament and the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. With determination, he hinted at grand ambitions of conquering the world. Cherian, still on his back, glanced over his shoulder, her gaze lingering on his face as their intertwined destinies led them toward an uncertain path. Meanwhile, in another part of the continent, two elderly figures and a middle-aged man were deep in conversation. The old lady carried a pair of scythes that radiated ominous auras, their power palpable, while the old man carried a sword appeared ordinary but emanated an energy equal in intensity to the others. The group's sharp gazes fixed on a middle-aged man. One of the elders asked the middle-aged man if he had made the purchase. In response, the man presented a wooden box containing 6 dumplings. The elderly woman took a bite, her expression softening as she reflected on the slow pace of their travels. She remarked that the journey brought back memories of her youth. The old man, clearly uncomfortable, grumbled about her habit of revisiting the past. She recalled a dramatic moment when he had drawn his sword in battle, his voice lowering as he recounted the details. The memory unfolded vividly in his mind, showing the pair locked in fierce romance of combat. The woman's face turned somber as the scene shifted, adding an almost haunting weight to her recollection. The old man, frustrated, ran a hand through his hair, lamenting his reckless younger self. This earned a laugh from the middle-aged man, who nearly spat out his drink. The group's laughter subsided as the middle-aged man asked about the young master they had mentioned earlier. The woman's smile grew fond as she spoke of Legion's father, prompting the old man to chuckle. They marveled at how quickly Legion had grown, now preparing to take part in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Reflecting on the passage of time, they expressed a mix of pride and apprehension for the challenges ahead. A lot of young children were bound to get hurt this time, the old lady mused with a hearty laugh. The old man explained that Legion typically avoided harming children unless they had done something to deserve punishment. Someone like Ingeol, who had once sent an assassin after Legion. His expression darkened as he commented that the lunatic was still alive, referring to Legion. A servant confirmed this, stating that Legion had left the righteous sword sect accompanied by Cherian. Ingeol's face twisted in disbelief as he questioned what the assassin he had hired was doing. It appeared Hyukki couldn't handle a single opponent. The servant praised Hyukki as a great warrior, but noted that he had not returned since leaving the previous night. Fear began to creep into Ingeol's expression as he processed the news. His thoughts raced as he wondered where Hyukki had disappeared to. Could he be dead? Impossible, Ingeol thought, then began laughing out loud in a mixture of disbelief and unease. He refused to believe Legion could have defeated such a master. As he reflected, he recalled Legion's survival, whether through luck or skill, and became determined to uncover the truth during the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. The scene shifted to the day of the tournament. Firecrackers illuminated the sky with vibrant colors and loud bursts. Banners celebrating the event and the hosting family lined the streets, while guards stood vigilant at every corner. The grand arena, A massive pit prepared for the tournament dominated the scene. Participants began arriving. The male martial artists, referred to as dragons, and the female martial artists called phoenixes. Spectators buzzed with excitement as they discussed the competitors. A piercing scream from a girl drew attention as she spotted a figure wearing a mesmerizing robe. The young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Hagi, heir to his clan. Accompanying him was a young lady from the renowned Sima clan. The crowd speculated whether the four great clans were finally making their move. Their focus shifted again as another notable figure arrived. Jang, the young master of the Southern Peak Alliance, widely expected to win the tournament. Beside him was Seolha, proclaimed as the most beautiful woman in the land and daughter of the Green Water Mountain Manor. The crowd admired her beauty and cheered for the pair. Meanwhile, Legion raised his hand confidently, as though acknowledging cheers that were for him. Speaking with conviction, he declared his intention to win. The crowd, bewildered, questioned his audacity. One person shouted for him to leave, while another begrudgingly admitted to envying his indifference. Legion remarked on the lavish decorations, assuming that the Northern Heaven Supreme family must be profiting handsomely. She chuckled at Legion's casual observations and softly called his name. Legion glanced at her, and she smiled warmly, encouraging him to do their best together. He smiled back, radiating charm. As the 8 participating teams prepared to comply with the referee's instructions, he warned them not to touch anything and to simply wait. Legion smirked, interpreting the remark as a reverse invitation. Cherian, confused, asked what he meant, but Legion gave no explanation. Inside the designated room, tension hung in the air as participants speculated how many would advance to the next round. Cherian, still unsure, questioned their purpose there, wondering if they would be asked to face the first challenge immediately. Legion, distracted by a painting on the wall, said nothing. The match began as Cherian asked what had caught his attention. Legion, reading the sign accompanying the painting, smirked, realizing the tournament had already commenced. He folded his hands and guided Cherian toward the artwork, asking if she noticed anything unusual. She stared at it, puzzled. The painting depicted a group of warriors locked in combat, each wielding a traditional Chinese martial arts weapon. After a moment of contemplation, she began to explain the significance of the 18 weapons, but was cut off by Legion, who dismissed her interpretation as a distraction. Legion suggested taking a closer look. Cherian examined the painting again and noticed something peculiar. The warriors, despite appearing engaged in combat, all had their eyes fixed on a glowing incense burner held by one of the figures. Her realization deepened as she connected the image to the incense burner in the room, placed on a table just as in the painting. The participants were explicitly warned that touching anything could result in immediate disqualification. The examiners watched closely, ensuring no one violated the rules, even by accident. Cherian, concerned, warned Legion to be cautious as his hand inched closer to the incense burner. Despite the warning, a loud noise echoed as Legion grabbed the burner. The room fell silent as everyone stared, stunned. A man wielding a red sword glared at Legion, his expression conveying disbelief and irritation. Unfazed, Legion examined the burner, tilting it to reveal an inscription underneath. The words Dragon and Phoenix Hall were carved into the base. Legion pointed this out to Cherian, who asked what it meant. He explained that the match began upon entry and declared that the first stage had already started. Behind them, a trembling man muttered something unintelligible as Legion and Cherian prepared to proceed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. A man, holding a red blade and accompanied by a young girl, pointed at Legion and Cherian. He questioned whether they had ignored the rules, accusing them of reckless behavior. His tone was self-righteous, as though he owned the space. The man directed his anger at Legion, chastising him for actions that he claimed could jeopardize everyone present. Growing more irate, he demanded Legion put the incense burner down immediately. Legion, accustomed to dealing with people like this, responded calmly. He remarked that something seemed gravely wrong with the man and questioned why someone so young would live solely by the rules. Cherian, observing the exchange, noted that the man appeared to be about their age. Legion attempted to offer a new perspective, encouraging the man to challenge the existing order. However, the man dismissed his words as childish excuses, his anger escalating. The man's voice rose as he rambled on. casting a glance toward the emotionless instructors observing the scene. A smug smile formed on his face as he decided to subdue Legion, believing it would earn him favor. Declaring there were no rules against drawing his sword, he unsheathed his weapon and threatened Legion. His companion, sensing danger, tried to de-escalate the situation, but the man was resolute. Assessing Legion, he assured his companion that he would only teach him a lesson. Before the man could act, a sudden force slammed his sword back into its scabbard. Legion had moved swiftly, giving the man no chance to react. Stepping forward with calm but undeniable power, Legion overwhelmed the man with his presence. Terror spread across the man's face as he stammered, recognizing the overwhelming strength in Legion's subtle movement. Legion's ominous smile, one that heralded destruction, emerged once more. Legion moved even closer, leaning in to tell the man to avoid humiliating himself and to listen to his little sister. Sweat poured from the man as he realized he could not move, paralyzed by Legion's intent. The onlookers watched intently as the young girl approached her brother, touching his wrist and softly reprimanding him for pointing his sword recklessly at the powerless. Her words confused the man, who questioned who the powerless one truly was. Bowing her head, the girl apologized to Legion for their rudeness. Legion, appearing satisfied, took a breath and smiled. He placed the incense burner back on the table and called Cherian to follow him. Although the girl seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation, Cherian had caught a glimpse of Legion's dangerous nature and appeared distressed. A guard then warned Legion that leaving without permission would result in elimination. Legion, undeterred, responded nonchalantly, agreeing to the condition. As Legion left, the other participants were stunned by his actions. Turning back briefly, he addressed the man and his sister, offering them a chance to advance to the second gate if they chose to follow him. The brother, gritting his teeth, reminded Legion of the disqualification rule. Legion, chuckling, exited the hall without hesitation. Onlookers continued to watch the unfolding events, captivated by Legion's audacity. Legion and Cherian finally arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Cherian, who had initially harbored doubts, now expressed her realization that the Dragon and Phoenix Hall truly existed. Legion pulled the heavy door open, remarking that the riddle was indeed a challenging problem. As she speculated that only 2 people might have managed to solve it, her hopes were dashed upon seeing the reality. Hundreds of pairs had already gathered inside the hall. Stunned by the sheer number of participants, Cherian could only glance around in disbelief. Struggling to comprehend how so many had managed to solve the riddle, Cherian voiced her confusion. Legion, scanning the room, noted the presence of individuals from high nobility, including prominent successors such as the young master of the Southern Peak Alliance. He commented that the prestigious Orthodox factions wouldn't let something this significant pass without intervention. Cherian, realizing the implications, asked Legion if he was suggesting corruption. Legion pointed toward the crowd, speculating that the information had likely been shared exclusively with the influential clans. His gaze then settled on a familiar face, Ingeol, whom he identified as the same person who had previously tried to kill them. Calling Ingeol an idiot, Legion's tone carried a hint of amusement, while Cherian looked at him with wide eyes, processing the gravity of the situation. Ingeol, in turn, noticed Legion and began to sense something amiss. His thoughts raced, questioning whether Legion had backing or if the assassin he had hired had betrayed him. As Ingeol glanced at his sister, he noticed her dazed expression, her eyes full of admiration directed at Legion. Frustrated, he turned away, inwardly fuming about her reaction. The atmosphere shifted as a rhythmic bell silenced the room, drawing everyone's attention to a new arrival. A robed figure entered, his commanding presence captivating the crowd. This man, Bong Suchan, introduced himself as an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the organizer of the tournament. He congratulated the participants for passing the first gate, igniting excitement among the gathered competitors. Even Cherian, brimming with enthusiasm, acknowledged Legion's earlier insight. However, the celebration was interrupted by the angry voice of the young man who had clashed with Legion earlier. He and his sister, stopped by the guards, drew attention as the man loudly objected, claiming that the test had been unfair. He pointed toward Legion and accused him of breaking the rules by touching the incense burner. Though others in the crowd didn't agree with the sentiment and the test's outcome was as intended. The examiner, who had been silent until now, finally erupted. His sharp voice cut through the room, commanding everyone's attention. With a scornful glare, he chastised the complainers, declaring that the affairs of the Jianghu were no trivial matter. He reminded them that in the Jianghu, danger was constant, and vigilance was a necessity. His words carried a brutal lesson. There would be no one to complain to if an assassin took their lives. He mocked the idea of crying out to the ruler of hell for justice. Meanwhile, Legion turned his attention to Cherian as she asked how he had known the incense burner was the key. Was it merely a coincidence? Legion corrected her gently, explaining that there were no coincidences in the Jianghu. Cherian reflected on his words, realizing the dangers of the world they were navigating and how close she might have been to failure without Legion's guidance. Nearby, the young brother and sister, defeated and tearful, consoled each other. The girl lamented that they had only followed the instructions given to them. The disparity between their actions and the tournament's harsh rules highlighted the unforgiving nature of the Jianghu. Cherian couldn't help but consider how easily she might have faced the same fate if she weren't with Legion. As the siblings prepared to leave, the examiner grinned ominously. He announced that those eliminated should consider themselves lucky, for the Dragon and Phoenix tournament was about to transform into hell. As evening descended, Legion offered a skewer of grilled meat to someone, encouraging her to take a bite. The recipient eagerly tried the food. It was Cherian's youngest sister, Jang Soorin. Delighted, she exclaimed how delicious it was. Legion, smiling brightly, responded confidently, boasting that his grilling elevated even the simplest meat to another level. He mentioned that while his mother excelled in nearly everything, cooking was her sole weakness, forcing him to learn the skill himself to avoid bland meals. To him, the joy of eating, along with other pleasures like alcohol and women, defined the richness of life. Soorin listened intently, beginning to grasp Legion's philosophy. Even Cherian admitted that his cooking surpassed hers despite her own expertise. Observing her sister's excitement, Cherian gently reminded her to chew properly. Her sister replied that the food melted in her mouth before she could chew. Cherian noted how lively her sister seemed, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. It was revealed that Soorin had been a healthy child until mysteriously falling ill at the age of 7. Despite the efforts of the best physicians, no cause or cure had been found. Cherian wondered if her sister would ever recover, as her condition seemed to worsen with time. Their clan leader, observing his daughter's rare enthusiasm, expressed gratitude to Legion for making the day exceptional. He also thanked him for helping her through the first round of the tournament. Legion confidently assured him that he could be relied upon for the second round as well. Initially dismissive of such bold claims, Li Chu now saw Legion in a different light, recognizing his extraordinary nature. Quietly, Li Chu pondered who this young man truly was. As night deepened, Legion walked across a flower-strewn field. His steps were deliberate, his mind both focused and wandering. Suddenly, a faint sensation caught his attention, followed by the ground trembling violently. Rocks flew into the air as the serene field transformed into a harsh, deserted ground, fit for only the most skilled martial artists. Legion, taking in the sight, remarked with a smile that it looked incredible. Before him stood Ingeol, the manor master, alongside Myong. Ingeol revealed that the transformation was caused by the activation of the 9 Palaces' exquisite flower formation, the lightest of the manor's 3 formations. He explained that the second formation was the 5 Elements and 7 Stars formation, while the last, the Celestial King of Light formation, was so powerful that even a martial master would find escape impossible without dismantling it. Legion acknowledged the formation's strength, but corrected Ingeol, explaining that certain martial arts could break formations without dismantling them. Ingeol, astonished, listened as Legion confidently added that one day he would understand. As the night continued, Myong informed Legion of a new mechanism, the 7-step path to the Grim Reaper, soon to be installed alongside other structures nearing completion. This, Legion noted, marked one more step toward creating Jianghu's strongest sect. Legion glanced at Myong, who returned the look with confidence. Myong confirmed that the Wind God's location had been discovered, as Legion had predicted. Legion announced his intention to visit the Wind God the following day. Sensing more to the decision, Myong hinted, asking if there was someone for whom Legion wished to offer them to. Legion, catching the sarcasm, replied that asking questions while already knowing the answer was a bad habit. Realizing his mistake, Myong apologized, explaining that he couldn't help it. Standing in the stillness of the night, Legion remarked on how the night view always thrilled him, though he couldn't explain why. Reflecting aloud, he jokingly asked if there was some hidden story from his childhood, such as falling into a well and being trapped in darkness for days. Myung dismissed the idea, replying that even if something like that had happened, Legion would have found a way out on his own. Legion, momentarily introspective, called Myung by name. Myung responded respectfully, addressing him as young master. Gazing out over the vast expanse of Jianghu, Legion asked softly if he could claim all the light for himself. Myung looked at him thoughtfully before replying that in Jianghu, no one else could do a better job of it than Legion. In the bustling streets of the marketplace, Legion and Cherian walked side by side. Cherian, curious about their destination, inquired where they were headed. Legion responded with a calm expression, stating his intent to procure a real weapon for her. This statement puzzled her, and she wondered aloud what he meant by a real weapon. In the past, Legion had noticed her poor judgment when choosing weapons, often prioritizing appearance and price over functionality. She had even considered to spend her entire pocket money, but her whimsical choices had reached his limit. Determined to change this, he informed her that they were heading to a reputable establishment. The pair arrived at their destination, where lanterns illuminated walls filled with an impressive array of spears, each showcasing different handling styles. A stern-looking man in a blacksmith's robe stood nearby, exuding an intimidating presence. Cherian, uneasy, scanned a room filled with hundreds of weapons and felt out of place. She recalled that Legion had once claimed never to have visited Wuhan, which made her question how he knew of the Dark Arms Merchant, a secret establishment dealing in rare and dangerous weaponry. Legion examined the room intently before addressing the merchant, asking if the displayed weapons were all they had. The merchant studied Legion, noting the unusual aura surrounding his blades. Smiling, the merchant offered something special, reserved for distinguished guests. Opening a box, he revealed the frozen jaded dagger, its frosty aura chilling the air and radiating energy. Legion observed the weapon closely, muttering under his breath, while Cherian, entranced by its beauty, gasped. However, her awe turned to shock upon hearing the price, 15,000 niang. This exorbitant amount left her stunned, more so than even the prospect of death had ever done. Attempting to negotiate, Legion inquired about a possible bonus for the purchase. Cherian was taken aback by the casual request. The merchant, intrigued, asked if Legion had something specific in mind. In response, Legion suggested selecting another item from the display. Recognizing Legion's awareness of the weapon's extraordinary nature, the merchant considered the request, his curiosity about this unusual young man growing. As Legion made his choice, the merchant's eyes widened, realizing the significance of the selection. Cherian, caught off guard, displayed her surprise openly. Observing the interaction, the merchant laughed before turning serious, asking for Legion's name. Upon hearing it, the merchant, unfamiliar with the name, wondered how someone so young could recognize such a unique weapon, hinting at an extraordinary background or abilities. As the merchant's thoughts trailed off, he speculated about the origins of Legion's blades. A grin spread across his face as he pondered whether Legion was the true master of such a weapon. Asking if they would meet again, the merchant received a darkened look from Legion, who thanked him for his generosity in adding a bonus. Both exchanged grins, laughing as equals, though Cherian struggled to understand the moment. Later, Legion was seen washing something while Cherian expressed her outrage at the 15,000 niang expenditure on a dagger. Adding to her frustration, he had even requested a pair of old gloves as a bonus. She clutched her head, muttering in exasperation that Legion was either a fool, a madman, or both. Finally, with a mix of humor and disbelief, she settled on calling him a crazy fool. Curious, she questioned where he had obtained so much money, playfully suggesting he might be the son of a wealthy family or involved in something shady. Legion, weary of her speculations, asked for her hand. When she tried to refuse, he explained that the gloves might help her improve her martial arts, particularly since she was stuck at the 7 stars level. Shocked by his knowledge of her rank, she questioned him further, but he simply remarked that there was little about her he did not know. Still skeptical, Cherian asked if the glove would genuinely help or if he was merely teasing her. Legion reassured her, taking her hand and advising her to respect even the smallest objects, as each holds its own unique energy. He guided her to sense its presence. Mesmerized by his words, she allowed him to place the glove on her hand. The glove began to turn transparent, radiating a mysterious energy that created gusts of wind. As the intensity grew, Cherian, amazed, asked about the energy emanating from the one she wore. The glove absorbed the surrounding power, casting a bright yellow glow that enveloped her in a swirling wind. Overwhelmed, she realized the gloves were far from ordinary. Legion, pleased, observed the glove's reaction, remarking that it had accepted her and noting her talent after all. Cherian pondered aloud about the meaning of its acceptance, her gaze fixed on her hand, where the word wind was now inscribed. Breaking the silence, Legion explained that she should greet the wind god, adding that he possessed the second glove. He revealed that when the two gloves were near each other, they would resonate, though her weak internal energy currently prevented the full effect. Assuring her of the glove's exceptional craftsmanship, Legion elaborated that their materials were far from ordinary. He went on to describe their original owner, the Wind God, the greatest martial master of Jianghu from over 300 years ago, emphasizing that the gloves were treasures among treasures. Perplexed, Cherian questioned why such a priceless item had been hidden in the Dark Arms merchant's collection. Legion speculated that the merchant might have been waiting for someone who could recognize its true value. With these gloves, he explained, she would even be able to block a sword barehanded. However, he cautioned that given her current level, she would still sustain injuries, though her hands would at least remain intact. Sincerely curious, she finally asked why he treated her with such kindness. Legion fell silent at the question, then smiled, his expression reminiscent of an old soul in a young body. As rain began to fall across the plains, preparations for the Dragon and Phoenix tournament were underway. The next day, Legion and Cherian sat side by side, observing the grounds. She pointed to a long stone slab with footprints etched into its surface and wondered about them. The examiner then announced the second round of the tournament, the test of striding. The task, he explained, was simple. Participants must traverse the length of the stone slab while adhering to two rules. First, they must step only on the marked footprints, and second, they must cooperate with their partner. Some participants murmured that the challenge seemed easy, with the young master of the Southern Peak Alliance loudly declaring it to be child's play. The examiner, unimpressed, inwardly scoffed, reflecting that this loudmouth, the Southern Peak Alliance's successor, was pitiful. At this stage, no special privileges were given, as the examiners held no allegiance to any clan or sect. Legion muttered that the task would not be easy, drawing a surprised glance from Cherian. He explained that everyone had unique habits in martial arts, especially with something as intricate as striding. Overthinking each step, he added, would disrupt one's natural rhythm. The challenge became even greater due to the required cooperation between partners. One participant wondered if the pairs who completed the test would leave afterward, but the examiner clarified that it would be conducted in front of everyone. The crowd realized that going later might be advantageous, allowing them to observe and learn from earlier participants' mistakes. Cherian recognized the value of observing others, hoping to gain insights from any errors made by those who went first. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to accept the challenge. Cherian's pupils dilated as she watched in awe. It was the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, renowned for his martial prowess, preparing to begin. Legion observed him with a grin, remarking that it was a bold move. He noted the value in going first, as it offered an opportunity to set the standard. As rain cloaked the pavilion, the scene shifted to the successor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, preparing for the second round of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Spectators murmured in awe, questioning the young challenger's confidence in stepping forward first. Yet, given his reputation, his decisions seemed fitting. The young master, well-regarded and commanding respect, attracted every gaze. Legion and Cherian observed him intently, each pondering the striding art he might employ. Legion seemed pleased with the bold move, casting a satisfied glance at the challenger. Smiling faintly, he asked his companion's opinion while the young master steadied himself, planting his feet firmly on the engraved pavement. The poised figures radiated energy, capturing the attention of all present. The crowd marveled at the young master's composure. Women were entranced by his presence, while men watched in astonishment, murmuring about his elegance. With swift, deliberate steps, the young master moved forward in mere seconds, his unshakable focus and graceful precision leaving the audience in awe. Cherian couldn't help but admire his incredible speed, though Legion appeared slightly disappointed. Even the elderly whispered praises, commending his flawless technique as befitting the heir of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Meanwhile, the woman accompanying the young master struggled to keep pace, but pushed onward with determination. Reaching the finish line with ease, the young master landed gracefully, arms folded behind his back as though it had been child's play. The crowd erupted in applause, impressed by the display. Yet, not all shared the enthusiasm. A youth from the Southern Peak Alliance appeared displeased, though the woman beside him seemed intrigued by the performance. As the cheers rang out, Legion turned his attention to Cherian, who looked at him anxiously. She admitted with sincerity that she felt nervous and questioned whether they could pass the challenge. Legion smiled, but answered with unexpected candor. No. Taken aback, Cherian faltered as Legion adjusted his blades and stated they needed to practice, beckoning her to follow. When she hesitated, questioning why they were no longer observing, he dismissed the idea. He explained that most participants would likely try to replicate the young master's striding art, only to fail. This test, he emphasized, required finding one's own unique steps, not copying those of others. His tone carried an unusual seriousness, his expression unreadable under the rainy sky. The pair arrived at a secluded courtyard, a quiet spot away from prying eyes. Legion declared it perfect and instructed Cherian to demonstrate the Scarlet Trace sword art. He promised to guide her, but warned that her current 7 stars realm proficiency would not suffice to pass the test. Cherian, baffled, questioned his confidence. She wondered aloud if he truly believed he could refine her technique after seeing it only once, suspecting that he might already be a master. Standing under the rain with his sword resting on his back, Legion smiled knowingly and replied that he was good enough to teach her. His tone was firm yet enigmatic, leaving Cherian speechless. After a moment's hesitation, she drew her sword and resolved to try, even if she did not fully understand his intentions. Raindrops glistened on her blade as she gracefully assumed her stances, her movements flowing with elegance. Legion mirrored her every step, observing her closely and matching her rhythm with precision. As Cherian wielded her sword with determination, Legion's thoughtful gaze lingered on her final stance. After a pause, his expression softened with approval. Suddenly, he called for her to wait, startling her. Curious, Cherian paused and looked to him for insight. Legion instructed her to slow one part of her movement by half a breath, his tone steady and instructive. Following his advice, Cherian adjusted her rhythm. Almost instantly, the aura surrounding her doubled in intensity, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She had only slowed her movement slightly, yet the flow and energy of the sword felt entirely transformed. Legion nodded with satisfaction, silently conveying pride in her progress. Minutes passed as Cherian demonstrated her refined technique, her blade cutting through the air with increased precision. Legion issued corrections swiftly yet precisely, guiding her with instructions such as bringing her arms closer and adjusting her left foot. Each word refined her technique further, elevating her skill in ways she had never imagined. Cherian began to realize the profound impact of his guidance, acknowledging its invaluable nature. As the rain finally ceased, her movements reflected in the water beneath her feet, her martial arts exuding a completely different essence. Her final stance radiated grace and elegance, a testament to her transformation. Observing her progress, Legion smiled, proud of what had been achieved through his guidance. Still holding her sword, Cherian trembled with disbelief. The technique she had just executed felt like a completely different art. She wondered if this was truly the Scarlet Trace sword art she had known. Her gaze shifted toward Legion, whose calm smile deepened her bewilderment. Legion congratulated her warmly, explaining that her Scarlet Trace sword art had surpassed the 7 stars realm and reached the 9 stars realm. Cherian's pupils dilated in shock as thoughts raced through her mind, attempting to comprehend the extent of his skill. Finally, she asked, her voice tinged with surprise, whether martial arts were merely a joke to him. In the midst of the forest, with rainwater still dripping from the trees, a lone figure stood. It was Legion's personal guard, Myong, whose cold, sharp gaze remained fixed on a nearby pathway. Moments later, 3 elders emerged from the shadows: Wayang, Li Sang, and Chinwak. Their auras were dense and ominous, radiating palpable tension. Myung greeted them politely, his voice steady as he noted their arrival after a long absence. Hwa-young responded with a faint smirk, acknowledging the time passed. As Myung informed them that the young master was participating in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament and offered to escort them to the competition hall, Hwa-young examined him closely, remarking that his unshaven appearance made him look older. Lee Sang added a verbal jab, estimating that he looked 5 years older, with even Chin Wak nodding in agreement. Their words visibly affected Myung, leaving him metaphorically wounded as the trio walked away. As they departed, Hwa-young murmured her curiosity about Legion's participation in the tournament, suggesting he might be planning something unusual. Quickening their pace, they headed toward the hall. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, an announcement echoed through the space, declaring the next challengers. The crowd turned their attention to Legion and Cherian, whispering in surprise at their presence. Legion stepped forward confidently, introducing himself as Legion of the Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water. Cherian followed with equal poise, identifying herself as a member of the Righteous Sword Sect. Murmurs rippled through the audience, with some skeptically noting that Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water seemed unrelated to any established clan. Legion turned to Cherian with a faint smile, remarking that with her Scarlet Trace sword art reaching the 9 stars realm, this challenge should be straightforward. Cherian's disbelief deepened as she considered the possibility, realizing that her technique had indeed improved to that level after his corrections. Legion chuckled, teasing that this was what he had heard. Her confusion lingered as she watched him, and with a playful grin, he inquired if she knew the operation name for their challenge. When she repeated the term in puzzlement, Legion leaped forward, enthusiastically declaring the name Operation Dragon and Phoenix Shine Together as he moved across the stage. Cherian shook her head in amusement, but followed closely behind. Under the clearing skies, the two moved gracefully along the stone pavement, their elegance and speed captivating the audience. Legion glanced at her mid-movement, casually noting her improvement. Cherian responded with a light, free expression, her gratitude evident as she acknowledged the role he had played in her progress. As Cherian moved, an unfamiliar lightness filled her body, as though she were dancing for the first time. She marveled at the newfound harmony between her mind and body, astonished by how her body moved. Legion, still in action beside her, explained that with sight, the mind comprehends principles and the body channels them into action. This, he stated, was the essence of martial arts. Cherian reflected on his words, silently repeating the phrase. Landing smoothly, she found herself astonished by the newfound ease of her movements. Glancing down, she realized they had already reached the end of the stage. Beside her, Legion also finished with equal composure, a satisfied smile gracing his face as they stood victorious. Cherian turned to him, her voice tinged with disbelief as she admitted she hadn't even realized how she had made it to the end. Legion simply smiled, his expression lighthearted, and remarked that their execution of Operation Dragon and Phoenix Shine Together had been impressive. Cherian returned his smile, her features softening as his words sank in. The examiner's voice echoed through the hall, announcing their success in passing the second round of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Outside, the streets buzzed with excitement. Conversations filled the air, all centered on martial arts and the ongoing tournament. Amid the lively atmosphere, Legion strode purposefully through the crowd, his focus unwavering. Soon, he arrived at a secluded area where the 3 elders awaited him. As his gaze met theirs, his typically cold demeanor softened into a youthful smile. Stretching his arms wide, he approached Hwa-young, exclaiming warmly and with childlike enthusiasm, "Grandmother!" Before he could embrace her, Hwa-young raised her scythe, drawing a small cut on his forehead to stop him. Hwa-young sneered, calling him a disgusting lunatic and mocking that anyone would think he was her real grandson. The surrounding elders chuckled, teasing him further for his overly familiar behavior. Their laughter, though mocking, created an oddly cheerful atmosphere. Legion, feigning a pout, wiped the blood from his forehead and lamented the cold reception. He jokingly chided Hwa-young for her harshness, exaggerating his dismay at the lack of warmth. Hwa-young, shaking her head, questioned his motives sharply, yet with an undertone of amusement. She asked what he was planning after causing so much commotion with claims of establishing a martial sect. Legion's smile faded, replaced by a calm determination. He stated plainly that he intended to devour the Jianghu. Weiyang's expression turned serious as she warned him of the complexity of such an endeavor. She pointed out the 4 hegemon, the 9 great sects, the 4 major clans, and the divine cult, whose power rivaled even the Orthodox alliance. For a moment, the mention of the divine cult caused the air to grow heavy, and Legion's composure seemed to waver. However, his calmness quickly returned as he replied nonchalantly that he wouldn't concern himself with what hadn't yet occurred. The tension eased, and the elders sighed as Weiyang muttered about his audacity, wondering whom he took after. Legion instructed Myong to escort the elders, and when Myong asked where he was headed, Legion, with a sly smile, replied that he had to deal with an ugly lunatic. The scene shifted to a mesmerizing landscape of cliffs and valleys. Cherion's voice broke the quiet, expressing disbelief at what she was seeing. Legion's grin widened as he assured her he wasn't joking. Ahead of them stretched the life and death bridge, a rickety and weathered structure suspended precariously over a deep chasm. Cherion's face paled as fear gripped her. She admitted her hesitation, insisting she couldn't cross it. Legion, indifferent to her protests, stated that she would regret it if she didn't. As they approached the bridge, Legion casually explained that the lunatic he sought was connected to her, then stepped onto the bridge with ease, likening it to walking on flat ground. Cherion froze, horrified by the sight of him standing above the treacherous cliffs. She shouted a warning, fearing he could fall at any moment. Turning to her, Legion responded calmly, explaining that such fear separated novices from experts. To an expert, he said the bridge was no different from solid ground. His words struck a chord with Cherion, and she muttered her understanding, embarrassed yet determined. Gathering her courage, she stepped onto the bridge, gripping the ropes tightly. Her heart raced, but she pushed forward. To her surprise, it was not as terrifying as she had imagined, though every step felt significant. Reaching closer toward the middle, where Legion waited, she felt a mix of relief and accomplishment. Legion, wearing a mischievous grin, turned to her and casually mentioned that the wind tended to blow frequently on the bridge. Cherion's eyes widened in alarm as a powerful gust tore through the valley. The bridge swayed violently, and the wind howled with unrelenting force. Legion remained unshaken, standing steady amidst the turbulence, his figure exuding composure. In contrast, Cherion struggled to maintain her balance, gripping the ropes tighter as the wind whipped around her. At that moment, Legion appeared untouchable while she was caught in the fury of the storm. A sudden surge of wind barreled toward her with deliberate force, lifting her off the ground. The bridge swayed violently beneath her, and her body hung suspended in the air. Her face froze in shock, unable to comprehend the reality of her situation. Legion's voice rang out, steady and commanding, urging her not to be afraid and to think of the bridge as flat land. Desperately, she clung to his words, repeating the mantra in her mind. Yet the chasm below her felt far too real, and fear gripped her heart. Her breath hitched, and she squeezed her eyes shut, convinced that she was about to fall to her death. In that critical moment, Legion's pupils contracted sharply, his irises glowing with an eerie crimson light. A dark, purplish aura began radiating from him, shadowy tendrils coiling and twisting around his form. Summoning an extraordinary energy, he unleashed a precise control technique. The shadowy aura extended toward Cherion, wrapping around her midair form like protective tendrils. Cherion, awestruck, watched in disbelief as the aura cradled her, gently bringing her back to the bridge. Her feet touched the swaying planks, but her body trembled, the terror of the moment still clinging to her. Staring down at the abyss below and the unstable ropes beneath her, the bridge now felt like a true life-and-death challenge. Legion stood before her, his expression calm and unreadable. Overwhelmed by fear, Cherion's legs refused to move. Then, Legion's voice softened, his words cutting through the lingering panic. He spoke with uncharacteristic tenderness, confessing that the first time he saw her, he had thought his heart had stopped beating. Her pupils widened in disbelief, her mind racing as she wondered if that had been a confession. Extending his hand toward her, Legion added, with a slight smile, that he liked her. Cherion's face flushed with surprise, her thoughts spiraling as memories of their interactions flooded her mind. His charm, the women drawn to him, the time he spent at her house. She stumbled forward in a daze, unthinking, her steps robotic. By the time she reached solid ground, her mind was still consumed by his words. She blinked, questioning whether she had heard him correctly. Legion's voice broke through her thoughts, teasing her about how quickly she had crossed. Cherian, however, was fixated on his earlier statement. With shy urgency, she asked if what he had said was true. Legion smiled innocently, feigning ignorance, and asked what she meant. Blushing furiously, she pressed on, asking if his words had only been a distraction for her fear. A mischievous glint appeared in Legion's eyes as he remarked on her cleverness, teasing her with a grin. Realization dawned on Cherian, her face reddening with frustration and embarrassment. She shouted at him, calling him a jerk, and punched a nearby bridge post to vent her feelings. Her fists rained down on the wood as she demanded to know how he could toy with someone's emotions so easily. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted, chastising her for striking the sacred ground. Cherian froze, startled, and turned to see a bald man approaching with a stern expression. Realizing her mistake, she quickly bowed and apologized earnestly. Legion, however, turned his attention to the man, scrutinizing him with narrowed eyes. The monk, noticing Legion's gaze, faltered, his stern demeanor crumbling into nervousness. Letting out an awkward laugh, the monk stammered an excuse, urging them to carry on. Legion's voice cut through his retreat, dark and sharp, accusing the monk of wearing a convincing disguise. The monk froze, alarm spreading across his face as Legion's expression darkened. With a devilish intensity in his gaze, Legion called him an ugly lunatic, his presence radiating power and menace. In front of a solemn Buddhist statue, incense burned steadily, its soft smoke curling into the air. A monk sat nearby, his hand resting on his head in visible distress. Addressing Legion and Cherian, who were seated before him, he lamented Buddha's indifference as he began tearing pieces off his mask. He voiced frustration over the monstrous nature of the individual who had been sent to this place. The monster in question, as the monk revealed, was none other than Legion himself. Cherian observed Legion with curiosity, her attention drawn to the masked monk. She questioned him about the man's identity, prompting Legion to describe the monk as a con artist, a quack, and a thief with 8 utterly useless skills to his name. Legion smirked as he spoke, but Cherian's surprise was evident. The mention of 8 distinct talents struck her, and she began to wonder if the man might be someone significant. Her pupils dilated in realization, and she exclaimed in disbelief, identifying him as the infamous Unbounded Handsome. The monk, however, tore away the last remnants of his mask, revealing his true face and shocking everyone. His real moniker, it became clear, was Unbounded Grotesquerie. He muttered disdainfully about the young women around him, questioning whether they understood the rules of the Jianghu. Suddenly, a sharp smack landed on his head, courtesy of Legion, who chuckled as he announced that the monk was in fact his disciple. Cherian's expression shifted to shock, and she asked for an explanation. Legion, grinning, explained that the monk had lost a bet to him, with the terms requiring the loser to become the winner's disciple. Cherian, curious, asked what kind of bet it had been. Legion recounted how it started as a simple game of checkers, during which the monk accused him of using telepathy to cheat. The dispute escalated into a fraudulent duel, and eventually, a legitimate fight, all of which the monk lost. Fuming, the monk insisted that Legion must have used underhanded tricks, perhaps even poison, to win. As Cherian listened, she mused that poison and trickery were indeed the monk's specialties, yet Legion had bested him even in those areas. Legion, with a sly smile, announced a request, acknowledging the monk's skill as a quack but a useful one. He asked for help treating a patient. The monk protested angrily, declaring he did not treat just anyone and reminding Legion of the wealthy individuals who had perished because he refused to treat them. Undeterred, Legion offered a deal. If the monk treated this patient, their bet would be nullified. The monk's eyes lit up in surprise, and he stood upright with renewed energy, agreeing to end their unpleasant connection once and for all. As they prepared to leave, Cherian nervously inquired about the patient's identity. Legion responded with a reassuring smile, but remained cryptic. Soon, Cherian realized the truth. The patient was her younger sister, Soorin. Sometimes later, Unbounded Grotesquerie carefully examined Soorin, who had been suffering from an undiagnosed condition for years. His sharp, discerning eyes scanned her for signs of illness. Soorin, mesmerized by his skill, felt a spark of hope she hadn't experienced in years. Cherian watched silently, her emotions wavering between disappointment from past failures and cautious optimism. After a tense pause, Legion respectfully asked the monk about Soorin's condition. For once, the monk spoke seriously, explaining that Soorin had been stung by a venomous insect called the blood bee, a rare and deadly creature. The revelation stunned her parents, who listened intently as the monk outlined the treatment. He prescribed a medicinal brew to be taken for 15 days, followed by proper nutrition and regular exercise. With these measures, he assured them, Soorin would recover fully within a year. The simplicity of the treatment, coupled with its life-changing implications, left everyone in awe. Soorin was captivated by the monk's brilliance, while her parents and Cherian were overwhelmed with relief. For the first time, they dared to hope for her survival. Overcome with emotion, Soorin's father knelt before the monk, thanking him profusely and praising him as the great unbounded grotesquerie. The atmosphere grew deeply emotional, especially for Cherian, who had never dared to dream of her sister's recovery. Soorin's mother turned to Legion, expressing heartfelt gratitude for bringing such a skilled individual to their aid and promising to repay his kindness. As the tension in the room dissipated, it was replaced with an air of hope and newfound faith. Legion, smiling warmly, dismissed their thanks, emphasizing that it's because of Cherian's determination and courage. Turning to Cherian, he added gently that it was all thanks to her efforts. Cherian, overcome with emotion, struggled to hold back tears, her voice trembling as she softly thanked him. Legion watched her silently, his expression soft, as she tried to gather herself. The room radiated joy as Soorin's mother embraced her daughter, their bond evident in their expressions. After a short while, Legion clasped his hands together and, with a hint of humor, apologized to unbounded grotesquerie, acknowledging the completion of his task and dismissing him. The monk smirked, replying that while Legion was straightforward and amusing to be around, he doubted this was the only reason Legion had sought him out. His tone grew stern as he scrutinized Legion, awaiting an honest answer. Legion nodded earnestly, acknowledging that the statement was not incorrect. He admitted that, initially, his goal had been to seek assistance in conquering Jianghu. However, he confessed that the life of the child had become more important. The monk regarded Legion thoughtfully, remarking on how even a single child's life seemed precious to him. Reflecting on the past, the monk recalled an incident from 3 years ago when Legion, then a reckless youth, had voiced a similar sentiment. Back then, Legion had spoken of a dream to create a great Jianghu. At the time, the monk had dismissed those words as the immature musings of a child. Now, after pausing to observe Legion carefully, the monk noted how much he seemed to have grown and asked whether he still held on to that dream. Legion responded firmly that he did. The monk's gaze sharpened, as though peering into Legion's very soul, and he challenged him to prove this vision of a great Jianghu. If Legion could demonstrate it, the monk declared his willingness to help. Legion's expression grew serious as he warned that the endeavor would require risking one's life, questioning if the monk was certain he wouldn't regret such a choice. The monk smirked confidently, asserting that he would not. Legion chuckled slightly, teasing that the monk should be prepared to call him young master. The monk snorted, retorting that it was preferable to calling him simply master. With a casual tone, he added that he was curious about what Legion might accomplish, then inquired about what was next on the agenda. Legion smiled, a glint of determination in his eyes, and stated that he had gained a new companion. The next day, at a small island, the site of the third trial in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, a massive crowd of dragons and phoenixes had gathered after successfully completing the second round. Despite their accomplishments, confusion rippled through the group. Cherian turned to Legion, commenting on her surprise that the third trial was set on an island. Nearby, 3 figures argued loudly with a messenger. Intrigued, Legion and Cherian turned their attention toward the commotion. The successor of the Southern Peak Alliance appeared to be at the center of the dispute, visibly agitated. He loudly questioned how the instructor could expect him to remain on the desolate island without his guards. The messenger attempted to calm him, explaining that the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance had already agreed to the trial's fairness. Legion smirked, muttering that such immature behavior was typical of those individuals. His words, however, did little to ease Cherion's concerns, and she worried about their safety in such a precarious situation. Legion reassured her by mentioning the expertise of the Northern Heaven Supreme family's members, whom the instructor had referenced. Cherion expressed astonishment at Legion's ability to sense their presence. Legion cautioned that, even so, they could not afford to let their guard down. As a ship approached the island, a girl on board guarded herself, her eyes wide with fear. Right beside her, the sound of a plate shattering echoed, followed by her terrified screams. Outside the cabin, someone fled the scene in a frantic hurry, leaving chaos in their wake. Boarding the ship, a man lounged on a bed, his demeanor grotesque. Grumbling about the lack of attractive individuals, he sneered and questioned the duration of the journey. A voice from beyond the door informed him they were 15 minutes away from arrival. Licking his lips, the man lay back, speculating on the differences between women from noble families and others. A beige flag adorned with the emblem of a dragon and phoenix fluttered under a clear blue sky. Yom Chung, the assessor for this stage, stepped into view, creating a stir among the participants. His presence inspired awe, with one participant murmuring about his heroic reputation and another marveling at the fact that a master of his caliber was overseeing the trial. Cherion turned to Legion, questioning whether the third trial was a flag capture battle. Her inquiry was met with a cryptic response, as Legion explained that it wasn't strictly about fighting for the flag. Assessor Chung gestured toward two gates at the island's edge, explaining that entering through the left gate would lead participants around the island, eventually bringing them to the right gate. Essentially, the entire island was the third gate. Participants would not need to follow any predetermined path, as they could forge their own. The trial took an unexpected turn when Chung announced that the first 4 pairs to return to the starting point would claim the flags. The stunned participants quickly grasped the challenge's gravity, realizing that only 8 individuals, 4 pairs in total, would succeed. Among the murmurs, one girl speculated aloud that the trial might test quick movement skills. Her observation startled another participant who had not been paying attention. Smiling, the girl introduced herself as Jianghu of the Blood Royal Sect and mentioned her senior brother. Her senior brother greeted the group politely, bowing as he clasped his hand together. Jianghu addressed Cherion, recognizing her as a member of the Jang Righteous Sword Sect. Cherion appeared startled that she had deduced this, but Jianghu interjected, teasing that her senior brother had apparently fallen for Cherion. Flustered, the senior brother protested, denying the claim and calling it a misunderstanding. Their awkward exchange caught the examiner's attention, prompting a sharp reprimand to stop fooling around. Embarrassed, they all apologized, and Legion chuckled as he observed the unfolding scene. The examiner continued, explaining that quick movement skills alone would not guarantee success. The island was riddled with mechanical traps, though the arrow tips were wooden and not designed to cause real harm. Participants were instructed to call for the nearest instructor if they became trapped. The head instructor wished them luck, and the trial officially began. Legion and Cherion chose an untraveled path, venturing where no one else had dared to go. As they walked, Cherion glanced around at the unfamiliar scenery, noting aloud that no one else had chosen this path. Legion responded with a knowing smile, remarking that walking a path untaken by others often carried a deeper meaning. Curious, Cherion asked if it was true that he had started traveling at the age of 10. She speculated that he must have visited countless places. Legion nodded, stating that there were very few places he had not been. Hearing this, Cherion remarked with a dull expression that he was lucky and that it must have been amazing. Privately, she reflected that his remarkable skills likely stemmed from his vast experiences. Looking down, she murmured that being near him made her feel like a frog in a well. Legion glanced at her and, with a warm tone, reassured her that he would take her to many places in the future. His bright smile caused her to blush as her mind swirled with the promise. Just as she was about to respond, Legion interrupted, reminding her that the instructors were supposed to be everywhere. Cherion paused, asking why he had brought it up. Legion's tone grew serious as he revealed that he could not sense anyone nearby. This revelation left Cherion stunned, her face paling as she stammered in disbelief. They stopped walking, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Trying to mask her unease, Cherion spun around nervously, suggesting they keep moving. Her pace quickened, but Legion remained rooted, deep in thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the quiet. Cherian reacted instantly, unsheathing her sword and adopting a defensive stance. In a flash, an object hurtled toward her. She blocked it with her sword, but the impact forced her to take several steps back. As the commotion settled, she noticed an arrow on the ground and murmured in relief that it was a trap mechanism. Turning toward Legion, she saw him standing calmly, holding another arrow, one that had been aimed at her back, caught in his bare hand. Her shock was evident as she expressed her gratitude. Cherian frowned, noting that, at such speed, even wooden arrows would be dangerous. Then Legion pointed out that this arrow was not wooden. Cherian stared at him in confusion as he flipped the arrow to reveal its sharp metallic tip. Gravely, he explained that it was a real arrow. Both realized that someone had tampered with the traps. Before they could process this revelation, a rattling sound and a scream echoed through the air. Legion's expression hardened, and he declared they needed to investigate. He dashed toward the noise, with Cherian closely following, her blade still drawn. Meanwhile, at the island's port, the ship boarding the infamous lecherous demonic scourge arrived. Two instructors stationed nearby observed the unexpected vessel. One furrowed his brows, questioning whether anyone had reported the boat's arrival. The other shook his head, but had no chance to respond before a strange object hurtled toward them. As it landed, their eyes widened in horror. It was a severed head rolling across the ground. The lifeless gaze of a fellow instructor stared back at them, leaving them frozen in shock. From the shadows, a sinister voice echoed, drawing closer. The voice spoke of sending subordinates to eliminate the instructors earlier and expressed irritation at more pests appearing. Emerging into view, the lecherous demonic scourge was smeared with blood as if fresh from a gruesome feast. His menacing aura struck fear into the air. One instructor, trembling, unsheathed his sword and shouted for his companion to inform the examiner immediately. The second instructor turned to flee, but barely took a step before a chain weapon flew through the air, wrapping around his neck. In an instant, the chain tore his head from his body, sending blood spraying. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground while his head landed a few feet away. The surviving instructor stared in terror, but the chain lashed out again before he could utter a word. It struck with brutal efficiency, ending his life. Blood stained the ground as the lecherous demonic scourge lazily swung his weapon, stepping over the fallen instructors. Muttering about women waiting, he grinned twistedly and moved on. Elsewhere, Legion and Cherian arrived at the source of the earlier scream. They found a group of participants gathered in the forest. The scene was grim. Someone was crying uncontrollably, while others stood with their hands covering their faces, struggling to process the horror. Legion halted abruptly, startled by the gruesome sight. Cherian peered over his shoulder, equally shocked. Among the group was Yanghe, sobbing over her senior brother, whose mutilated body was barely recognizable. The brutal sight cast an even darker shadow over the already grim atmosphere. The successor of the Southern Peak Alliance stood frozen, unable to speak. Cherian approached Yanghe, beginning to comfort her, but her voice faltered as her own emotions threatened to overwhelm her. Legion's sharp gaze caught something unusual nearby. Embedded in a tree was a long blade, its edge gleaming with fresh blood. He focused his eyes, examining it carefully. Amid the chaos, one participant broke down, his voice trembling as he cried out that he had not signed up for such a competition. His panic reverberated through the group, heightening the already palpable tension. His partner, equally terrified, responded with desperation, expressing a desire to abandon the pursuit of the dragon and phoenix flag and simply leave the island. Another participant began yelling frantically for an instructor, calling out for help, but no one came. The grim realization began to set in. The instructors were either dead or unable to respond. The group gathered around the mangled body, fear and uncertainty gripping them as the weight of their precarious situation sank in. Legion remained silent, his expression unreadable, deep in thought. Cherian watched him intently, her worry growing with each passing moment. Finally, unable to bear the tension, she approached and asked softly if something was wrong and whether they should consider heading back. Legion's expression hardened as he responded firmly. Turning to her, he explained that they could not retreat. He reasoned that the entire island had likely been turned into a massive trap. If this situation was part of someone's deliberate plan, They had probably anticipated an attempt to return, setting the strongest traps near the return paths. He warned that straying from their current path would likely lead them into a formation trap. The gravity of his words sank in, leaving the group with the chilling realization that they were surrounded and without a clear escape. Cherian, her voice trembling with fear, asked what they should do. Without hesitation, Legion declared that the only option was to keep moving forward, no matter the risks. His resolute tone brought a fragile sense of direction amid the tension, as the group collectively tried to steady their fraying nerves. The group remained acutely aware of the possibility of a formation array spread across their surroundings, compounding their unease. Turning to Legion, Cherian asked if there was any way to dismantle such arrays. Legion, his expression as cold and unmoving as stone, responded that all mechanical devices or formation constructs could theoretically be neutralized. They were, after all, the work of human hands. Cherian struggled to grasp the full implications of his statement, prompting him to elaborate further. He explained that even the creators of such arrays, aware of the possibility of being ensnared themselves, would embed a failsafe or solution to ensure their escape. Humans, he asserted, detest problems with no solutions. Intrigued but still uncertain, Cherian pressed him further, asking if this meant the nearby formation array could be disassembled. Legion's tone darkened with resignation as he admitted that dismantling an array was no simple task, even for someone of his skill level. His words left the group uneasy, though some, Bioqua accompanying the Southern Peak Alliance young master, privately questioned whether Legion was exaggerating his abilities. Despite her doubts, Bioqua acknowledged Legion's competence, far surpassing her partner. While he was trembling and muttering about needing to inform his grandfather, the young master seemed on the verge of collapse. Overhead, the sky loomed somber and menacing, shrouded in ominous clouds. Flocks of birds fled the area, sensing the approaching peril. With no alternatives, the group pressed forward cautiously. Legion and Cherian walked side by side, their gazes darting about as they remained hyper-aware of their surroundings. The paths were marked with dragon and phoenix symbols, yet all roads appeared to converge toward the same destination. Cherian glanced at Legion and asked if the convergence of the paths signified that they were nearing the exit. Legion admitted it was possible, though his unease deepened. The absence of traps so far felt unnervingly like the calm before a storm. As they proceeded, Legion's instincts sharpened. He became acutely aware of something amiss. The ground beneath them felt peculiar, as if unnaturally hollow. Suddenly, the faint sound of chains rattling echoed from below. Without warning, the ground fractured and collapsed, engulfing Legion and Cherian in a chaotic descent. Gripped by fear, Cherian shut her eyes tightly, her thoughts racing as she concluded that they had fallen into a trap and were doomed. Meanwhile, Legion held her firmly, his demeanor unyielding in the face of the turmoil. The others, equally panicked, experienced the same disorienting plummet. However, as the dust settled, they realized they were not in an endless abyss, but in a surreal and treacherous environment. They found themselves perched precariously along a mud-filled area, the air heavy with disconcerting silence. The group collectively struggled to process the abrupt and unsettling transition into this strange and dangerous setting. She noted internally that it appeared to be the original mechanism for the third gate, and found it had been tampered with. However, her light-hearted musings were interrupted when Legion, exuding seriousness, sharply interjected. His abrupt "no" was enough to halt her movements entirely. With a grim expression, he elaborated that the swamp they were in was not an ordinary trap. Cherian, her tone lined by both dread and confusion, questioned the implications of the swamp's nature. Legion responded somberly, explaining that the sand severed spiritual energy, disrupting inner power and ensuring that the more one struggled, the more they were ensnared. Though clearly affected by the predicament, Legion outwardly displayed a composed facade. Extending a hand, he attempted to gauge the energy around him, only to find his internal strength unresponsive. Suddenly, the group, immobilized in the mud, turned their frightened gazes toward the monstrous mechanism, a towering pillar crowned by a colossal inverted blade. Its immense size dwarfed the trapped individuals, rendering them insignificant in comparison. A man nearby, trembling, pointed toward the mechanism with a shaking hand, his voice filled with fear. The blade gleamed ominously, appearing designed solely for execution. Its presence exuded an aura of death, and as it shifted slightly, its deadly intent became unmistakably clear. One of the bystanders, barely audible, remarked on the unnatural blade. Overwhelmed by the danger, Cherian turned to Legion and wanted to know what the mechanism was. Legion remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the device, calculating their next move. A sudden, harsh metallic screech shattered the tense silence as the blade descended with terrifying speed, slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. The impact sent tremors through the swamp, narrowly missing several trapped individuals whose screams echoed through the chaos. The force of the blade's descent left the group reeling, their hearts pounding as its crash reverberated ominously. One woman, gasping in disbelief, muttered tremblingly that the blade was real. As it slowly ascended back to its original position, a fleeting moment of relief washed over the group. Yet, the reprieve was short-lived as the entire structure began to tremble, and the blade started rotating horizontally, its movements becoming increasingly erratic and menacing. Cherian's alarm was evident as she observed the change in direction, while Legion silently analyzed the shifting mechanism. Nearby, a trapped man, desperate and clinging to Ingeol's clothing, pleaded frantically for assistance. Ingeol, visibly panicked, darted his eyes around for help, but none came. His sister, frozen in fear, shouted at him to let her brother go, her voice breaking under the strain. Torn between self-preservation and the man's cries, Ingeol hesitated as the swamp dragged them all deeper into its deadly embrace. The mechanism roared ominously once more, signaling the blade's imminent descent. All eyes remained fixed on the terrifying apparatus as the blade approached with lethal precision. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the air itself seeming to tremble in anticipation. When the blade finally descended, it tore through the mechanism with unrelenting speed, its impact devastating. Ingeol's expression contorted into one of abject terror as he realized too late that he was directly within the blade's deadly path. A raw, primal scream erupted from the man, but was drowned out by the deafening cacophony of destruction. Blood sprayed across the swamp, painting it in grotesque crimson streaks. Agonized cries echoed hauntingly, resonating like an eerie symphony of despair, until the scene was consumed by an oppressive darkness. As clarity returned, the ghastly tableau that unfolded was enough to unsettle even the strongest of stomachs. The lunatic and his sister stood motionless, their bodies and clothing drenched in blood. Clutched tightly in Ingeol's trembling hands was a blood-streaked sword, its blade still dripping crimson. The scene revealed the full extent of his desperate actions. In a frenzy to escape, he had severed the arms of the man who had clung to him in a futile attempt to survive. What initially appeared to be the blade's merciless work was, in part, the result of Ingeol's own ruthless decision. The lifeless body, mutilated and broken, bore testament to the grim sequence of events. Those who witnessed the spectacle recoiled, their expressions a mix of revulsion and fear. The siblings' cold, unyielding gazes remained fixed on the macabre scene before them. While the blade had certainly claimed its victim, Ingeol's actions had ensured the man's demise. Overcome by panic and self-doubt, Ingeol muttered internally, attempting to justify his actions. He reassured himself that the man had been doomed regardless, reasoning that the victim had nearly dragged him down as well. Nearby, the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family observed the unfolding drama with a calm, detached demeanor. His icy gaze locked onto Ingeol as he spoke in an even, measured tone, stating that the decision had been the correct one. Ingeol, clinging desperately to those words, found his hollow smile faltering. Beads of sweat traced down his face as he whispered to himself, repeating the sentiment like a fragile mantra. Yet, the blood staining his hands betrayed the turmoil within him, as darker thoughts began to cloud his mind. Legion and Cherian, standing some distance away, watched in silence. Cherian, her voice subdued and tinged with unease, remarked that Ingeol had gone too far. Doubt flickered in her expression as she turned to Legion and confessed her own feelings. She admitted that she could never have made such a choice, wondering aloud if that made her weak or even a bad person. Shame colored her tone as her gaze fell to the ground. Legion, maintaining his stoic composure, offered a rare moment of reassurance. He explained that her feelings of remorse reflected her strong character and that such compassion was a rarity in their world. His words rekindled a faint spark of confidence within her, though his warning about the danger of losing oneself to moral questioning lingered heavily. Their exchange was interrupted by a sudden, panicked shout that drew all attention back to the massive mechanism. The device groaned ominously as it shifted once again, its movements accompanied by an air of dread. Cherian watched the towering contraption with growing anxiety, yet an inexplicable sense of calm rooted itself in her thoughts. She found herself believing that as long as Legion was nearby, everything would somehow be okay. Turning toward him, she resolved to find a way to escape and began to speak. Before her sentence could fully form, however, her words faltered, her face twisting into disbelief. The swamp, once teeming with chaos and bodies, now felt eerily desolate. An oppressive silence hung in the air, made heavier by Legion's sudden and unexplainable absence. Panic gripped Cherian as she called his name, her voice trembling with urgency. The echo of her plea faded unanswered into the oppressive void. Trying to steady herself, she reasoned that he must have gone to seek help, but her attempts at reassurance faltered under the weight of the unease pressing down on her. An ominous shadow enveloped her, prompting her to look upward. The mechanism above had realigned, and the enormous blade now hovered directly above her, its gleaming surface catching the dim light with a sinister glow. As the horrifying reality set in, her breath caught in her throat. The sharp metallic screech of the device activating shattered the silence, and the blade plunged downward like a meteor. Cherian could barely register the unfolding nightmare, let alone react to it. At the last possible moment, the ground beneath her swelled unnaturally, displacing her from the deadly path. To her astonishment, the mud that had held her legs captive released her, freeing her from its grip. Relief surged through her body, but it was fleeting. Without warning, a powerful force pulled her downward, dragging her into the earth at an alarming speed. The world around her blurred into chaos as she was drawn deeper, leaving the blade and its deadly descent behind. The onlookers could do nothing but gape in horror as she disappeared into the ground, as though the earth itself had claimed her. Her thoughts spiraled wildly as she descended, the suffocating darkness pressing against her senses. The blade that had loomed so menacingly above her became a distant memory, swallowed by the mysterious forces pulling her into the unknown. Through layers of dense mud and earth, she sank until the crushing darkness abruptly gave way to an unexpected brilliance. Cherian's eyes widened in shock as she found herself submerged in an expansive subterranean river. The cool, serene water calmed her frayed nerves, and a faint energy coursing through her body brought a renewed sense of vitality. Flexing her fingers, she noted the subtle return of her internal power. The oppressive forces of the swamp above had no hold in this place, and the water seemed to restore what had been lost. Reassured by this discovery, she took in her surroundings. The luminous blue hue of the water was almost otherworldly, its clarity offering a moment of respite from the nightmare above. Cherian floated in what appeared to be an endless cavernous expanse, the subterranean river shimmering with an ethereal glow. The soft, otherworldly light filtered gently from above, illuminating the water's surface with a serene beauty. Before she could fully take in the scene, a presence nearby caught her attention. Turning her head, she froze, her gaze locking onto a familiar figure. Legion stood close, holding her wrist with a firm but gentle grip. His calm and reassuring expression, combined with the way his hair swayed in the current, gave him an almost celestial appearance. As Legion pulled her in closer, her reaction shifted abruptly. Her voice rose in alarm, demanding that he let her go, but her words were cut short as a surge of energy pushed her upward. At the same time, Legion was pushed deeper into the water, his form disappearing slowly but steadily into the depths. A sudden burst of light erupted from the swamp above, startling everyone. The source of the light became clear moments later. It was Cherian. She emerged high into the sky, steadying herself as she hovered above the scene. From her elevated position, Cherian stared at the ominous mechanism below. A commanding voice broke through her thoughts, urging her to destroy the device. The realization struck her. It was Legion's voice transmitted. Gathering herself, she descended rapidly, drawing her sword mid-fall. She aimed directly for the towering contraption. Her landing was barely controlled. The stench of blood filled her senses as she steadied herself. The sight around her was horrific. A young girl screamed in agony while others frantically tried to stop the bleeding from her severed leg. Cherian averted her eyes, her gaze falling instead on the bodies strewn across the swamp. Bloodied and mutilated, many lay lifeless, while the few survivors writhed in pain and cried out for help. Her grip on her sword faltered momentarily as doubt began to creep in. But she reminded herself that she was the only one capable of taking action. The others were too wounded, too helpless. She had to do something. Climbing onto the device, Cherian hesitated, memories of Legion's earlier advice flashing in her mind. He had explained the difference between a martial artist and a master, emphasizing the importance of focus and belief in one's abilities. Taking a deep breath, she silenced the chaos around her, tuning out the screams and cries of despair. Instead, she drew upon the years of relentless training she had undergone. Since the first day she held a sword, she had not let a single day pass without honing her skills. Her eyes glimmered with newfound confidence as she channeled every ounce of her energy into one decisive strike. Her body began to glow faintly, a surge of raw power emanating from within. Even the wind god's gloves, a gift from Legion, radiated with heat as her internal energy surged. With a sharp exhale, Cherian launched her attack, her blade connecting with the mechanism in a powerful strike. The device wavered, groaning under the force of her blow. To her astonishment, the mechanism split apart, severed cleanly by her sword. The survivors stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched onto their faces. Slowly, the realization dawned. They were free. Cheers and cries of relief echoed across the swamp as those who had endured the ordeal began to celebrate their survival. Cherian, breathless and overwhelmed, was approached by one of the survivors who thanked her profusely for destroying the device and saving their lives. She waved off the gratitude, glancing toward Legion, whose quiet smile hinted at the true orchestrator behind their survival. As the group made their way across the swamp, Cherian couldn't contain her curiosity. She turned to Legion, her voice low but insistent, questioning why he had downplayed his involvement. He merely smiled, explaining that it wasn't yet time for him to draw attention. The ambiguity of his response left her wondering. His composure, even amid such carnage, hinted at plans far beyond the current chaos. Cherian's thoughts shifted as she considered the events that had unfolded. The scale of the massacre and the precision of the trap seemed too calculated to be a coincidence. Turning to Legion, she voiced her suspicions. He replied with a grave expression, stating that there were no coincidences in Jianghu. Although he didn't know the full extent of the conspiracy, he was certain that the attack was not the work of a lone individual. His suspicions pointed to an organized group with enough resources to target the Phoenixes and the Dragons, and even the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Somewhere else, a woman of striking beauty rested in a tranquil chamber. Her aura was as elegant as it was commanding, her movements slow and deliberate as she fanned herself. Butterflies flitted around her, adding to the serene atmosphere. Addressing the old man seated across from her, she remarked casually that her people had already begun their operation. The man, expressionless and blunt, didn't respond to her statement. Instead, he questioned her judgment in hiring the lecherous demonic scourge for such a delicate task. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment before she dismissed his concerns, her tone indifferent as she closed her eyes and resumed fanning herself. Meanwhile, the group continued their journey through the dense jungle. The tension in the air gradually lifted as they pressed forward, until a man suddenly shouted in excitement. Their path had led them to an exit, and hope surged anew among the survivors. Though physically and emotionally exhausted, the group began to move towards safety, their steps driven by the promise of escape. The survivors, upon seeing the gate, broke into a desperate sprint, believing they had finally made it out alive. Cherian turned to Legion, asking if it was truly over. Legion, however, remained silent, his eyes focused ahead. The first group to pass through the gate came to a sudden halt as a horrifying sight met them. A head examiner hung lifelessly from a tree. Below him, a pile of bodies belonging to the other examiners lay in grotesque disarray. A group of assailants stood nearby, reveling in their macabre triumph. Shock rippled through the survivors as they realized the gravity of the situation. Even the most composed among them began to shiver, unable to comprehend that the Grandmaster himself was dead. Legion, his expression darkening, understood immediately that this was far from the end. His gaze sharpened as they came face to face with the group of assailants. The atmosphere grew heavier as a man in a red robe turned toward the survivors. Introducing himself with a twisted grin, he declared that most knew him as the lecherous demonic scourge. The name struck the group like a thunderbolt. Faces stiffened, and whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Even Legion and Charian focused their attention entirely on the man. Yet, the lecherous demon laughed dismissively, calling his title an empty moniker. Charian, unsettled, leaned toward Legion and quietly asked if this man's infamy was connected to his treatment of women. Legion confirmed her suspicions, explaining that the lecherous demon was infamous for his depraved actions, violating countless women and using them as human cauldrons to absorb their vital energy and enhance his power. He further elaborated that those targeted by the lecherous demon were left in a state neither truly alive nor dead. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Legion joked that he was glad not to be a woman, though Charian chastised him, reminding him that it wasn't the time for humor. As the exchange continued, Legion noticed an eerie gaze fixed on him. A decrepit old hag stared hungrily, murmuring something about him being a feast. Meanwhile, the lecherous demon scourge addressed the group, explaining that his employer had tasked them with showcasing true hell. Charian, confused, asked Legion if this was the organization he had previously mentioned. Legion surmised that their actions were less about ambition and more about vengeance. The lecherous demon continued to mock the group, commenting that while there were many women present, he could only absorb so much energy in a single day, leaving him to decide whom to target. Ingeol whispered to Hagi about teaming up to eliminate the lecherous demon, but Hagi dismissed the idea, stating that they would be killed instantly if they tried. Meanwhile, young Master Yang drew his sword and charged at the lecherous demon in a burst of bravado. The lecherous demon barely reacted, smiling as his hand snaked out to grab Yang's arm, twisting it with a sickening crack. Yang screamed in agony as his arm bent unnaturally, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. The lecherous demon lifted the young master by the neck with ease, mocking him for being all bark and no bite. Yang, defiant even in pain, cursed the scourge, calling him a coward. The scourge, amused, began slapping him repeatedly, each blow drawing blood and further humiliating the young master. The group could only watch in stunned silence as the lecherous demon continued his assault. Charian, horrified, suggested that if everyone attacked together, they might stand a chance. Legion, however, stopped her, warning that such an attempt would be futile. He added coldly that this experience, though brutal, would ultimately strengthen Yang in the long run. As the young master's strength gave out and his gaze dropped, the lecherous demon mockingly commented that he should have submitted sooner. Tossing Yang's limp body to the ground, the lecherous demon chuckled at his handiwork. Just as he turned away, Baiokwa stepped forward to help the fallen Yang. The lecherous demon's attention shifted to her, his expression turning predatory. He asked for her name, which she provided without hesitation or fear. His grin widened as he declared her to be the most beautiful woman in Jianghu, adding that, as a member of the prestigious Greenwater Mountain Manor, her internal energy must be pure and chaste. His greed unsated, the lecherous demon turned back to the crowd, announcing that one woman would not be enough to satisfy him. His gaze fell on Charian, and he expressed his interest in her, causing her to recoil in shock. The lecherous demon ordered his subordinates to seize the women he had chosen, instructing them to keep the rest under watch. However, one of his subordinates hesitated, reminding him that their orders were to capture everyone and leave the island discreetly. Enraged by the defiance, the scourge grabbed the subordinate by the collar and snarled that he had waited too long for this moment. His tone grew darker as he threatened to kill anyone who dared to oppose him. The tension in the air was palpable, with the scourge's unpredictable actions keeping the survivors on edge. As his subordinates hesitated under his wrath, the survivors realized that the true nightmare was just beginning. A voice broke through the tense air, silencing all conversation. It was Legion. One of the lackeys, unable to tolerate Legion's composure, charged forward, shouting indignantly about his arrogance. However, Legion, his voice calm yet firm, declared that Charian was his Phoenix partner and that they would live and die together. His statement, spoken with an almost romantic tone, caused even the lecherous demon to pause, his laughter tinged with psychosis. Legion continued, stating that if they intended to take Charian, they would have to take him as well. The lecherous demon regarded Legion with a mix of amusement and disbelief, labeling him a lunatic. With a cruel grin, he ordered his henchmen to bring both Legion and Cherian along, claiming he had interesting plans for them. The group was eventually led to a dark, cavernous space. The lecherous demon, basking in the moment, remarked that he had never seen women as beautiful as Cherian and Bioqua. Staring at the group of 4 captives, he sneered, calling himself lucky to have 2 snacks at once. His attention turned back to Legion and Cherian, commenting that they appeared to be lovers. Legion merely smiled faintly in response. The lecherous demon, relishing his own story, recounted a past moment when a man had been forced to watch helplessly as he tormented his partner. Approaching Cherian, he whispered that he looked forward to today being just as enjoyable. Before he could act, however, the light illuminating the cave suddenly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. In an instant, the other pair fell to the ground and found his blood vessels sealed. The lecherous demon, startled, drew his weapon, scanning the pitch-black cave for the culprit. His gaze landed briefly on Cherian, but he quickly deduced it wasn't her. A flicker of movement caught his eye, and his suspicions turned toward Legion, who stood with a faint smile, his calm demeanor betraying nothing. Enraged, the lecherous demon lunged at Legion, weapon poised. Legion didn't flinch. Instead, he leapt gracefully into the air, avoiding the strike with ease. The sight shocked the lecherous demon, who was unprepared for such agility. Legion landed on a chain suspended in the cave and immediately countered, closing the distance between them with a lightning-quick attack. Though the lecherous demon managed to block the strike, the force left him rattled. He laughed hollowly, acknowledging Legion's strength but dismissing him as merely an upstart. Unperturbed, Legion countered with humor, mocking the demon's overconfidence. In retaliation, the lecherous demon unleashed a barrage of attacks, his weapon destroying the cave's surroundings. Meanwhile, Cherian carried the unconscious young Master Yang and Bioqua to safety as the structure began to collapse under the force of the attacks. Amid the chaos of crumbling rock and swirling dust, the lecherous demon lost sight of Legion. When he turned to search, Legion appeared behind him, launching a near-fatal strike. Sensing the danger at the last second, the lecherous demon narrowly avoided it, countering by ensnaring Legion's arm with his chains. Furious at the wound Legion had inflicted on his face, he tossed Legion into the air, but Legion landed effortlessly, balanced and unshaken. Legion retaliated with a devastating kick that sent the lecherous demon staggering, blood pouring from his mouth. The demon, now agitated and desperate, launched a powerful attack. Legion met it head-on, shattering the demon's attacks with his bare hand. The lecherous demon continued his relentless assault, but Legion deflected every strike with precision. Cherian, watching from a distance, was in disbelief at the intensity of the battle. She had known Legion was strong, but not to this degree. The lecherous demon, overwhelmed by Legion's onslaught, began to falter. His thoughts spiraled, questioning how someone so young could possess such overwhelming power. Realizing that Legion was channeling a palm technique, the demon grew confident, believing his own mastery of energy would overwhelm Legion. He collided with Legion's strike, their palms meeting in a deafening explosion of energy that shook the cave to its core. At first, the lecherous demon was certain of his victory, relying on the decades of energy he had accumulated. But as the exchange continued, he noticed that Legion was unaffected. Panic set in as he realized his energy reserves were draining rapidly, while Legion remained steadfast. Veins bulged across the demon's face as he pushed himself to his limit, causing the entire cave to collapse under the strain. As moonlight broke through the disintegrating cave, illuminating the battlefield, the lecherous demon stood visibly shaken. The full weight of Legion's strength pressed down on him like an insurmountable wall. Cherian, seeing the cave's imminent collapse, in surprise, though unscathed. Legion, his tone calm but cutting, condemned the demon for sacrificing countless lives for such fleeting power. With a sudden surge of energy, Legion struck the demon, sending him crashing into a wall with enough force to shatter it. Blood gushed from the demon's mouth as he tried to recover. Realizing he had no chance of victory, the demon turned his sights on Cherian, planning to take her hostage. The demon's weapon flew toward Cherian at lightning speed, but before it could reach her, Legion unleashed his demonic sword. The blade severed the demon's chains midair, its overwhelming power shocking everyone. Legion instructed Cherian to close her eyes as he struck the ground. The lecherous demon, unable to process what was happening, attempted to dodge. Blood sprayed as both his arms were severed in one swift motion. The lecherous demon collapsed to his knees, staring at Legion with a mix of terror and disbelief. Legion, his gaze piercing, stepped forward as the demon attempted to crawl away. Cherian, frozen in shock, watched as Legion raised his sword. Calmly, Legion declared that the demon had no chance of escaping. Legion swung his large sword, the blade landing directly on the lecherous demon. The swift attack split the demon in half, leaving him so helpless that his cries for aid filled the cave. But Legion had already made his decision. He continued slashing relentlessly as the demon's cries echoed, his eyes turning a deep red as the sword's spirit engulfed him. With one final strike, so powerful it decapitated the demon, the battle ended in a gruesome display. Blood splattered across Legion's face as he stood motionless. One of his pupils retained its natural yellow color, while the other burned a bloodshot red. Cherian, witnessing the massacre from the sidelines, saw the demon's severed head flutter through the air. Legion's expression was solemn, unmoved by the chaos around him. In the demon's final breath, he questioned who Legion truly was, but there was no answer. Moments later, a group arrived at the cave, drawn by the strange thunderous sounds reverberating from within. As they entered, their eyes fell upon the blood-soaked carnage and the lifeless body of their once mighty leader. The group struggled to comprehend how someone so powerful had met such a brutal end. Their gazes shifted to Legion, standing amidst the devastation, his sword dripping with blood. His calm but deadly demeanor seemed almost surreal. Refusing to believe that this young man had single-handedly defeated their leader, one of them stepped forward, snarling with rage and disbelief. The accusation that Legion was responsible carried an undertone of disdain. Denial fueled their outrage as one man swung his sword, intending to strike Legion down. In the blink of an eye, the attacker was cut in half. The precision was so swift that death arrived before comprehension. His body collapsed, spilling blood in a gruesome fountain. The others faltered at the sight of their comrade's instantaneous demise, their confidence evaporating as blood pooled like an ominous tide toward them. Legion wasted no time. Gripping his demonic sword with unwavering determination, he launched into action. His movements were a blur of lethal precision, each strike devastating. In mere moments, the remaining assailants fell, their bodies crumbling under his relentless assault. Blood painted the walls and pooled on the ground, transforming the cave into a grotesque scene of despair, a grim testament to Legion's unmatched fury. Amid the carnage, Cherian stood paralyzed by the horror unfolding before her. Her mind struggled to process the massacre she had just witnessed. This was no ordinary fight. It was an annihilation, a performance of destruction reminiscent of the death god himself. Legion, soaked head to toe in blood, stood over the corpses like a demon incarnate. Cherian's chest tightened as her thoughts raced. Was this truly the same man she had laughed with? The one who had shared quiet, simple moments in her home? The warmth of those memories clashed violently with the nightmare before her. Legion turned his gaze toward her, breaking the tense silence. The sight of his crimson and yellow eyes sent chills down her spine. His voice, calm yet unsettling, reminded her of his earlier words. She should have closed her eyes. Slowly, his expression softened, and his demeanor shifted back to the comforting self she recognized. The red in his eyes faded, and a familiar smile appeared, jarring in its contrast to the bloodthirsty demon he had been moments earlier. Sheathing his sword, though its energy still radiated ominously, Legion confessed his inability to control himself when he wielded it. Frustration and self-awareness laced his words as he explained that the weapon's immense power far exceeded his mastery, making it dangerous not only to his enemies, but to himself as well. As Cherian processed his confession, Legion revealed an unexpected truth. The weapon had once belonged to his mother. The revelation added a layer of mystery to his origins. Observing the terrifying blade, Cherian reflected on how such an instrument of destruction could be tied to someone as insignificant as his mother. Sensing her unease, Legion shifted the topic, mentioning his father's weapon, a sword he carried but refused to draw, declaring his intent to conquer the world using only his mother's weapon. He dismissed the other blade entirely, hinting at deeper, unresolved conflict with his father. When Cherian wondered why he carried the sword if he had no intention of using it, Legion then asked if she was all right. Her gaze lingered on the corpses strewn across the cave. After a brief pause, she reassured him. Though her mind remained fixated on reconciling the warm, kind Legion she knew with the blood-soaked warrior before her. She thought to herself that, no matter the version of him she saw, he was still Legion. As the night wore on, a group of survivors arrived, their voices filled with gratitude. They thanked someone profusely, bowing repeatedly for saving them. The object of their gratitude was none other than the young Master Jang of the Southern Peak Alliance. Awakening to find himself holding a sword amid the bodies of his enemies, Jang, bewildered, assumed he must have slain them in a trance. Legion and Cherian supported this misunderstanding, fabricating a story that the lecherous demon and his subordinates were already dead when they regained consciousness. Gullible and eager to believe in his own greatness, Jang concluded that his grandfather must have imbued him with unparalleled martial arts skills. Clenching his fist in dramatic manner, he imagined his grandfather's proud face and muttered thanks to him, fully convinced of his newfound strength. A scene where the crowd revered their supposed savior while Legion and Cherian exchanged knowing glances. On the other hand, Cherian's attention shifted to Legion, who stood quietly by the lakeside, the moonlight casting a serene glow on him and his blade. She remarked on how absurd it was for Jang to take credit for the massacre, but Legion merely smirked. He expected nothing less from someone like Jang, whose pride and status meant everything. Cherian contemplated the significance of his words, wondering if such matters truly held as much importance as he implied. Their exchange was abruptly interrupted when someone announced the arrival of a ship. The announcement described the vessel as a small but imposing ship approaching the coast. This unexpected incident set off a ripple of changes, and Legion, with his resolute demeanor, appeared acutely aware of the shifting circumstances. Meanwhile, the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, already fraught with dramatic twists, reached an abrupt and mesmerizing conclusion. At the Northern Peak Alliance, Makwi approached Inmyung, commending him on exterminating the lecherous demonic scourge and rescuing the people involved. He added that Inmyung's grandson had performed exceptionally. However, Makwi seemed unaware of the truth. Inmyung, with his head lowered, understood the reality and clarified that his grandson was not responsible. Makwi, puzzled by the revelation, sought clarification. Inmyung elaborated that while his grandson possessed formidable poison techniques, they were insufficient to defeat someone as powerful as the lecherous demonic scourge. With a resigned sigh, Inmyung acknowledged his grandson's limitations. When Makwi inquired who could have achieved such a feat, Inmyung recalled Legion and mentioned hearing about the young man's participation in the tournament. Intrigued, Makwi sought confirmation, and Inmyung, lost in thought, nodded as memories of Legion resurfaced. Reflecting silently, Inmyung questioned whether Legion could have single-handedly defeated the Scourge. The possibility seemed implausible, yet a lingering feeling tied Legion to the event. Makwi suggested investigating Legion discreetly, but Inmyung dismissed the idea, stating that provoking the boy was unnecessary. He proposed maintaining a facade of ignorance while observing from afar. Makwi agreed, but remarked on the opportunity to tarnish the reputation of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Calmly, Inmyung explained that pursuing the matter recklessly could lead to disastrous consequences. Makwi, shaken by the warning, recognized the potential for greater chaos. With a faint glow in his eye, Inmyung resolved to play along with the unseen forces orchestrating the events. Elsewhere, amidst breathtaking landscapes of towering peaks and lush forests, a conversation arose about a place called New Wind Manor. As Legion and Cherian approached the site, Legion revealed it to be his home, leaving Cherian visibly astonished. Internally, she marveled at his ability to continually surprise her. As he opened the grand gates, Legion explained that the manor symbolized his vision of ushering a new era into Jianghu. When the gates creaked open, Cherian's pupils dilated in amazement at the stunning palace and courtyard within. Though smaller than her own home, its grandeur was undeniable. When Legion asked for her opinion, she expressed admiration but questioned the enormous scale. Legion explained his ambition to establish a new sect, which he named the Azure Heaven Sect. Her delight was evident as she praised the name. Strolling through a serene bamboo forest nearby, she complimented the picturesque back garden and asked when he began this ambitious endeavor. Legion replied casually that the project had started only a few months ago. Suddenly, Cherian halted as a dense fog rolled in. Her curiosity piqued. She identified it as an array, to which Legion casually confirmed it as a simple sound-blocking formation. They soon arrived at a massive door, and as Legion opened it, radiant light burst forth, illuminating an even larger plot under construction within the manor. Cherian stood speechless, taking in the vast, intricate structure. Legion explained that the real Azure Heaven Sect was being constructed deep within the heart of New Wind Manor. The future of Azure Heaven Sect sprawled majestically, a testament to the scale of its ambition and the determination driving its creation. Cherian stood in awe, finding it difficult to believe that such a vast and extraordinary space could exist behind what appeared to be an ordinary manor. Legion, visibly overjoyed, explained with enthusiasm that the New Wind Manor served as the entrance gate to the Azure Heaven Sect. He elaborated that the unique gourd-shaped terrain of the area was being utilized strategically, with plans to manage all operations from the manor as its front. Legion further revealed that the laborers who had been brought to the site had their eyes covered for their own safety, ensuring the location remained undisclosed. He shared his vision of constructing a training hall and dormitories capable of accommodating several thousand people. Cherian, perplexed by the sheer scale of his plans, considered it an incredibly ambitious endeavor, noting that few groups in Jianghu could manage such a vast assembly. She struggled to comprehend the full scope of Legion's intentions. With a resolute expression, Legion explained the purpose behind his grand ambition. He stated that for far too long, Jianghu had been under the dominance of the four hegemons. His goal, he declared, was to bring them all down. Cherian, stunned by his audacity, found his words almost unbelievable. Yet, as Legion stood before her exuding a graceful but unyielding aura, he proclaimed with unwavering confidence that he intended to take their place. At the Northern Heaven Supreme family within Wuhan branch, Ga Yunsang, the Blood King sect leader, banged on the table, clearly expressing his anger. He addressed the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, accusing him of failing to protect their children, suggesting that even if he had lost his own child, he would not have reacted in such a manner. The other individuals in the room considered intervening, believing that Ga Yunsang was crossing a line. The cause of his outburst was the loss of his greatest disciple and the youngest daughter, who had her feet cut off. Im Chance, the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, began to speak, explaining that as a father with children, he understood the feelings of the other family heads. He added that his household would thoroughly investigate the incident, as he had anticipated such an event. Before the meeting, Ban Endari, the general military advisor, informed Im Chance that many children had lost their lives, and thus, the families would not remain silent. Im Chance considered it unfortunate that the incident occurred at the third gate, which had been prepared in secret, leading him to suspect a traitor within the household. He asked the advisor for guidance, and Ban Endari suggested transforming everyone who had made minor contributions, including Yang Suchong, into perfect heroes. This strategy would create a theory that the deceased children had died because they were weak, leading their families to face humiliation due to their losses. Im Chance found this idea promising, but acknowledged that those who did not cooperate would have to face unavoidable consequences. Returning to the present, Im Chance stated that he fully acknowledged the responsibility, but emphasized that the matter was also an issue of Jianghu. Even in the worst situations, most of the dragons and phoenixes had survived, with some saving their comrades and eliminating enemies. Ga Yunsang became enraged, declaring that if his grandson had died, he would have handled the matter differently. Im Chance grew impatient, questioning why Ga Yunsang kept mentioning his grandson and sternly asking if he should behead his grandson to satisfy him. Ga Yunsang was at a loss for words. Yang In-young entered the conversation, informing Ga Yunsang that he understood his loss, but that anger could not solve everything. Ga Yunsang, now very emotional, thought that if they had hosted the tournament and their grandsons had had their feet severed, the Blood King sect would have been annihilated. Unable to act, Ga Yunsang screamed in frustration, unable to comprehend how many people Im Chance had trampled to reach his current position. The law of the jungle remained the most crucial essence of Jianghu. Yang Im-young believed that today might be the last day he would ever see the Blood King sect leader. Elsewhere, Legion informed Cherian about the Wind Mountain Group, a bandit faction operating under the guise of offering protection in exchange for money. With a warm smile, he stated his intention to eliminate them. Cherian, concerned about his impulsiveness, wondered if he would lose control and leave devastation in his wake. She questioned whether some bandits might have turned to this life out of desperation to survive. Legion dismissed the idea, asserting that good people would remain good regardless of their circumstances. As they neared the group's territory, two bandits stationed at the gate noticed them approaching. The guards remarked on Cherian's striking appearance, but decided they couldn't let the pair pass unchallenged. One bandit rushed forward, attempting to behead Legion. Unbothered, Legion casually asked Cherian whether he resembled a demonic murderer. Cherian, recognizing the danger, called out a warning for him to dodge. However, Legion caught the blade barehanded and used the blade to counter the attacker with such force that the man vomited blood and collapsed unconscious. Observing this, Cherian realized what he meant by not killing them. Another bandit considered attacking, but froze in fear as Legion locked eyes with him, releasing a manic smile. Legion leapt into the air and declared that he could have simply beaten them and let them go. Shortly afterward, they advanced to the camp, where the sounds of conflict echoed. Cherian skillfully took on several opponents at once. Legion, soaring through the air, reminded her to act decisively or risk her life. When an enemy attempted to strike her, she struck his neck, swiftly incapacitating him. Elated, she remarked on her improved martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Legion grabbed a bandit by the face, slamming him into the ground and mockingly asking if it felt satisfying. Turning his attention to Cherian, he encouraged her, insisting she could grow even stronger through these experiences. Suddenly, a hidden projectile flew toward her. Cherian reacted quickly, slicing it in half, but inhaled a strange powder that spread through the air. She immediately sensed its effects coursing through her body. A bandit leader emerged, observing their abilities and noting that they must be formidable martial artists to have taken down so many of his men. He explained that the powder she inhaled was a mixture of poison and an aphrodisiac, designed to inflame her body and compel her to seek a partner. Without mating, he warned the poison would be fatal. Legon seized the moment to reassure Cherian, suggesting with a grin that he was available to help her. His behavior unsettled Cherian, who hastily went ahead to beat the bandit for an antidote. Meanwhile, Legion laughing to himself as he looked at how unsettled she was. Cherian managed to subdue the man, who taunted her with the information that only one of 3 bottles contained the antidote. Growing anxious, she hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Legion, still calm, offered a solution. With a serious expression, he suggested pouring the poison on him instead. He reasoned that his martial arts were weaker than hers, so he would succumb faster, forcing the bandit to reveal the antidote. Cherian, terrified, grappled with the moral weight of poisoning someone else for her own survival. Legion observed her trembling hand, exhaling in disappointment at her hesitation. Returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor, he remarked that his mother would have approved of her, noting that she reminded him of his father. He then approached the bandit leader, kicking him forcefully, while advising Cherian to follow his instructions and focus her energy inward. He asked if she could sense anything unfamiliar within her body. After a short while, she was astonished to feel the effects of the poison dissipate entirely. Legion reflected on Cherian's decision not to pour poison on the bandit and thought she had done well. She questioned whether he was serious, and Legion assured her that he admired her for being unable to bring herself to do it. Surprised by his words, she listened as he elaborated, explaining that in return, she needed to grow stronger. His unexpected kindness overwhelmed her, and he emphasized that true strength would allow her to protect her kind heart. He noted that in a world where kindness and righteousness had become outdated and frustrating, strength was the key to preserving such values. As night fell, the scene shifted to the Palm Essence Union, where Ingeol met with his father. Jang Daesan, the leader of the Palm Essence Union, remarked that he had heard about the girl from the Righteous Sword Sect performing exceptionally well in the recent Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Daesan asked his son if she was the one he was supposed to form an alliance with. Before Ingeol could respond, his sister, Inhwa, interrupted, teasing that Cherian hadn't even given them a glance. Giggling, She added that it was obvious since Legion was overwhelmingly handsome. Irritated by her comments, Ingeol grew angry, but Inoue dismissed his reaction as pathetic, mocking him for fretting over an insignificant girl. Dason scolded his son, calling him foolish for allowing himself to be disrespected by a family as inconsequential as Charians. However, he shifted focus, revealing intel that the Blood King sect leader was rumored to have departed to the underworld. Ingeol expressed disbelief at the notion that the leader had taken his own life. Inoue, unimpressed, called her brother naive, asserting that the Northern Heavenly Family must have been involved. Dason agreed with her, pointing out that the Northern Heavenly Family was ruthless enough to orchestrate such an act. With a sinister laugh, he assured his kids that their family had made the right connections by remaining loyal to the Northern Heavenly Family, emphasizing the importance of not antagonizing them. Meanwhile, Legion and Myong were eavesdropping on the conversation from the roof. Dressed impeccably, Legion remarked with amusement on the absurdity of the discussion below. Myong commented that their laughter would cease once they realized what was about to transpire at the Ancient Sword Store, a property of the Palm Essence Union. Diverting from the topic, he noted that it had been a long time since Legion had dressed so formally. Legion, exuding an aura of unmatched confidence, replied that such effort was necessary to convincingly portray a Northern Heaven Supreme family inner hall leader. Legion asked Myong if he had brought the item, and Myong handed him a locked box. As Legion donned a human mask, Myong expressed amazement at the lifelike quality of the disguise. He marveled at how accurately Legion mimicked the voice, expressions, and mannerisms of the person he was impersonating. Legion remarked that if everything went smoothly, they wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. Moreover, they could successfully sow discord between the Palm Essence Union and the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Despite the confidence, Myong cautioned Legion to remain vigilant. Acknowledging the challenge, Legion admitted that perfect impersonation was impossible, but held up the box, noting its significance. He observed that if the box were presented to a greedy old man late at night, it would be enough to cloud his judgment entirely. Legion felt a wave of fear because his mother would undoubtedly be furious if she discovered what he had taken. Myong reassured him, suggesting that she might understand, but Legion dismissed the idea, remarking that it was easy for Myong to say since he had never experienced her wrath. Both laughed wholeheartedly at the remark. Myong then urged Legion to be careful, informing him that the inner hall leader was fast asleep at home and would not be leaving that night. Later that day, Legion, now in disguise, visited the Ancient Sword's office. The store manager, visibly tense, inquired about the purpose of the inner hall elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family visiting such a humble establishment. Legion placed a box on the table, wearing a sly expression, and instructed the manager to listen closely. He warned that what he was about to say must never be repeated and carried life-threatening importance. The manager, shocked and intrigued, assumed the matter was dangerous and thought it could bring him great profit. When asked to reveal the contents, Legion opened the box, which emitted a bright, dazzling light. The manager, stunned, recognized the object immediately. Its balanced beauty, intricate craftsmanship, and radiant glow marked it as the revered artifact of the heavenly demon divine cult, the divine demon Jade Buddha. He confirmed its authenticity, though he could scarcely believe it was genuine. His thoughts raced as he estimated its worth to be at least 500,000 niang. Imagining the profit he could make, he considered offering 400,000 niang, but realized it would be impossible to handle the item discreetly without the leader's involvement. Legion watched the manager's greed play out with amusement behind the mask. The manager eventually offered 200,000 niang, a figure Legion pretended to consider begrudgingly before agreeing. The manager, barely able to conceal his excitement, Legion quickly accepted the condition to pay in small, untraceable slips. After the transaction, Legion returned to Myong, who commended his efforts. Removing his mask, Legion revealed that the task had been straightforward. He explained that they would break into the Ancient Sword Store's vault that night, retrieving the Jade Buddha along with several thousand niang. Myong cautioned Legion, mentioning the 12 unbreakable formations protecting the store. Legion dismissed the concern confidently, claiming no formation existed that he could not dismantle. He anticipated devastating losses for the Palm Essence Union and immense backlash, especially with the Northern Heaven Supreme family's inner hall elder visiting the same day. However, Legion felt their plan to slowly bleed the Union dry like leeches was still incomplete. The following morning, chaos erupted within the Palm Essence Union. Daesan, the leader, was livid as the ancient sword store manager cowered before him, trembling. The manager reported that the vault mechanisms had been destroyed and all cash and antiques were missing. However, he also mentioned something peculiar. With a worried expression, he revealed that the inner hall elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family had visited the store the previous day. Daesan, shocked, demanded an explanation for the visit. The storekeeper explained that the leader had left the divine demon Jade Buddha in his care. Daesan's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He found it strange that such a valuable item had been entrusted to the store, only for it to be stolen the same night. As suspicion mounted, Daesan considered whether the storekeeper had been involved, but he doubted the man had the courage to orchestrate such a heist. Thoughts turned to the elder, a shrewd and calculative individual, but even that seemed unlikely to align with the evidence at hand. This left only one possibility. The entire situation appeared to have been orchestrated by the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Daesan sat on the chair, holding his head in frustration. The Northern Heaven Supreme family had long maintained their business in Wuhan through the Palm Essence Union, fostering a close relationship over the years. The sudden betrayal was incomprehensible to him. As he brooded, another man burst into the room, announcing that a serious problem had arisen. The iron safe had been raided. Daesan, now visibly agitated, demanded to know what was happening and whether a significant number of weapons had been stolen. Meanwhile, a carriage filled with weapons, pulled by 2 horses, made its way through another part of the region. Legion, seated, expressed amazement at the high-quality weapons retrieved from the Palm Essence Union's iron safe. Myung explained that the quality likely stemmed from their intended delivery to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Smiling cheerfully, Legion revealed that he had deliberately left traces in the iron safe, ensuring that suspicion would fall squarely on the Northern Heaven Supreme family. This, he reasoned, would place the Palm Essence Union leader in an untenable position. Myung acknowledged the likelihood of this outcome, but pointed out that confronting the Northern Heaven Supreme family outright was not an option. Legion mentioned hearing about the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix Award ceremony hosted by the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Inspecting a finely crafted sword, he speculated that by the time of the ceremony, the Palm Essence Union leader's doubts and suspicions would have fully taken root. Myung added that the ceremony would honor individuals with notable achievements, naming Cherian, who had disabled the trap, and Yang Suchong, who had taken credit for Legion's efforts, as likely recipients. As the carriage moved forward, Legion explained that Cherian had stated her reluctance to accept the award, as she felt it was not her achievement. However, being recognized as the Phoenix would significantly benefit the Righteous Sword Sect. A few days later, the Dragon and Phoenix Award ceremony commenced, and Cherian received numerous congratulations. She found the attention frustrating, thinking that Legion deserved the praise instead. She had not seen him for some time, recalling their last encounter a few days prior. During that meeting, Legion had informed her of his decision to stay at the Azure Heaven Sect, explaining with a straight face that he could no longer inconvenience her. Shocked by his words, she had questioned why he started to care about such matters. Legion had noted her disappointment, which was evident from her expression. She had pointed out that the Azure Heaven Sect was far away, but he insisted on leaving regardless. Before departing, he reassured her not to refuse being named the Phoenix, emphasizing that disabling the mechanism was entirely her doing. He had encouraged her to accept the prize money, suggesting they could celebrate later with grilled meat. She had thought this a good idea and had asked why he had participated in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament with her, given his apparent disinterest in such events. Legion had smiled and explained that, on the first day they met, Ingeol had picked a fight with him. Despite being overshadowed by the Palm Essence Union's influence, Cherian had stood up for him, a gesture he had never experienced before. In his decade-long wandering through Jianghu, no stranger had ever defended him. Hearing this, her expression had softened, and she remarked that his journey must not have been as enjoyable as she had imagined. Laughing, he had admitted that Jianghu was quite different from what he had anticipated, leaving her unable to fully comprehend the experiences he had endured along the way. Cherian found herself lost in thought, her mind occupied with memories of Legion, while bystanders continued to praise her, marveling at her exceptional martial arts skills. Their words, however, barely registered with her, as her thoughts were elsewhere. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of Ingeol, who entered the scene with an accusatory demeanor. He began insinuating that her skills were not the sole reason for her recent achievements. Observing him with calm curiosity, Cherian silently wondered what he was trying to insinuate. He demanded to know how she had managed to escape the swamp unscathed. Pretending to remain composed, Ingeol pressed further, questioning how she could have cut through the enormous trap device, implying that such a feat was beyond her abilities. Cherian, now visibly unsettled, responded by attributing her success to sheer luck. Ingeol, unconvinced, concluded inwardly that her success must have been achieved through some sort of underhanded means. Without warning, Ingeol drew his sword, loudly declaring his intention to test her martial arts skills. He saw this as an opportunity to expose her supposed lack of ability. Cherian, caught off guard, tried to make sense of his sudden aggression. He declared that if she had truly destroyed the trap using her own strength, defeating him in a duel should be effortless. Challenging her to draw her sword, he demanded a fight. Cherian, confused by his provocations, asked why he was causing such a scene at the banquet. Ingeol responded that she could neither explain nor prove her actions through her skills alone. His accusations piqued the curiosity of those present, who began speculating about how she had managed to destroy the trap. Ingeol crossed the line by suggesting that the Righteous Sword Sect might be collaborating with criminals. To make matters worse, he accused her of associating with a mysterious individual before the tournament. At this, Cherian finally drew her sword, calmly stating that if it was a duel he wanted, she would gladly oblige. The spectators grew excited, anticipating a duel between the Phoenix and the descendant of the Palm Essence Union. Before Cherian could fully prepare, Ingeol launched a sudden attack. Cherian, however, effortlessly dodged the strike, leaving Ingeol in disbelief at her quick reflexes. Without hesitation, she countered, aiming her sword at his neck. Trained extensively under Legion's guidance, her movements were precise and calculated. As her blade approached its target, Cherian reconsidered her action and altered the trajectory of her attack at the last moment. Instead of delivering a potentially lethal blow, she struck his cheek with the flat of her sword. The force caused Ingeol to lose his grip on his weapon, realizing in that moment that he had been utterly defeated. The room fell silent as the crowd processed what had just happened. Cherian calmly sheathed her sword and asked him if he was satisfied now that she had defeated him decisively. Murmurs spread through the crowd as spectators began discussing her skill, remarking that she had beaten him with a single strike. Many noted that had she been serious, Ingeol wouldn't have stood a chance. The consensus was that her decision to go easy on him was both gracious and humiliating for him. Meanwhile, Daesun watched the spectacle from the sidelines, his disappointment palpable. He reflected on the shame of seeing his son lose so publicly, especially to someone like Cherian. As Daesun's gaze shifted, he noticed the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family openly praising Cherian's father for raising such an exceptional daughter. This observation deepened Daesun's suspicions. Recent events, including the robbery of the ancient sword store and the iron safe, had already made him wary. Watching the growing camaraderie between the head of Northern Heaven Supreme and the Righteous Sword Sect leader, Daesun grew increasingly concerned. It seemed likely that their rising reputation would lead to an alliance, leaving his own faction abandoned and isolated. Daesun and his son, consumed by anger and humiliation, resolved that they could not allow the situation to persist. As their frustrations grew, both father and son cursed the Righteous Sword Sect, their thoughts turning toward a plan to destroy it that very night. Elsewhere, under the serene glow of the moonlit sky, Legion sat calmly with his personal guard, Myong. The atmosphere seemed tranquil, though Myong observed that Legion might be having trouble sleeping after the recent upheaval. Legion acknowledged this observation, but explained that his focus now rested entirely on elevating the sect. Myong, sensing an opportunity, asked whether things would have been different if Legion had chosen to stay with the Righteous Sword Sect. Legion reflected on the question, admitting that he had already made sense of the situation in his own way. However, Myong remained puzzled, unable to understand why Legion had not attended the award ceremony alongside Cherian. Legion explained that Cherian believed she had taken the prize for herself, and his presence might have made her uncomfortable in that moment. Myong silently considered this, realizing that it was the first time Legion had shown genuine concern for a woman. Breaking the silence, Legion commented on the stillness of the night, suggesting that Myong get some rest. He gazed at the moonlit sky, his expression calm, yet contemplative. Despite the quiet surroundings, Legion couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, an unseen event brewing beyond his foresight. That very same night, Ingeol commanded Chung So to bring young Cherian, the one he called a wench. Chung So, his subordinate, sought clarification, questioning if the intention was to kidnap the second daughter of the Righteous Sword sect. Ingeol expressed that merely killing her would not be sufficient. He intended to inflict pain worse than death, his eyes fixed on causing suffering. Daesun entered the scene, prompting Ingeol to exclaim to his father. He proclaimed that tonight marked the extermination of the Righteous Sword sect, a stark warning to anyone daring to challenge their family's might. He instructed Chung So to join their mission, emphasizing the necessity of a high-ranking martial artist. Chung So complied without hesitation, acknowledging the command. Ingeol cast a final glance at Chung So, reinforcing the earlier directive before Daesun departed with Chung So trailing behind. Meanwhile, the Righteous Sword sect remained unaware of the impending threat, resembling a calm before the storm. Abruptly, Cherian awoke, her senses instantly sharpening as she opened her eyes. Despite appearing unalarmed, a restless unease gnawed at her mind. Rising swiftly, she grasped her sword and dashed toward the front yard. Her acute perception immediately sensed a formidable killing intent. As she neared, she observed dozens encircling the sect. Determined to warn her family, she ran through the yard and was startled when a blade aimed at her neck suddenly appeared. Instinctively, she halted her sprint to evade the attack. Her martial prowess took over as she gripped her sword's handle, executing a swift maneuver toward the assailant's throat. Blood spurted as fate claimed the attacker. His lifeless body collapsed, blood splattering the wall fence. For a fleeting moment, fear trembled Cherian, her heart faltering as blood stained her nightgown. Determined not to be consumed by guilt over a life taken, she steadied her resolve and sought out her mother and sisters. On that same night, Legion stood atop a wooden structure, gazing down at the construction of his sect. Myung rushed toward him, his urgency evident as he relayed alarming news. The informant hired to monitor the Righteous Sword sect had reported the presence of dozens of suspicious individuals launching an ambush against the sect. As Myung continued his explanation, dread etched itself onto Legion's face. A surge of killing intent began to emanate from him as the grim realization set in. By now, the Righteous Sword sect was likely annihilated. Meanwhile, Cherian battled the assailants with unwavering determination, confronting multiple foes simultaneously and leaving a trail of fallen enemies with each precise strike. Flames began to engulf the sect as the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed her lone efforts. Her blood-soaked nightgown clung to her form as she dispatched 2 more assailants, her gaze steadfast despite her draining strength. The relentless wave of enemies seemed unending, undeterred by her victories. Her father lay unconscious from his wounds. Her mother cradled the youngest child, and the eldest stood behind her, sword in hand, all encircled by adversaries. Chung So, masked and composed, commended Cherian for her formidable skills, understanding why Ingeol prized her so highly. Her mother and eldest tried to hold their ground, but Chung So wondered aloud how long they could sustain their defense. Cherian thought to herself about holding on, as her father was injured defending the family, leaving her as the last stand. Chung So offered to spare everyone's lives if she surrendered, but Cherian smiled because Legion's words echoed in her mind, recalling his usual warm demeanor and alluring eyes. Feeling too weak to continue, Cherian glanced toward the gate for a chance he might come, but realized she couldn't depend on Legion. She steadied her nerves, reaffirming her determination to protect her family, and launched another strike at the nearest assailant. However, the attacker proved too strong, overpowering her strike and causing her to lose grip of her sword. He advanced toward her mother, and Chung So commanded his men to leave Cherian alone and kill the rest. The assailant lunged at Ansu, but Cherian's agility allowed her to intercept the strike with her hand, empowered by the wind god. Blood began to seep from her sealed lips before she finally collapsed to her knees, clutching her mouth and coughing up blood. Exhaustion overcame her, her body trembling with a desperate wish to be just a little bit stronger. Memories of Legion equipping her right hand with a protective glove resurfaced, explaining its ability to block sword energy at the cost of her own. Fueled by rage, The man raised his sword to strike her down. Ansu gasped, attempting to reach her second daughter, while Weryong swung her sword with closed eyes, her movements more akin to a mournful wail than a martial technique. Without warning, the man came to an abrupt halt. What loomed before him was no ordinary beast. It was a presence resembling a heavenly dragon descending into the mortal realm. The overwhelming pressure of its aura rooted him to the spot. The dragon's gaze bore into him with unrelenting intensity, its jaws opened wide, as if prepared to swallow him whole. Cherian watched as Chung So and his subordinate, along with Ansu and Weryong, stood in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. The decisive strike had originated from Legion's left hand, a dragon tattoo faintly visible beneath the wind god despite the blood streaming down. A radiant light illuminated Cherian's face as she observed Legion's wide, towering back, bridging the distance between their sects with urgency. He rushed to her side without the aid of her mother's blade or her father's sword, inquiring if she was all right. Legion, hesitant to reveal his demonic nature to the girl he cared for, saw tears welling in Cherian's eyes as she murmured her affirmation. Amidst the blazing inferno, his pupils glowed crimson, his mind set on unleashing carnage once more. In the nick of time, Legion faced the group of assassins who sought to capture the girl he had sworn to protect. The sudden appearance of the young man prompted Chungso to question his identity, wondering where someone with such confidence could have come from. He barked an order to his men, demanding they eliminate him first. Two assassins surged forward, their swords poised to strike. In response, Legion drew his fist back, channeling his inner energy into it. With a swift motion, he struck the first attacker before the blade could descend. The force of the blow shattered ribs and pierced through the spine, sending the man to his death instantly. Another assassin lunged forward, cursing Legion as he closed the distance. But before the strike could land, Legion stomped down with brutal precision, shattering the man's leg. His scream cut short when Legion raised his leg once more. The shadow of the descending strike loomed in the assassin's eyes like the embrace of death itself. With a decisive motion, Legion's foot came down, reducing the man's head to a mangled ruin alongside the cracked earth beneath it. Blood splattered across the ground as the man crumpled. Chungso could do nothing but stand frozen, his mind reeling from the display of overwhelming strength. Frantically, he scanned his surroundings, but his gaze could not keep up with Legion's speed. The thought of being unable to track his movements filled him with dread. He is too fast, he thought, panic mounting. Where has he gone? What followed was a scene of pure carnage. The assassins fell one after another, their lives extinguished before they could even gasp for breath. Blood rained down in a grisly spectacle of one-sided annihilation. A sudden sense of presence made Chungso whirl around, swinging his sword in desperation. Yet Legion evaded the blow effortlessly, ducking low and driving a fist into his temple. Blood sprayed from Chungso's mouth as he lost his grip on his weapon. With calm and unyielding resolve, Legion addressed him. Seizing the sword, he accused him of being a subordinate of Ingeol, his tone steady but carrying an aura of power that seemed to resonate with his very core. Legion swung it down toward Chungso's neck with unhesitating precision. Chungso screamed for mercy, the blade stopping mere inches from his throat as it embedded itself in the ground. Trembling, he began to beg for his life. Without any need for prompting, he revealed that the Palm Essence Union leader had ordered the massacre but intended to spare the young woman, Cherian. At this, Legion flinched, the revelation striking a chord. His voice carried menace as he demanded an explanation, forcing the terrified man to continue. Chungso, shuddering with fear, confessed that Ingeol had given separate orders to bring Cherian to him. Legion knelt beside him, his voice calmer now, but no less commanding, demanding to know Ingeol's location. Chungso, lying on his back with the sword still hovering near his neck, pleaded desperately for his life as he revealed that Ingeol awaited on the southern side of the forest. With an unflinching gaze, Legion responded. Words fell coldly from his lips, admonishing Chungso for forcing others to carry out acts he himself would never dare to attempt. His hand moved to the sword's hilt, pressing it down in one fluid motion. The blade sliced through flesh as though it were paper, blood surging forth in a crimson fountain as Chungso met his end. Legion remained still, his resolve unwavering. The debt owed to those slain had been paid in full. Cherian's family, watching from the distance, stood in awe of the man who had saved them. Their gratitude mingled with astonishment at the sheer power he wielded. Cherian, however, struggled to reconcile the kind soul she had come to know with the man who now stood among the bodies of the fallen, all of it done for her sake. Amid the smoldering ruins and the crimson-stained ground, Cherian, her nightgown soaked with blood, approached Legion. Her voice was soft, calm, and full of concern as she asked if he was all right. Legion's demeanor shifted as he replied, apologizing for his delay. Despite the carnage surrounding him, his tone became tender, and his expression softened, his eyes reflecting the longing he felt for her. Tears glimmered in Cherian's eyes as she smiled, her gratitude shining through. She questioned his apology, her voice trembling with emotion. Before she could speak further, another figure emerged from the chaos. Myong arrived, addressing Legion respectfully and expressing relief that he had come in time. He clasped his hands and turned to Cherian, offering words of reassurance. Though puzzled by the sudden appearance of this man who addressed Legion as young master, Cherian returned the gesture politely. Legion rose to his feet, issuing instructions with nonchalance. He ordered Myong to escort Cherian's family to the New Wind Manor and ensure their injuries were treated by the unbounded grotesquerie. After acknowledging the command, Myong began preparations. With determination etched on his face, Legion declared that the time had come to end the Palm Essence Union once and for all. Deep in the forest, Ingeol grew restless, muttering under his breath about Chungso's delay. The time was dragging on far longer than he anticipated, and unease began to gnaw at him. When the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, he turned quickly, expecting Chungso. Instead, Legion appeared, his expression indifferent, betraying nothing of the events that had unfolded. The sight of him unsettled Ingeol, who questioned why Legion had come. With calculated calm, Legion urged him to leave immediately, warning that martial artists from the Northern Heaven Supreme family might already be on their way. He elaborated, describing how assassins had attacked the Righteous Sword Sect, but were swiftly dealt with by arriving martial artists, who then escorted the Sect members to safety. The revelation caught Ingeol off guard, his unease growing as Legion claimed to have overheard the assassins divulging Ingeol's whereabouts. Ingeol's fists clenched in anger at the mention of this betrayal. Legion added with an air of urgency that Ingeol should hurry to warn his father, suggesting that the threat could extend to him as well. Suspicion clouded Ingeol's mind, prompting him to demand why Legion was sharing this information. Legion's response was simple. He reminded Ingeol of his family's wealth and declared that life-saving information ought to come with a price, demanding 1,000 niang. Ingeol turned away, unsettled. The information was too dubious to trust completely, but too dangerous to ignore if it were true. Declaring that he had urgent matters to attend to, he dismissed Legion with a warning to speak no further nonsense, threatening to sever his neck should his claims prove false. Legion, indifferent to the threat, watched him leave. His plan was already in motion, and he would let Ingeol play his role to its inevitable conclusion. At the Palm Essence Union headquarters, Daesan reeled in shock as Ingeol relayed the supposed involvement of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Skepticism tinged his disbelief, as there had been no prior indications of such interference. Yet the bodies of their assassins had been found, and the circumstances seemed to align with Legion's account. Daesan's mind raced. The Righteous Sword Sect lacked the strength to fend off those assassins alone. If Legion's tale was true, the Northern Heaven Supreme family's intervention changed everything. Inoue, standing nearby, voiced her own doubts, questioning how such an alliance could have formed. If the two families were indeed united, she concluded their own demise was imminent. Daesan's thoughts grew darker. He knew too many of the Northern Heaven Supreme family's secrets, and now, their own lives hung by a thread. After a moment of frantic deliberation, he retrieved a wooden chest from its hiding place. As he opened it, a luminous glow filled the room, revealing its contents. He instructed his children to take the chest and flee to a safe house. Inoue gasped at the sight of the noctilucent pearls within, each worth 50,000 niang. Daesan explained that he had spent a lifetime amassing the fortune, which now held their best chance of survival. Ingeol listened in silence, his mind distant, though his empty stare betrayed an inner turmoil. When Inoue asked if their father would accompany them, Daesan revealed his intention to seek out Makwi of the Southern Peak Alliance. He believed that the alliance would eagerly trade protection for the sensitive information he possessed about the Northern Heaven Supreme family. With resolve, he announced his decision to align with them, even if it meant betraying his former allies. Unbeknownst to them, Legion stood silently atop the roof, listening to every word. Moments later, Myung joined him, landing softly beside his young master. He reported that the Righteous Sword Sect's members had safely arrived at the New Wind Manor. Legion acknowledged his efforts, noting that events were proceeding exactly as planned. Daesan, he explained, had only one viable option left, and his choice would set the stage for the next move. Myung reflected silently, marveling at the layers of Legion's strategy. The plan not only targeted the Palm Essence Union, but also planted seeds of discord between the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the Southern Peak Alliance. He thought of how quickly Legion had adapted, weaving this opportunity into his broader goals. Legion, breaking the silence, admitted his curiosity about Ingeol's ultimate decision. Myung asked if Ingeol's fate would depend on his choice. After a moment's pause, Legion dismissed the notion. His tone grew colder as he recalled Ingeol's actions toward Chariot. No matter what he decides, that bastard will die tonight. In Legion's eyes, Ingeol was little more than a weed to be uprooted, and the time had come to ensure he would never harm anyone again. Some time later, the siblings arrived at the safe house that Daesan had prepared for emergencies. Inoue observed the place and remarked internally on the unexpected foresight of their father to maintain such a location. Stepping further inside, she noted its condition, mentally commenting that it appeared shabbier than she had anticipated. In contrast, Ingeol stood silently at the entrance, his expression darkened, suggesting that his thoughts were preoccupied with a firm resolution. Inoue wondered about their uncertain future, quietly questioning what might happen to them if things took a turn for the worse. Reflecting on the situation, she lamented how everything had spiraled into chaos overnight, and thought bitterly that this could have been avoided if the Righteous Sword Sect had been dealt with earlier. Continuing deeper into the house, her thoughts spilled into the open as she voiced her frustrations. She glanced at her brother, noting his lack of response, and questioned him about his silence. Before she could utter another word, a series of precise strikes landed on her acupoints, immobilizing her instantly and cutting her off mid-sentence. Ingeol stepped closer, his voice low as he leaned in. He coldly declared that she should inform their father of his intent to keep the noctilucent pearls for himself. Horror spread across Inoue's face as the realization set in. Her brother had chosen to betray their family. The scene shifted as Ingeol darted through the dense forest, shrouded in thick fog. His thoughts raced, acknowledging the dire consequences should his father's plan fail. He considered the possibility of spending the rest of his life fleeing from the wrath of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Yet he rationalized his actions by focusing on the potential fortune awaiting him with the noctilucent pearls. Convinced that one survivor was preferable to the downfall of all, he justified his betrayal with grim determination. Suddenly, fear overtook him as a man appeared in his path. The stranger's robe fluttered in the wind as he calmly observed Ingeol's movements. The man greeted him nonchalantly, commenting on the apparent good mood of his prey. Ingeol, alarmed, muttered in disbelief, realizing that this man, Legion, must have followed him undetected. Halting abruptly, Ingeol drew his sword with swift precision, aiming a strike at Legion. He declared that Legion had been a constant thorn in his side and vowed to kill him. However, before the blade could connect, Legion's fist collided with Ingeol's face, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Blood poured from Ingeol's broken nose as he struggled to recover, coughing violently on the ground. The chest containing the noctilucent pearls landed nearby. As Ingeol assessed the situation, he realized, with growing dread, that Legion had been concealing his true strength. Wide-eyed, he cursed his predicament, stretching out toward the chest. Before he could reach it, Legion's foot came down firmly on his hand. In a calm but menacing tone, Legion questioned whether Ingeol had truly intended to kill him, mocking the audacity of such a claim. He declared that the outcome would be quite the opposite. Ingeol's instincts screamed at him, warning that if he could not escape, he would surely meet his end. Summoning his remaining strength, he bolted back toward the safe house, hoping to find safety. Desperation clouded his mind as he reassured himself that his father would forgive him once more, just as he had done for countless past transgressions. Out of nowhere, Legion reappeared, unleashing a kick imbued with internal energy that shattered a nearby tree with terrifying ease. The blow, deliberately missing its target, served as a chilling reminder of the immense power Legion wielded. Watching Legion's calculated movements, Ingeol's expression darkened further, unable to hide his shock at the strength of a man he had dismissed as a mere thug. Legion landed with a sharp movement, barely pausing before dashing forward to close the distance between them. Ingeol's thoughts spiraled in panic, realizing the monster he faced. Every fiber of his being screamed that if he were caught, it would mean certain death. Out of nowhere, a stick imbued with inner energy sliced through the air, grazing Ingeol's cheek before embedding itself in a nearby tree. The stick vibrated momentarily before the immense energy within caused the tree to pulverize. A barrage of similar projectiles followed, tearing through the air and shattering trees along their path. Ingeol's desperation morphed into indignation as he cried out internally, questioning the motives behind his assailants' actions. His thoughts turned toward the Righteous Sword Sect, suspecting Legion's intent might stem from an infatuation with Chariot. Even in the face of death, Ingeol's arrogance spurred him to deride her, referring to her dismissively. Legion, unfazed, responded calmly, remarking on Ingeol's choice of words. Sensing an opportunity, Ingeol pleaded, suggesting they could put an end to their conflict. He pointed out that his younger sister seemed fond of Legion and suggested that she would make a better match than Chariot. His words betrayed his lack of loyalty, as he had already wronged his sister before. Legion's reply was cutting and dismissive, stating that the siblings looked alike, and if that were the only justification, it was far from sufficient. Ingeol's outrage simmered, interpreting Legion's remarks as an insult to their family. Fueled by frustration, he pulled out a vial of poison from his robe. With a sudden shout, Ingeol hurled the substance toward Legion, confident in its potency. The poison, capable of dissolving flesh on contact, seemed to him a sure means of escape. Yet Legion countered with a fluid motion, his fingers cutting through the air with precision sharper than any blade. In a split second, Ingeol ducked just in time to avoid the strike, which instead struck a tree, shattering it completely. Confusion clouded Ingeol's mind as Legion maintained his pursuit, his movements deliberate yet unhurried. Each step closer brought another strike, narrowly missing Ingeol but destroying every tree in his wake. It dawned on Ingeol that Legion was playing a twisted game of cat and mouse, tormenting him with each calculated blow. Legion's voice cut through the chaos, calmly remarking on how entertaining the chase was. He added that this method seemed an appropriate way to deal with someone like Ingeol. Despite the mounting terror, Ingeol resolved not to surrender. Pushing his body to its limit, he directed all his strength toward reaching the safe house. Satisfied with the torment he had inflicted, Legion abruptly halted his pursuit. Watching Ingeol flee, he spoke to Myong, who had appeared silently on a nearby tree branch, observing the spectacle. Legion remarked that their prey had taken the bait entirely. Myong questioned Legion's decision to let Ingeol go, to which Legion responded with calculated cruelty, explaining that there were other ways to ensure a more painful demise. Myong reported that the Noctilucent pearls had been secured, ensuring their financial troubles were resolved for the foreseeable future. Legion gave a brief acknowledgement, his gaze fixed in the direction of Ingeol's retreat. Ingeol, having escaped the chase, muttered to himself in relief as the sight of his father and sister came into view. Deezen's raised voice, filled with disbelief, questioned Inuwa about the truth behind the situation. Ingeol interrupted their conversation, throwing himself at his father's mercy and pleading for his life. Deezen's expression hardened as he reprimanded his son, cursing him for abandoning his sister in such peril. Ingeol, desperate to shift the blame, shouted that Legion was the real threat and accused him of stealing the Noctilucent pearls. He even suggested that Legion might have been responsible for the deaths of the Righteous Sword Sect assassin and Quan Hyukki. Daesan pressed further, seeking clarification, his tone dark and skeptical. Ingeol insisted that the boy had somehow defeated all their experts and barely let him escape with his life. Daesan, however, grew suspicious of the lack of pursuing martial artists and questioned why no one seemed to be following. Turning around in confusion, Ingeol tried to justify the absence, claiming that Legion must have fled upon sensing Deezen's presence. His words were cut short as Daesun placed a hand imbued with inner energy against his chest. Ingeol's mind reeled with confusion as his father made a grim decision. Daesun's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he executed his son. Inoue gasped in horror, covering her mouth as her eyes widened in shock at the sight. Blood trickled from Ingeol's lips as he tried to call out to his father. Daesun had always known his son was reckless, but he had never imagined the boy would go so far as to deceive his own father, driven by selfish ambition. In doing so, he had betrayed his own blood. The light in his son's eyes dimmed as Daesun watched, the weight of his actions settling upon him. In the end, it had fallen upon him to take his own son's life. As Ingeol's body collapsed lifeless to the ground, Daesun acknowledged this grim reality. The noctilucent pearls had to be hidden away nearby. That much was certain. But beyond that, it seemed his son had been scheming something more. The boy was no longer his child. Daesun announced these thoughts aloud, while Inoue remained frozen in shock. Ingeol lay there, his eyes open, yet devoid of life. From on top of the trees, Legion and Myong observed the moment Ingeol's fate was sealed. It was a fitting end for one as devious and cunning as he had been. Myong took a glance toward Legion to report. Myong had already sent both a map of the safe house and an anonymous letter. Anticipation stirred within Legion as he considered the unfolding events, a scenario of his own making. Inside, Daesun addressed the waiting figure, acknowledging the delay. A traitor had needed to be dealt with. Now that they had been brought to such a place, the guest finally spoke, questioning whether Daesun sought to join the Southern Peak Alliance's forces. Daesun pressed forward with his offer, reiterating that the Northern Heaven Supreme Alliance had turned against them. With the information he possessed, he would be an asset. Yet before he could say more, a sudden intrusion disrupted the exchange. A group of martial artists stormed inside. Demanding to know their identities, Daesun's voice rose in alarm. The leader of the intruders stepped forward, revealing that suspicious information had been received. Doubt had lingered, but the scene before him now confirmed the betrayal. Daesun had attempted to join the Southern Peak Alliance, yet it would not be so simple. The words belonged to Ban Nui, military advisor of the Northern Heaven Supreme. The accusation of betrayal caught Daesun off guard. From his perspective, it was they who had betrayed his family, not the other way around. Desperate to salvage the situation, he attempted to explain the misunderstanding. The Northern Heaven Supreme family had aided the Righteous Sword Sect, leading to the belief that they had been abandoned. Ban Nui interrupted with disbelief, dismissing the claim as nonsense. The reaction troubled Daesun. If it was not the Northern Heaven Supreme family, then another answer had to exist. His thoughts raced, recalling his son's suspicions. Legion, the one who might have killed the assassin in the Righteous Sword Sect, and Quan Hyukki. Realization struck, but before he could voice another word, steel found his throat. A sword had already pierced his neck. Makui's face registered surprise at the swiftness of the attack, while Inoue grasped the reality only a moment too late. Daesun turned, bewildered, as the blade slid deeper, struggling to grasp the stranger's identity. He wondered if the Northern Heaven Supreme family truly possessed such a formidable warrior all along. The question remained unanswered as life drained from him. With one final swing, the masked swordsman ended the leader of the Palm Essence Union. Makui shot to his feet as Inoue screamed, her cries lost in the inevitability of her father's demise. Ban Nui then shifted his attention, addressing Makui directly. If he was indeed the White Tiger Squad leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, it would be unwise to interfere recklessly. A warning delivered with merciless tone. Frustration simmered within Makui. He had been swept into matters beyond his control. A decision awaited regarding the woman. The masked man pointed his sword at Inoue's neck, awaiting orders. Ban Nui, sparing only a glance, gave his command. She was to be killed, the place burned. With that, the fate of the Palm Essence Union was sealed. Its leader, his son, and now his daughter, all perishing within their own safe house. Later, as the flames consumed what remained, Myong reported his next course of action. He would hire 50 reliable individuals, using them to maintain the new Wind Manor as a front, ensuring no suspicion arose. Legion acknowledged this with a brief response. The next steps were already set in motion. The businesses and clients once belonging to the Palm Essence Union would be seized. Myong was entrusted with handling it, with one caution. Attention from the four hegemons was to be avoided. Understanding the weight of the task, Myong gave his confirmation. Myong, after a glance toward his young master, questioned whether this ending was not to his liking. There was no hesitation in the response. One should get punished for one's crimes. Legion has no sympathy to spare for them. Yet, despite the certainty of his words, something weighed upon Legion's expression. Myong took notice, probing further. This Jianghu had once been the world his father spoke of, but that belief had eroded over time. Legion reflected on his past. His journey had begun at 10, a time of innocence when the world was still unknown. Back then, he had not even realized Myong had been following him. All he had wanted was to make his parents proud. Yet, the Jianghu he discovered bore no resemblance to the one his father had described. The truth had become evident. His father had been chasing nothing more than a dream. What he had truly learned through his wanderings was neither justice nor camaraderie. As he watched the building burn from atop the tree, the lesson solidified. It had only ever been about survival. How to avoid deception, how to deceive others, how to endure by any means necessary. Myong drifted into deep thought. Over the years, the young master had endured countless trials and suffered numerous wounds. His kindness toward Jianghu had been met only with sharp blades, and Myong could only hope those wounds had not scarred his heart too deeply. The young master had been so young then. Closing his eyes, he expressed his thought. Legion acknowledged this, noting that he had changed and was becoming an adult. Yet, Jianghu remained the same, where the righteous were made fools while the wicked prospered, a place where only the ruthless could survive. He saw no hope for change, not now, not ever. He questioned what his father had seen in Jianghu, whether there had been something he had failed to perceive. Myong listened as Legion declared his resolve, stating that he would not merely dream as his father had, but would turn his vision into reality. Inwardly, Myong considered how Legion, despite his actions, was perhaps trying his best to hate his father because Legion loved him the most. Even as he took wealth from the rich or lashed out at drunkard, he always tried to be searching for justification. This, Myong thought, was likely the last vestige of respect Legion still held for his father's ideals, a truly complicated emotion. The next morning at New Wind Manor, the spring breeze carried across the estate as Li Chu learned of the Palm Essence Union leader's demise and the fall of the Union itself. Soorin explained that Daesan had been punished for betraying the Northern Heaven Supreme family and aligning with the Southern Peak Alliance. Li Chu found the timing curious. Meanwhile, Ansu, seated beside her resting husband, marveled at Legion's martial prowess, crediting him for their survival. Soorin wondered how he had managed to construct such an impressive manor, and Ansu echoed the curiosity, expressing uncertainty about his origins as Li Chu gazed out the window. Li Chu then inquired about Cherion's whereabouts, to which Ansu revealed that she had gone to support Legion. He was participating in the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. The scene shifted to the tournament grounds, where Legion stood on the raised arena before a massive-built martial artist, while Cherion watched from the crowd. She cheered for him, calling his name, and in response, he offered a warm, calm smile, relieved by her presence. Seeing this, she sighed in relief, knew he did not need her encouragement. The announcement commenced for the first match of the preliminary round. Li Hyuk, the Wind Fist Demon, a renowned master of fist techniques from Guangdong, was introduced as the first contestant. Opposing him was a 20-year-old young man participating for the first time. Legion retained his warm, calm smile as he stretched his wrist. Among the spectators, some questioned his presence, while others shook their heads, doubting his survival in such a tournament. The moment his name was spoken, his demeanor shifted. Adopting a challenging stance, he raised his hand, signaling his opponent to come forward. Li Hyuk made the first move, launching a powerful punch toward Legion with his fist. Feigning weakness, Legion dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the strike as it crashed onto the floor where he had stood, shattering the arena tiles. Li Hyuk's eyes bore into Legion, his fighting spirit radiating from him. Meanwhile, Legion's face reflected both surprise and shock as he observed the immense power of the attack. In the next moment, Legion abruptly sprang to his feet and began to run, distancing himself from his opponent. The spectators burst into mockery at his behavior. One spectator shouted, remarking on how quick Legion was at running away. Another, laughing, wondered why Legion had entered the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament with such apparent lack of skill. A third added, questioning the purpose of the weapon on Legion's back, speculating it might be mere decoration. Without warning, Lee Hyuk executed a horizontal leg strike aimed at Legion. Once again, Legion dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow by rolling beneath the line of attack. Afterward, he quickly flipped onto his back and propelled himself into a crouching position. The spectators were surprised to see Legion perform the donkey roll, a move known among martial artists as a desperate and disgraceful attempt to evade an enemy's strike. A voice from the crowd called out, urging Legion to forfeit before he got seriously hurt, warning that he might die at this rate. Legion glanced briefly at the speaker. Another shouted at Lee Hyuk to end the fight quickly, addressing him as the Wind Fist Demon. Despite the spectators' harsh remarks, Lee Hyuk was silently impressed. Legion's movements, clumsy as they appeared, allowed him to dodge every one of Lee Hyuk's strikes by mere inches. Yet, Legion had not even attempted to strike back. In the next instant, Legion appeared right in front of Lee Hyuk, his arm extended and imbued with violet inner energy, poised to strike. To Lee Hyuk's surprise, Legion's fist landed with a soft tap on his forehead. The realization hit him. Legion had been playing with him the entire time. If he wished, Legion could have easily destroyed his head. Lee Hyuk collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed on Legion, drawing laughter from the spectators. One of them wondered aloud about the peculiar fist technique Legion had used, while another remarked that even their 5-year-old child could throw a stronger punch. What the spectators didn't know was that Lee Hyuk was battling the invasion of inner energy within his body. As he struggled, blood poured from his mouth, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. The spectators fell silent in an instant. Murmurs spread among them. One asked what had just happened, while another accused the fight of being rigged. The arena officers rushed to check on Lee Hyuk's condition. One man speculated that Lee Hyuk had suffered from chi deviation, a dangerous condition for any martial artists. Another suggested that the harmless blow from Legion must have been a heavy blow to Lee Hyuk's pride. Meanwhile, Cherian could only wonder, struggling to understand the events unfolding before her. The announcers declared Legion the winner of the round, though the spectators responded with mocking boos. One of them shouted, urging Legion to quit if he had any shame. Despite the discontent in the crowd, Legion wore a confident smile, leaving Cherian to wonder what he was plotting this time. Later that evening, the scene shifted to an extravagant pavilion where people gathered to gamble. Myung placed 100,000 Yang notes on the table, betting on Legion's victory. Behind him, Nain Lee Sang, Cheon Wak, and Yang Wayung prepared to place their own bets as well. Unaware of their identities, the shop manager was confused as to why Myung was placing such a large bet on Legion. He questioned whether Myung was referring to the young fighter who had barely survived the first round by sheer luck. Myung and his companions, however, only returned a silent stare. Wayung also placed 3,000 Yang on Legion. She glanced at the manager when he remarked that the odds were incredible. If Legion won, they would make 59 times their wager. The manager nodded, explaining the situation with a hint of amusement that everyone seemed to enjoy gambling. Cheon Wak rummaged through his robe and placed a box on the table, asking the shop manager if he could bet a blood poison pearl. The manager quickly confirmed, instructing them to wait while he verified the bet. Wayung, curious, asked when Cheon Wak had hidden the blood poison pearl, commenting that the more they could bet, the better. Cheon Wak replied briefly, stating that he wasn't betting on Legion. When asked who he was betting on, he answered, the nameless traveler. For a brief moment, both martial masters and Myung looked surprised at the mention of this name. Wayung asked again who the person was. Even Lee Sang and Myung were unfamiliar with him. It was only then that Cheon Wak revealed he was joining the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. The scene shifted to the New Wind Manor, where his face turned red with embarrassment. Wayung expressed her surprise, noting how this man had entered the competition without anyone knowing. Lee Sang commented on the strange name Nameless Traveler, calling it frumpy. Cheon Wak explained that he had simply come up with it on the spot. As the evening light bathed them in a serene glow, they all sat down to eat, along with Legion and Cherian. Legion slammed his glass on the table, frustrated, demanding why they hadn't stopped Cheon Wak from participating in the first place. Wayung reassured him, promising to ensure he was buried in a nice, sunny spot as she continued eating. Among them, Cherian felt out of place, especially with Wayung's piercing gaze fixed on her. Wayung remarked that Cherian reminded her of her younger self, causing Li Sang and Cheon Wak to spit their drinks out in surprise. Hua Young then turned to the two men, asking if they agreed, as she assured Cherian to speak comfortably, prompting an exasperated reaction from Li Sang and Cheon Wak. Li Sang, clearly tired of the conversation, admitted that Cherian did indeed resemble Hua Young. Legion muttered about the irony of an old man with no interest in wealth or fame joining the tournament. He then accused Cheon Wak of entering the competition just to fight him. The two elders, along with Cherian, turned toward Cheon Wak, curious about his reasons for participating. A wide smile spread across Cheon Wak's face as he responded that now that he knew Legion had inherited both the young ladies and Soorin's martial arts, he could no longer hold back. Legion smiled back, feeling optimistic in the face of the Demon Swords Challenge. Later that evening, as if on a date, Legion and Cherian stood on a bridge overlooking the lake, bathed in the moonlight on one side and twilight on the other. Legion expressed that he was in big trouble, unsure if he could win the tournament. He explained that he had to win to make his sect known and secure funds to keep it running. Cherian asked what they should do, to which Legion responded that he needed to eat a lot of meat. This prompted a nervous expression from her. Cherian questioned whether it was really okay for him to eat so much meat every day, especially since he had already eaten plenty. Legion assured her it was fine, explaining that he had mastered a martial art that transformed meat into vegetables within his body. Cherian, stunned, thought to herself that such a martial art didn't exist. Just then, a person arrived on the roof. Cloaked in robes with a messenger eagle flew to his hand. Legion asked what brought him there. The mysterious man explained that Legion had crossed the line. Legion, unfazed, knowing it must be his father, he questioned who decided where that line was, leaving the man silent. Without waiting for a response, Legion commanded the man to tell his father that he would conquer Jianghu. The mysterious man sent the eagle away, flying off to deliver Legion's message. The animal flew tirelessly, overseeing the serene beauty of the city and the twilight horizon. The scene shifted to a vegetable and fruit stall near a city gate. An eagle landed on a man's hand, unfazed by its sharp claws. A letter was tied to the eagle's leg. The stall was named Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water. Upon seeing the letter, the man immediately knew it was news about Legion. He muttered to himself. The moment he realized his son had joined the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, he wondered if Legion had finally matured. Jeok Soorin carried a dignified aura. His sharp eyes and the color of his pupils were a perfect match that of Legion's. In the end, it seemed his son was aiming to conquer Jianghu. The man spoke aloud, his voice laced with contemplation, as he pondered this realization. The morning of the next day, the fruit shop bustling with activity as people sorted goods and cleaned the area. Inside, Soorin stood at the doorway while his wife pointed out that she knew the carrier hawk, assuming it was news regarding their son. Soorin remarked in a nonchalant tone that Legion decided to conquer Jianghu. His wife expressed that, as their son, Legion was entitled to such ambitions and deserved to hold that kind of dream. Still, Soorin maintained that such a dream was best left unfulfilled, well aware of the perilous path it would lead him down. Not only because evildoers ran rampant, but also because even the Orthodox faction, who claimed to uphold justice, proved no different. His wife offered no response. Soorin then recalled that it had been 20 years since he and his wife had entered seclusion. Without delay, he turned toward her and proposed that they proceed to the central plain. At the same time, rain poured steadily at Divine Wind Manor. There, Myung reported to Legion that strange information had been gathered. Acting on prior instructions, they had been trading details with the Dark Arms merchant, who claimed that someone intended to sell 300 rounds of the exploding thunderbolt. Legion inquired, through his thoughts rather than words, if this weapon was the explosive device used by the Orthodox Alliance. Myung confirmed the reference and elaborated that even a single unit of the weapon possessed considerable power, suggesting that something was amiss. Determined to investigate further, Legion resolved to follow the Dark Arms merchant and discover the identity of the seller. Deep within the mountains, Bong Suchan advanced covertly through a dense forest amid the pouring rain, silently accepting that, now that he had sold the exploding thunderbolt, there was no turning back. For years, as an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, he had maintained a flawless double life as a secret agent for the Flying Swallowtail Association. However, after the failure of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament plan, the situation had shifted dramatically. The association had made him a scapegoat, placing the entire blame on his shoulders. Before him, one of the enforcers appeared and expressed profound disappointment. The man offered Suchan one last chance. He must detonate the exploding thunderbolts during the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. The order struck Suchan as nearly impossible. He felt singled out with a task that defied logic. Manipulating the previous tournament had proven nearly unachievable on his own, prompting the question of how success could be achieved at an event that gathered the most skilled masters. Moreover, General Military Advisor Ban Nui already harbored suspicions due to the earlier debacle at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Whether caught betraying the Northern Heaven Supreme family or failing at the Grand Tournament, Suchan realized that his fate was sealed. His only option appeared to be escaping with the money earned from selling the exploding thunderbolt. Suddenly, a man emerged and launched a surprise horizontal sword attack. In the nick of time, Suchan took a half-step to avoid what could have been a fatal blow. His mind raced as he recalled the ways of the Flying Swallowtail Association, questioning the identity of this mysterious assailant. The attacker, with cool precision, accused Suchan of not only ruining the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, but also betraying the Flying Swallowtail Association as the mysterious man then effortlessly cut a tree trunk bridge into pieces. Then, with a fierce shout, swung his sword towards Suchan's head as if to ask whether he appeared an easy target. In that desperate moment, Suchan's thoughts were filled with the grim certainty that he was about to meet his end. Yet, the assailant halted abruptly, his eyes widening in bewilderment as he struggled to understand how someone could subdue him. Suchan questioned the reason behind the man's sudden halt, considering whether his paralyzing point had been compromised or if someone else had intervened. At that moment, Legion appeared, landing gracefully on a piece of wood afloat on the river despite his weight. His arrival was as unexpected as it was intriguing. He nonchalantly noted that an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family was responsible for the incident at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Legion had donned a mask to conceal his identity, with Myong standing silently behind him. In a state of panic, Suchans questioned the identity of the two masked men, while the assassin's sword remained drawn as he could not move further, frozen in place. Legion then declared himself as Young Weedy of the Orthodox Path Alliance, a revelation that prompted a stunned reaction from Myong, who found himself at a loss for words. Suchan's mind raced with the possibility that the truth had already reached the Orthodox Path Alliance. Despite the obvious strangeness of the man from the Flying Swallowtail Association, Legion expressed mild amusement as he placed a hand on the man's head. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of energy emanated from within the man. His veins bulged, and his eyes swelled uncontrollably, leaving all present to confront a new and unforeseen development. In the next moment, the man's body exploded from within, sending surges of river water skyward. A torrent of blood poured in the rain, yet Legion remained unscathed despite his surprise at the spectacle. Myong observed the crimson downpour, while Suchan struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The river, painted red, bore the scattered remnants of the man's dismembered body. Myong suggested that he must have been rigged with a self-destruct mechanism if subdued. Legion voiced his deep disdain for the Flying Swallowtail Association, referring to them in contempt. He then addressed Suchan, implying that the latter surely understood the true nature of that organization, though Suchan chose to feign ignorance. Finding the response all too obvious, Legion murmured that it was precisely for this reason he had prepared something special. Taking out a small, green, ominous pill, he warned that swallowing it would inflict considerable pain. As he forced the pill down Suchan's throat, Legion cursed him, adding bitterly that, like a rat gnawing away at its surroundings, Suchan had eradicated every pillar of orthodox integrity. The moment the pill settled in his stomach, excruciating pain surged from the tips of his fingers to the top of his head. Suchan pleaded for mercy, exclaiming that his body felt as though it were being torn apart and promising to divulge everything he knew if spared. In response, Legion tossed him an antidote and remarked that if any words were to be uttered, they should have come sooner. He explained further that without a monthly dose of the antidote, this torment would recur. Almost immediately after taking the antidote, Suchan revealed that 12 years ago he had been approached by the association, subsequently rising to the rank of elder within the Northern Heaven Supreme family with their support. Since then, he had been receiving orders from them, a secret organization in which no one truly knew another. Disgusted, Legion exclaimed at the thoroughness of these bastards. Legion then imposed two demands upon Suchon. First, that every piece of information from within the Northern Heaven Supreme family be reported. And second, that any order from the Flying Swallowtail Association be immediately communicated. He promised that adherence to these orders would at least guarantee Suchon's survival. In response, Suchon declared his disbelief, insisting that such assurances were impossible. Legion fixed him with a dead-eyed stare, insisting that he simply need to believe. Inwardly, Suchon cursed his fate. He was now forced to serve as a secret agent for both the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the Orthodox Path Alliance under the banner of the Flying Swallowtail Association. Myong then transmitted a message to Legion, questioning the true aim of the Flying Swallowtail Association. For merely obliterating the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament with explosions seemed far too extreme. Legion concluded that a far greater objective must be at play, dismissing further speculation and urging Myong to focus on their own task. The tournament continued the next day amid a cacophony of bustling crowds. Up to that point, Legion had portrayed weakness and foolishness before the spectators, his victories appearing to be nothing more than strokes of luck. This led those wagering against him to condemn the bouts as invalid, while women, utterly captivated by his handsome features, cheered him on. In the subsequent match, Legion secured another win in the same unassuming manner and advanced to the main tournament, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. For the first round of the main tournament, Legion donned a red robe. The host announced that the fight would reveal whether Legion's wins was due to mere luck or genuine skill. Cherian, gazing in amazement, recognized his dear friend competing at this level. She mused that this was indeed the main tournament match, a spectacle that had drawn even the heirs of prestigious clans. Among the attendees were Yang Suchong of the Southern Peak Alliance with her Phoenix partner, the elegant Seol Bioqua of Greenwater Mountain, and Hagi of the Northern Heaven Supreme family accompanied by his Phoenix partner, the young Lady Sima. It was then declared that Legion, now revealed to hail from the Divine Wind Manor rather than the rootless martial artist he had previously claimed, would face Chusa of the Venomous Blade Sect. Chusa mocked him with a derisive remark, asserting that Legion remained as soft as a chick. Unperturbed, Legion turned to Cherian, who whispered concerns about the danger of the opponent who were using poison. She suggested to fight for real at such a critical moment. Legion explained that no further deception was needed. From the main stage onward, no new bets could be placed on the final winner. He added that the competition from that point on would be entirely started for real, his gaze shifting toward the pavilion reserved for VIPs. There, Cheon Mwak stood, brimming with anticipation at the prospect of trading blows with Legion. The young man shared the same excitement, eager for a bout with one of the top 10 martial masters known in the Central Plan, the infamous Demon Sword. Chusa, the deadly poisonous sword, lived up to his fearsome reputation. His blade, coated with venom, was as dangerous as his personality, and he was not well received by others. Yet, he was just as lethal as he was despised. Countless lives had been claimed by the slash of his venomous sword. A man nearby shook his head as he observed the situation, pitying the young fighter. He wondered why the young man had chosen to go up against Chusa. Beside him, Cherian watched in confusion, questioning whether the rumors were true. She asked if the man was really that dangerous. The man explained that even brushing against Chusa's venomous blade could prove fatal. He added that everyone who had faced Chusa in this tournament had met their end. Standing unfazed, Legion heard Chusa speak as he took his stance and brandished his poisonous blade, commenting that Legion must be lucky to come up to this stage. Legion, with a smirk forming on his lips, responded by pointing out that Chusa seemed to lack confidence in his swordsmanship, pointing out that Chusa had to coat his blade with venom to make it dangerous. In return, Chusa warned that everyone who provoked him this way had died, and with a manic smile, he attacked. The blur of motion was so fast that it seemed like Chusa had already struck Legion, but in an instant, Legion countered. With swift precision, he struck Chusa's wrist, causing the sword to slip from Chusa's grasp. Before Chusa could react, Legion took the venomous blade and stabbed it into Chusa's shoulder, sending him into a scream of agony. As if enjoying the pain he'd inflicted, Legion locked eyes with his opponent, his gaze cold, his smile chilling. In one smooth motion, he pulled the sword outward, cleaving through Chusa's arm. The entire sequence unfolded in a matter of seconds. leaving Chusa with no opportunity to retaliate. Legion stared down at his fallen opponent, showing no pity. He spoke coldly, telling Chusa that he would never be able to hold his sword again. As Chusa slumped to the ground, blood dripping from his wound, his vacant eyes stared down, unable to comprehend the strength of the boy before him. Cherian, along with the other spectators, watched in awe. The notorious deadly poisonous sword had been defeated in the blink of an eye. The crowd erupted into cheers, announcing Legion's victory. One spectator, still in shock, questioned how it had happened. Another explained that Legion had struck Chusa with a single blow. Suchong, unable to contain his disbelief, stood abruptly. His Phoenix partner, Seolha, remained seated, as though expecting this outcome. Suchong questioned Legion's immense strength, recalling how little he had stood out during the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. He also wondered about Legion's origins, questioning the reputation of the Divine Wind Manor, as he had never heard of it. Yet Legion displayed such martial prowess. Meanwhile, Hagi, sitting in his seat, was deep in thought. He had already known that Legion was no ordinary up-and-coming fighter. He wondered where Legion had come from, and whether winning the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament was truly his goal. Legion waved and smiled at the cheering spectators, grateful for their support. Later that day, he and Cherian visited an inn to eat. A customer expressed satisfaction over Chusa's defeat, calling it deserved. Another complimented Legion, saying they had known he had a trick up his sleeve and encouraged him to make the next match just as thrilling. Legion greeted them with a smile, inviting everyone to come watch the next round. He sat down, appreciating the warmth of the recognition. He mused to himself that the popularity he had gained was certainly nice, chuckling lightly. Cherian observed him thoughtfully. Most people feared to approach those who made it to the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament finals, but Legion was different. She concluded that he was truly something extraordinary. Nearby, a man spoke aloud, wondering if one particular contestant had become the most popular contestant in the tournament. Another man confirmed that no one had been able to remove the hat that the nameless traveler wore, solidifying his mysterious persona. The conversation continued, one man recalling how he had heard the sound of the nameless traveler's sword being unsheathed and then quickly returned to its scabbard. In that brief moment, he had defeated his opponent, making it to the final round in the same swift manner each time. Contrast to how Legion had seemingly went to the final match with mere luck. Listening, Cherian found it hard to believe such a feat from the nameless traveler. On the other hand, Legion muttered that things were becoming troublesome, realizing something was amiss. When Cherian asked if he was worried, she mistook his concern for nervousness about the upcoming final round. Legion, feeling the emptiness in his pockets, explained that he had forgotten his money pouch, though hunger gnawed at him. Cherian, without hesitation, decided to treat him. Legion immediately began listing every dish he could think of, from chicken, duck, fish, beef, and drinks, not wanting to miss anything. However, Cherian's response deflated him when she revealed that she had only brought 2 niang with her. Legion, ever the optimist, suggested that they eat then wash the dishes afterward, prompting Cherian to laugh in delight. Out of nowhere, Seolha appeared and offered to treat them to the food. Cherian, surprised, called her name aloud. Bioqua, turning to face her, congratulated her for becoming the Phoenix in the previous tournament. She then turned to Legion, thanking him for his actions at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Though she had passed out during the incident, she somehow realized that Legion had been the one to defeat the Demon Scourge. Uninterested, Legion suggested that Bioqua direct her thanks to Suchong, the young master, instead. Bioqua, not fooled by his suggestion, expressed her disbelief. Conceding, Legion told her to think whatever she wished. Meanwhile, Cherian, watching Bioqua start a conversation with Legion, couldn't help but be taken aback. Looking at her deep in thought, Legion reassured her with a grin, claiming that he was only devoted to one person. Cherian, startled by his comment, asked what he meant, and Legion laughed heartily in response. Before leaving, Bioqua called Legion over, calling him truly mysterious one. The day of the final round of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament arrived, and the spectator seats were packed to capacity. The excitement was palpable, and one spectator remarked on the surprises this year's tournament had brought. Another agreed, commenting that no one could have predicted the 2 combatants who had reached the final. Cherian, observing the change in atmosphere, thought to herself that the energy in the tournament hall felt different this time. Beside her, Weryong, standing with her, asked if Cherian was worried. She confirmed that she was, and they began discussing Legion's opponent's formidable martial arts skills. Weryong shared that it had been a long time since she had seen the demon sword abilities, expressing her anticipation to witness the fight. She further elaborated, explaining that among his peers, the demon sword had no equal for a long time. She added that no matter who won, it would not be an easy victory. On the arena stood Legion, facing Cheonwak, known throughout the world as the Demon Sword. Cheonwak had entered the tournament under the name of the Nameless Traveler. The crowd erupted in cheers, with one spectator shouting that they had bet on Nameless Traveler from start. Another yelled out that the Nameless Traveler would win. Cheonwak, a true warrior at heart, expressed that despite being the young Mrs. Blood, this was still a match, and he would fight with all his might. His inner energy surged, reflecting his determination to give his all in the fight. Legion closed his eyes, focusing his mind on the peerless master before him. He unveiled the demonic bladed on his back, an inheritance from his mother, a weapon he had carried for over a decade through the Jianghu. As he drew the blade, demonic energy surged from it, making the sword seem to burn with power. Legion's gaze locked on a Cheonwak as he prepared to give everything in this fight. In an instant, Legion disappeared, appearing before Cheonwak in the blink of an eye, his sword already swinging. The excitement on their faces was unmistakable, and finally, they would face each other in battle. Legion understood Cheonwak's feelings, and that understanding fueled his own resolve. This fight was not just about securing funding for his sect, because it was also an opportunity to test the true power of this peerless master. The instant their swords collided, a formation art was deployed. The Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament arena shifted into a barren, dry, and empty land. Only the four who had come with Legion, Cherian, Wayang, Nain Li Sang, and Myong, were able to witness the battle between him and the Demon Sword. Cheonwak could barely contain his excitement. He expressed that this was what he considered a real fight. Cherian, astonished, remarked that she had never seen a formation art that could alter the surroundings like this. Wayang explained that, long ago, she had sought out the one known as the god of battle formations. She described how, for those outside the formation, an illusion was created showing a completely different battle from what was truly occurring. These martial arts techniques, she added, were not meant to be revealed carelessly to just anyone. She clarified that only those present could witness the real fight. Cherian silently wondered whether Legion and Elder Cheonwak had made it to the finals without revealing their true skills. Wayang urged her to watch closely, warning that this would be a once-in-a-lifetime battle. On the arena, Legion brought his massive blade down, seemingly slicing the demon sword in half. The blade's impact struck the ground, destroying it. Appearing from behind, Cheonwak was filled with excitement as his sword readied for a strike. In an instant, Legion turned around and blocked the incoming strike. Legion mused that Cheonwak must have expected him to block it. Cheonwak agreed, stating it was only natural because it was Legion. The young master tightened his grip on his blade and began a barrage of attacks on the demon sword. One strike after another, they traded blows. Legion refused to give in, while Cheonwak reveled in the battle's intensity. Cheonwak expressed that Legion was doing well and should continue pressing on. Legion swung his sword once more, but something felt wrong. Cheonwak was not holding back. Blood was drawn as the first wound was inflicted. Cherian watched in surprise, while Myong, Nain Li Sang, and Wayang also realized what was happening. Legion took the blow to his left hand, staining his white robe with blood. The blood trickled from the wound as Legion's expression remained cold, his eyes locked onto his opponent. Cheonwak declared that when he had said he wouldn't regret killing Legion, he hadn't been making empty threats. He challenged Legion once again, his inner energy barely contained due to his excitement. He demanded that Legion use his martial art, or else he would die. Legion tightened his grip on his blade, and a particular type of inner energy surged forth. With a sinister smile, Legion asked if it was time to fight for real. His face lacked any trace of empathy, and a dark crimson aura began to envelop him. The sword's flame grew stronger. Legion assumed his stance, and the aura around him intensified, as if he were engulfed in fire. Cherian observed, realizing the energy was demonic energy. Her suspicions were confirmed that Legion had ties to the demonic cult. She reflected on her vague suspicion, and it deepened as she understood Legion's connection. Legion chanted that the demonic path begins with the wind. Cheonwak grinned widely, urging Legion to use the power. Cheonwak was thrilled, as every member of the demonic cult dreamed of witnessing the heavenly demon's special martial art, the 9 Calamities demon blade forms, at least once in their lifetime. Legion completed his chant and opened his eyes, unleashing the power of his technique. The first form, Wind Strike Force. As if commanding the wind, Legion's strike charged. Cheonwak raised his sword, gathering his inner energy in an attempt to block the strike. But the technique was so powerful that it sliced through his defense, cutting his shoulder. Despite Legion having less internal energy, the strike's potency was undeniable. Legion continued, chanting the next form, Thunder Strike Force. He hovered in the air, summoning thunder to strike Cheonwak. The thunder descended and hit the mark, decimating the ground beneath him. Legion waited for the dust to settle, watching to see the outcome of Cheonwak's defense. With a sudden burst of energy, Cheonwak leaped through the air toward Legion, his blade ready to strike, his eyes filled with determination. Legion acknowledged his opponent's excellence, while Cheonwak returned the compliment, stating that Legion had exceeded his expectations. In the air, they traded blows, each evenly matched despite Legion's lower internal energy. Legion stood firm, wielding both the technique and sword he had inherited from his mother. His dark crimson barrier of inner energy met Cheonwak's dark purple barrier, a testament to the immense experience and power that the demon sword possessed. To think martial artists of this caliber existed, Cherian thought, shivering as she considered her own abilities, which seemed like child's play in comparison. Her eyes widened as she watched Legion fight in the sky. She thought to herself, as though he were a heavenly deity. Legion chanted the 5th form, Dragon Strike Force, and performed a technique that allowed him to manifest a dragon of blood from the demonic inner energy he possessed. He waved his hand, commanding the dragon to swallow Cheonwak whole. The dragon charged, its mouth wide open. The old man stood still, initially surprised by Legion's mastery. When the dragon collided with the ground, an explosion erupted. The old man, Nain Li Sang, tried to approach, but Wayang held him back, confident that everything would be fine. Cherian's eyes widened even further in surprise as she witnessed the sheer intensity of the martial technique exchange. Bloodied and battered, Cheonwak stood his ground, supporting himself with his sword. Once the dust settled, he turned his gaze upward to see Legion still hovering effortlessly in the air. To Legion's surprise, a hearty laugh burst from him. He laughed, acknowledging Legion's power, recognizing the bloodline that ran through him. Legion stared down silently, controlling his breathing after performing such a massive technique. Cheonwak then spoke with resolve, suggesting that they settle the fight with their ultimate technique. He brandished his sword, and his inner energy flared once again. Cherian wondered aloud what was happening. Wayang revealed that Cheonwak was preparing to use the demon sword's special martial art, the strongest sword technique that had earned him the title of Demon Sword. Wayang elaborated, noting that only if Legion unleashed the 7th and final form of the 9 Calamities demon blade forms would he be able to withstand the attack. However, doing so would come at a cost. The demon blade would consume him. Mountainous waves of inner energy surged from Cheonwak's body, focusing into his sword. Cheonwak showed fierce determination, signaling that he would not hold back with his strike. He swung his sword in an arc, sending forth a dark purple sword wave. Legion, poised and prepared, was ready with his own blade to counter. He chanted the 7th form, Demon Strike Force. With all the demonic inner energy he could muster, he combined it with the demon blade and swung it in retaliation. Elsewhere, Soorin walked through a plain filled with blooming flowers, holding his wife's hand. She asked him what was on his mind as they walked. He mused that he had been pondering why Legion would chase such an impossible dream of conquering the world. His wife responded, holding a flower in her hand, explaining that Legion sought it because he carried her blood. She reminded Soorin that she had once been called Rakshasa. Soorin retorted, insisting that it was a stretch, though he looked at her fondly. She replied that one couldn't fool blood. Legion was driven by instinct because he carried her lineage. Something deep within him surged and consumed him, giving him an uncontrollable urge for destruction. Just as his mother intuition, Legion charged forward with that very urge to destroy that the demon blade had instilled in him. But instead of focusing on Cheon-wak, his eyes shifted to Cherion. In that moment, the destructive urge within Legion were fading. Cherion was the one who reminded him of his father, someone who valued righteousness over Orthodox affiliation, just like his father. One who dreamed of a better world, the sentiment his father once told upon him. This realization enraged Cheon-wak, who shouted in frustration, unable to understand Legion's sudden shift in focus. Legion met the wave of the demon's sword's attack head-on. However, he had already canceled the demonic inner energy he had mustered. Cherion widened her eyes in horror, fearing Legion might be hurt. Myong screamed for Legion, noticing that he was about to take the demon sword's strongest attack head-on. But just as the force of the demon sword's strength collided with him, a calm, serene inner energy emerged, like water flowing in Legion's sword swing. Myong was stunned. He had witnessed his young master unsheath his father's sword. Legion wielded the very blade he had sworn never to use in his ambitions. Chanting the greatest of all time, gentleman's sword technique, the very one his father had bestowed upon him, Legion prepared for the final clash. Legion discarded the Hell's Blade, and it struck the ground, embedding itself deep within. Cherion noticed the sword now in Legion's hand, the one that had once belonged to Legion's father, a weapon he had sworn never to use. The heavenly demon soul that Legion had summoned earlier faded as his eyes cleared. With a simple swing of his sword, Legion left a serene energy in its wake, as if drawing water along the path of his blade. Still floating in the air, as if swallowing the sun, Legion shone brightly, replacing the sky itself. He had become the star of righteousness, just as his father had wished for his place in the Jianghu. In an instant, with barely a breath's passing, Legion descended, his sword slashing as if to sever his opponent. Cheon-wak could barely process what had happened before the force of Legion's strike crashed down upon him. The blow merely grazed his arm, but Cheon-wak could feel his internal energy being drained, the ground splintering beneath the overwhelming force. He was left wondering what martial arts Legion was using. Myong and Nain Lisang stood, witnessing the true strength of the young master against such a seasoned fighter. Cherion stood frozen, at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the serene purity of Legion's martial arts after having witnessed his use of demonic techniques. Unmoved, Wayang muttered that the fight was over, seemingly expecting Legion to emerge victorious. At that moment, the formation faded and the barren land abruptly shifted with a loud sound of rubble. Two figures stood atop the arena. Legion, still holding his father's sword, his white robe now stained with red, and his opponent, still on his knee, shrouded in unsettled dust. The change in the arena caught the attention of the crowd, with many shouting in confusion, wondering what had happened. One spectator remarked that the dust was too thick to see anything, while another questioned the sudden eruption of the sandstorm. Cherion wondered aloud whether the location had reverted to its original state. By her side, Wayang provided the answer, explaining that the formation art had been dispelled, and they had returned to reality. A spectator called out, identifying the figure as the nameless traveler, his identity finally revealed. Cheon-wak, still kneeling, lowered his gaze in fear of being recognized, his focus on circulating his inner energy to seal the wound in his arm. The crowd erupted in realization. The nameless traveler had finally revealed himself. A spectator exclaimed in shock. Just then, Legion offered Cheon-wak his bamboo hat back. Unfazed by the battle that had just unfolded, Legion smiled warmly as he extended the hat. He carried with him both the righteous aspirations of his father and the demonic legacy of his mother. His smile was innocently kind, devoid of malice. Cheon-wak muttered to himself, expressing disappointment at not witnessing the seventh form of the 9 Calamities demon blade technique. If Legion had used that technique without hesitation earlier, he would have already been dead. With that thought, Cheon-wak reluctantly accepted the gesture, his voice low as he acknowledged his defeat. His understanding deepened. Witnessing the 9 Calamities Demon Blade technique was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and as a member of the Heavenly Demon cult, it would not be a dishonor to have been defeated. The crowd was silent, struck speechless as the nameless traveler admitted his loss. Even the Southern Peak Alliance's leader, along with his most trusted subordinate, struggled to grasp the full scope of what had just transpired. On the other side of the arena, the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, with his grandson, shared the same confusion. Lady Sima stood apart, watching alone, shocked by the turn of events. Among the spectators, Cherian was the only one who truly understood what had happened within the formation art. A faint gleam of relief appeared on her face, with the realization that Legion, her friend, came out all right. Finally, the announcer's voice rang out, marking the end of the battle. The winner of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament was Jeok Legion, the youngest to ever win the prestigious competition. A new hero had been born in the Jianghu, and cheers erupted from the crowd, shouting Legion's name. Yet, Legion's mind wandered. He had sworn never to wield his father's sword in front of Cherian in passing of time. In the end, Legion had ended up using it, both to defeat and to save Cheon Mwak, his martial senior turned companion. That night, the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament congratulatory banquet was held. A girl who caught a glimpse of Legion shouted, recognizing him as the tournament's winner. Another girl exclaimed in surprise at how young he was. 2 girls approached Legion, who was leisurely walking with Cherian to enjoy the banquet, and offered their congratulations. One of the women asked if people often told him he was handsome. Legion responded smoothly, saying it happened all the time. Inherited both of his parents' striking appearance, Legion made no effort to hide his charm, clearly making an impact on the girls. The 2 girls erupted, clearly enjoying their conversation with Legion. However, Cherian watched quietly, noticing how popular Legion really was. Having spent her entire life honing her sword skills, she found herself a little awkward when interacting with others. Legion turned to Cherian and suggested they eat until their stomachs exploded. Cherian hesitated for a moment before asking if he was sure he didn't need to rest, as his injuries looked quite serious. Legion teased her, asking if she was worried about him. Cherian glanced at him, but did not respond. After their exchange on the life and death bridge, she had come to wonder whether Legion was always joking. At that moment, Chance, the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, approached to greet Cherian. He told her it had been a while, and she responded with a respectful greeting. Chance then expressed that he had been wanting to meet her and believed she would be a good match for their young master, Hagi. He asked what she thought about it, though it was clear from his tone that it was more of a demand than a question. Caught off guard by the suggestion, Cherian stammered in response. She had never spoken to young Master Hagi, and the idea seemed nonsensical to her. The onlookers began murmuring, speculating about the meaning of the interaction. Some wondered if the Northern Heaven Supreme family was trying to arrange a marriage with the Righteous Sword Sect, while others were unsure about Chance's intentions. Chance continued, explaining that he had been observing the Righteous Sword Sect for some time and believed that Cherian would make an ideal partner for Hagi. Startled, Cherian could not find the words to refuse. Before she could respond, Legion interrupted, stating that Cherian liked someone else. He said it casually, as if speaking to an innkeeper, showing no concern for the conversation's seriousness. Cherian turned to him, surprised by his words. Legion smiled, expressing to the cursed old man that she liked him. One of the onlookers commented that Legion was being disrespectful to the family head, while another murmured that he must have lost his mind. However, Chance remained silent, deep in thought. Chance finally spoke, acknowledging Legion's confidence. He expressed that he could understand why Cherian liked him. Still grinning, Legion responded that he didn't compare to Chance's grandson, but he liked Cherian a lot as well. He then pleaded for Chance to give up on her, his tone sounding almost as if he were begging, but his gaze was cold and piercing, as if ready to break the patriarch's bones if necessary. Chance was taken aback by Legion's boldness. He thought to himself that the young man had great courage, not just in his martial arts, but also in his words. The onlookers were furious, one shouting in disbelief at Legion's arrogance. He questioned whether Legion was acting this way just because he had won the tournament, daring to show such disrespect to the Northern Heaven Supreme family head. With a chilling tone, Legion responded by posing a question of his own. He asked if the man was suggesting that he should just hand over the woman he liked to the Northern Heaven Supreme family head. His tone, though youthful, was filled with unwavering determination. The man barked back, demanding Legion watch his words in front of adults. Legion mused silently, noting how adults were quick to laugh and be cordial when their expectations were met. But the moment things didn't go their way, they turned into ungrateful bastards. His thoughts continued, criticizing how they never stopped to think about how suffocatingly outdated their standards were, nor did they show any interest in change. Watching his behavior, Cherian couldn't help but wonder why Legion was so riled up. Normally, he would just laugh and brush off such comments, but now he seemed genuinely upset. Another man, trying to impart wisdom, told Legion he would understand when he was older how immature his actions were. Legion's reply came swiftly, flat and certain, stating that he doubted it. He wouldn't grow old like them, he said. His thoughts on growing old were simple. It didn't automatically grant respect. At that moment, someone from the crowd called his name. Legion already knew who it was, and his gaze stayed fixed on the person who had spoken. On the other hand, Cherian and Chance turned to see who was calling out to the tournament's winner. It was Legion's father, parting through the crowd to approach his son. Legion greeted him casually, not bothering to offer any formalities or respect, simply acknowledging his father's arrival. Jeok Soorin, known as the Rising Hero, was Legion's father. He had been cast out of the martial world by his own father after being love-struck by a young woman named Seolha. Seeing him, one of the men from the crowd mocked Legion's father, suggesting that Soorin should educate his son, wondering how Legion had turned out the way he had. Without hesitation, the wife responded, telling the man to shut up and retire to a corner, mocking him for his age. Her tone was clear, laced with ridicule. The man, startled by the woman's response, could only stammer in disbelief. After a brief pause, Chance stood in silence, trying to piece together what was truly happening. Cherian, her expression unreadable, remained just as still, though her beauty remained undeniable. Then, Legion's mother, Seolha, stepped forward. Her voice rang out, sharp and fierce, as she scolded the man for daring to point fingers at someone else's son. Legion, watching his mother, let out a sigh, a small smile forming on his lips. Seolha's presence was striking. Her gentle eyes showed excitement to see her son, and her beauty was unrivaled. Sharp nose, full lips, and snow-white skin like jade. Despite being in her 40s, her slender figure and youthful appearance made it hard to believe she was that age. Shared the same fate, she was cast out from the heavenly demon cult after being love-struck by a young man named Jeok Soorin. The two old men immediately shuddered at the appearance of Legion's mother, who seemed no older than a young lady. Even Chance, the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, could feel the domineering presence of the woman. Seolha radiated an eerie, demonic energy that could not be described in words. It was as if one were gazing into the abyss, and she, in turn, gazed back. However, Cherian merely observed them, wondering if they could truly be Legion's parents. Jeok Soorin and Seolha appeared to be in their 20s, an age that surprised anyone who saw them. No one would have guessed they had a son who was already in his 20s. One of the old men stuttered in an attempt to justify the situation, claiming that there had been a misunderstanding and that the young lad had been rude. But Chance quickly interrupted, explaining that no matter what the child had said, it was disrespectful to insult his parents. It was then that Chance realized the immense power Legion wielded, so he spoke with a measured tone. The old man admitted his fault, acknowledging that his words had slipped. As Chance excused himself, his mind raced. He now knew that Legion's mother was no ordinary woman. Looking at Legion's father, who appeared just as young but exuded no commendable inner energy, Chance felt a strange, unfathomable sensation from the man. He made a mental note to look into the matter further and left, leaving the two parents to reunite with their son. Once they were alone, Soorin immediately scolded Legion for his immature actions. He told him to refrain from such behavior. However, Legion responded, declaring that he had done nothing wrong. His words, though defiant, stemmed from the bitterness he felt towards his father's expectations of Jianghu. He continued, expressing his disdain for the way his father constantly tried to impose his beliefs and the flawed example he had set. His words were those of a teenager, frustrated and rebellious. Soorin listened intently, his sharp eyes fixed on his son. Though he missed him dearly, it was clear that their conflict stood in the way of reconciliation. Meanwhile, Cherian quietly observed the scene, contemplating the reason behind Legion's outburst. She realized that his actions, unlike his usual self, were likely prompted by the presence of his parents. He wanted his father to hear everything. Equally longing for her son, Seolha sighed at the sight and stepped forward, positioning herself between the two men. Her gesture seemed intended to stop the arguing, as when Legion left for his travels, he was only a 10-year-old boy. Now, he stood before her as a grown man. In response, Soorin closed his eyes, as if relenting in his urge to continue lecturing his son. Seolha spoke softly, noting how much Legion had grown in their time apart. Legion, showing a small smile, addressed his mother and suggested that they should head back first, saying there was much for them to catch up on. The four of them then made their way back to the Divine Wind Manor the Sect Legion had created. Rather than meeting with their longtime subordinates, they found themselves seated with the leader of the Righteous Sword Sect and his wife. Suchong clasped his hands together in gratitude, expressing how much he appreciated Legion's efforts in saving their family. Soorin, acknowledging Suchang's words, responded that he hoped his son had not caused too much trouble. Seolha, likewise, spoke of how kind and beautiful their daughter was, her words also accompanied by the clasp of hands. On the other hand, Cherian, sitting nervously, wondered what was happening. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, leaving her confused. The six of them sat together, two young martial artists, a man and a woman, with their parents on each side, as if they were in some kind of suitor meeting. Suchong praised Legion, commenting on his wonderful character and stating that there was truly no one like him in Jianghu. Normally, Legion would have responded with a jest, perhaps making a joke about it being obvious. However, he didn't even glance at his father, despite being in the same room. Cherian noticed this, feeling the tension. As she looked at Legion, her gaze shifted to Seolha, who returned her look with a warm smile. Seolha then addressed her, asking if she was Cherian and how the two of them had met. Cherian was caught off guard by the question. Before she could answer, however, Legion nonchalantly interrupted, explaining that they had met on the streets. His tone shifted slightly as he mentioned that they had met again at a bar, an encounter he seemed to find amusing. Cherian, frustrated by the way Legion described their meeting, let out a cry of frustration. While his account was truthful, the way he said it made it sound crude. Soorin placing his drinking cup down, he seemed to take his time before speaking. He reminded them both that while it was good to be close, there should be proper boundaries between men and women, even for martial artists. He sternly told his son to act with more decorum. Legion merely glanced at him, acknowledging his father's words. It was clear that he was still angry with his father for the false beliefs about Jianghu he had been taught. Later, in the serene pond within the Divine Wind Manor, the area illuminated by the soft light of the moon and adorned with falling petals, Legion walked across the surface. His steps were as light as air, leaving only ripples behind as he made his way into the center of the pond. Cherian watched from the bridge, amazed at how effortless it seemed for him to walk on water. At the center of the pond, Legion stood, playing with the fallen petals from the plump blossom tree. To Cherian, who accompanied him that evening, he appeared as a peerless master, trying to calm the turmoil within his heart. She marveled at the effortless way he glided across the water, and she couldn't help but wonder when she would reach such a level of mastery. Her thoughts were interrupted when Legion finally spoke. He voiced his frustration with his father, mocking the notion of proper boundaries between men and women and the idea of acting with more decorum. Legion was clearly upset, his anger stemming from the realization that what his father had taught him about Jianghu had been nothing more than lies and misplaced beliefs. With a jest, Legion declared that he would eat all the meat he wanted the next day, prompting a smile from Cherian. Moments like these made Legion seem like a child again, and Cherian thought to herself that she appreciated this side of him. His frustration, though intense, appeared almost adorable to her. Legion continued, casually remarking that his father wouldn't simply sit back and watch him conquer the world. As he spoke, he circulated his inner energy, swirling the wind with his hand. Cherian, now fully believing that Legion's ambition was not a jest, asked him what he planned to do next. The wind surged around Legion's hand, lifting petals and water from the pond as if they were dancing in his grasp. He glanced at Cherian briefly before returning to his playful actions. Without moving a muscle, using only his inner energy, he caused the water and petals around him to surge outward, as if some force from within him was propelling them. Legion seemed resolved, determined to fight it out, the wishes and beliefs of Jianghu that his father had with his own ambition, to make it a reality. When he returned to the bridge, Cherian, her curiosity piqued, asked if his father was as strong as him. Legion admitted that, compared to his father, he still had a long way to go. Cherian, sensing the depth of Legion's strength, pressed further, asking about his mother. Legion paused before revealing that his mother was about equal to his father in strength. Cherian was taken aback, amazed by the revelation. She exclaimed how incredible that was and added that it was the first time she had seen someone so beautiful. With a small smile, Legion responded that his mother had been covering her face for the past 20 years, even using the reverse transformation technique to hide her true appearance. Puzzled, Cherian asked why she would do such a thing. Legion explained that his mother's beauty, if revealed, could have led to complications, especially considering her past. His parents had to live in hiding, enduring years of secrecy just to be together. Cherian couldn't help but wonder what circumstances could have led to such sacrifices, her thoughts drifting into deeper reflection. Legion then mentioned the technique he had used during their final match, revealing that it had belonged to his mother. He asked if Cherian was curious about how his mother had come to know the Heavenly Demon's signature martial arts. The mention of the demonic cult caused Cherian's expression to become serious. Cherian had been surprised and frightened when she learned the truth, but she believed that what mattered most was the heart of the person. Cherian, though aware of the possible connection to the demonic cult, was not afraid. She smiled, telling Legion that nothing about him surprised her anymore. Legion understood the significance of her words, returned her smile warmly. Meanwhile, deep within a mountain range, where various peaks dotted the horizon, the Heavenly Demon Palace stood at the center of the demonic cult. A subordinate approached the Heavenly Demon, reporting that Seolha, Legion's mother, had made her return to the martial world. The Heavenly Demon, as if not surprised, asked if she had been seen with that bastard, Soorin. The subordinate confirmed. The Heavenly Demon pondered the situation, realizing that the news of Seolha's reappearance must have already reached the Orthodox alliance. After 20 years of silence, she had resurfaced to meet her son. The subordinate also revealed that Legion was active in Jianghu, with ambitions to conquer the world. Sitting on his throne, the Heavenly Demon reflected on the years he had spent casting out his second-born daughter, Seolha, forcing her into hiding to live a life with the man who had stolen her heart. Now, her son's ambitions were drawing her back into the martial world. Among the high-ranking martial figures present, one man, likely the Heavenly Demon's firstborn, remarked on Legion's ambition, smiling at the thought that his nephew might have inherited such a drive, one that his parents had been willing to sacrifice so much for. However, no one else dared to speak further. Yu Jinshin, the Heavenly Demon, sneered, calling Legion an arrogant bastard. The following morning, Wayang was in the garden at the Divine Wind Manor, carefully plucking weeds from the soil. She expressed how Legion had even managed to set up a small garden here. Taking care of it herself brought her a quiet sense of satisfaction, which was evident in the pleasant expression on her face. Nain Lisang stood nearby and, noticing her method of pulling weeds by hand, asked why she bothered with such an approach. Wayang responded with a playful tone, explaining that the enjoyment lay in tending to the garden personally. She believed that doing things with one's own hands was what made it satisfying. Meanwhile, Cheon Wax, sitting nearby, appeared lost in thought, reflecting on his recent defeat at the hands of the young Master Legion, who was barely 20 years old. Sensing the middle-aged man's troubled state, Wayang offered him some words of comfort. She reassured him that there was no reason to be disheartened, explaining that Legion's martial arts were simply on a different level. She made sure to emphasize that Mwak had not lost as a martial artist. It was just the difference in the level of the martial arts. Cheon Mwak's face remained still. He knew that if Legion had used the 9 Calamities demonic technique without holding back, he wouldn't have made it out of the match alive. Curious about the martial art Legion had used in their final battle, Cheon Mwak turned to the elders and asked what it had been. Wayang glanced at Nain Lisang, wondering if he would reveal the name of the technique. Nain Lisang answered, telling Cheon Mwak that he would find out sooner or later, so he spoke of it. The technique Legion used was called the Galactic Meteor Sword from the Whirlwind Clan. Mwak's surprise was evident as he expressed that he had never heard of the Galactic Meteor Sword or the Whirlwind Clan. Nain Lisang went on to explain that the Whirlwind Clan kept mostly to themselves, staying out of the affairs of the Jianghu, but all the 9 great clans, as well as the Orthodox faction alliance, owed them a great deal. He continued, adding that he had been protecting Legion's father for 2 decades, as he was the legitimate successor of the Whirlwind Clan. If Cheon Mwak has the heavenly demon divine cult as his origin, he would understand the significance of the Whirlwind Clan to the old man, Li Sang elaborated. Cheon Mwak still processing this, as Legion chimed in, saying how he had not known all the details. Legion casually walked in and remarked that it must have been the first time Cheon Mwak had met his father. He seemed unfazed, revealing that the depth of his origin meant little to him. Now more curious, Cheon Mwak asked whether the last strike in the final match had been a martial art of Legion's father. Legion confirmed this, adding that it had been a long time since anyone had fought with such intensity. Cheon Mwak responded with a jest, commenting that Legion's father was more handsome than he was. Legion teased him back, claiming that the old man clearly had no sense of aesthetics. Elsewhere, Jeok Soorin sat by his room's window, gazing at the divine wind manor that Legion had built. Seolha approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist and sensing his unease. She asked what was troubling him, resting her head against his back. Still looking out at the manor, Soorin spoke aloud, wondering what kind of money Legion had used to build such an impressive estate. However, Seolha calmly reassured him, stating that Legion was not the type to take riches from innocent people. She spoke fondly of their son, remarking on how proud she was of him. Still pondering, Soorin voiced a request. He asked if Seolha could leave matters concerning Legion to him, especially regarding the impossible dream Legion had. Seolha countered, asserting that it was exactly the kind of dream worth chasing. Soorin turned to face her, expressing his belief that the dream Legion pursued was unattainable. Though she loved and respected Soorin, she felt strongly that he could not leave everything about their son in his hands alone. With admiration in her eyes, Seolha explained that trying to forcefully stop Legion could result in losing him forever. Soorin, despite his firmness, ran a hand over her face, speaking of how she always worried about both him and Legion. Seolha fell into his embrace. In her mind, she spoke softly of her desire to protect them both. She wished that neither of them would suffer, even if it meant the entire Jianghu world was drenched in blood. Later, Legion took Cherian on a trip to a peculiar restaurant at the edge of the village. Having spent much of her time focusing on her martial arts, Cherian found it difficult to enjoy alcohol, commenting on how bitter it tasted. Legion remained silent, observing her as she tried new experiences. Cherian voiced her confusion, questioning why people drank something so unpleasant. Explaining casually, Legion told her that most people didn't drink for the taste. Only true alcoholics found pleasure in the flavor. Curious, Cherian asked why anyone would drink then. Legion responded that it started out as a social activity, a way to bond with others, but eventually it became about the feeling of getting drunk. He explained that the tipsy state brought a sense of release, where worries faded away. Legion's voice trailed off, and Cherian, sensing his inner conflict, realized that his thoughts were elsewhere, likely troubled by concerns about his father. Cherian, shifting the conversation, asked if he was good at drinking. Legion set his cup down and, without saying much, responded to her question. With a smug smile on his face, Legion confidently declared that there was nothing he couldn't do. Cherian, chuckling in response, couldn't deny the truth of his words after everything she had seen him accomplish. Legion's expression shifted as he spoke again, this time more seriously. He mentioned that he was planning to bring someone along today, and it was clear that the situation was escalating. Just then, a man made a ruckus, accompanied by a group of people. His tone was forceful, demanding repayment from the restaurant owner's wife, who seemed to be in trouble. The restaurant owner's wife, pleading with them, explained that business had been difficult lately. Legion muttered that they were usurers, prompting Cherian to ask for more details. Legion explained that they belonged to a ruthless group called the Three Heads Faction, led by a man known as Shim Yanggu, who was infamous for his cruelty. He added that, while not widely known, the faction was backed by the powerful Northern Heaven Supreme family. Cherian was taken aback by this revelation, as it was hard to imagine such a respected Orthodox family engaging in such unsavory activities. The woman, clutching her child tightly, shouted that if she had known the Three Heads faction was behind this, she would have preferred to starve rather than borrow money from them. Unfazed, Yanggu coldly responded that starvation would soon be the woman's fate, as the restaurant would be theirs by the end of the month. At that moment, the restaurant owner emerged, a massive man carrying a cleaver. He asked what was going on. The wife explained that ingredient prices had risen recently, forcing her to borrow money from neighbors, and she hadn't realized the Three Heads faction was involved. The owner assumed that they had been monopolizing supplies for some time, trapping people into borrowing from them. Yanggu, offering a solution, suggested that the restaurant owner come work for them, mentioning that he had handled the dispute at an inn recently and seemed quite skilled. He offered the owner a salary of 40 niang a month. The restaurant owner, however, rejected the offer, stating that he had already refused such an arrangement. Yanggu, his patience wearing thin, warned that if the owner wasn't confident he could track them all down and kill them, he should think about his family before acting recklessly. With a shiver, the owner's wife listened in fear. Yanggu then taunted the owner further, implying that the fate of his family would be in jeopardy if he didn't comply. But the restaurant owner remained still, facing a difficult choice. He neither moved nor accepted the offer. Suddenly, Legion interrupted the tense moment, speaking up. He remarked that 40 niang was far too low a price to offer for someone like the restaurant owner. Despite the escalating tension, Legion seemed unconcerned, speaking as if the whole situation were beneath him. Yanggu, now turning his attention to Legion, recognized him as the winner of the recent Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. He scoffed, calling Legion a young fool who had lost all sense of fear. He threatened to remind Legion of who backed them. Yanggu then shouted orders to his men, dismissing Legion as a mere nuisance. He commanded one of his subordinates to deal with the restaurant. The thug, following his orders, began wreaking havoc inside the restaurant, smashing tables and creating chaos. He shouted at the guests to leave, kicking them out in the process. The restaurant owner's young son, terrified but brave, tried to intervene, reaching out to stop the destruction. Despite his fear, the boy begged the men not to make such a mess. The thug, enraged, grabbed the child and hurled him toward the owner, taunting that he would not let the boy off easy simply because he was young. The thug unsheathed his sword, advancing on the child. Cherian stood up, urging the thug to wait. The man, however, seemed to have had enough. He muttered to himself, reflecting that they should have dealt with the kid from the start. At that moment, with a swift motion, Legion hurled a chopstick through the air. It sliced cleanly through the thug's head, leaving a bloody trail as it exited the other side. The shock was immediate. Cherian, startled, had not expected Legion to take such drastic action. Yanggu and the restaurant owner were equally stunned by the sudden violence. The man, with his fading consciousness, managed to mutter a curse before his death. Legion remained seated at his table, his hands still outstretched from the throw. His expression was one of indifference, as though the whole situation were trivial to him. With that, the man who had thrown the child collapsed, his life snuffed out. The room fell silent, all eyes now fixed on Legion. He slowly reached for another chopstick, smiling faintly as he imbued the weapon with his inner energy. He spoke casually, offering to pay off the debt for the restaurant owner, adding that he needed to have a word with him. His tone left no room for argument, leaving the thugs to decide whether they were willing to test their luck against the young martial master. The chopstick Legion had thrown was lodged in a pillar, blood splattered around the site of impact. The man who had kicked the boy earlier now lay lifeless on the floor, with a gaping hole in his head. The members of the three-headed faction stared in stunned silence, unable to process how one of their own had been dispatched with nothing more than a chopstick. Wearing an unsettling smile, Legion shattered the silence by remarking that 40 niang was far too cheap. He then offered the restaurant owner a monthly wage of 1,000 niang to work for him instead. Such a proposal felt unreliable to the owner, and even more so to Jianghu, who found it absurd that a youth barely past 20 would offer a man such a hefty sum. Before either of them could respond, Legion added that if the offer was still not enough, he would personally seek out the leader of the Lesser Dragon Union. The owner reacted with surprise, unable to comprehend how someone so young could be aware of such a figure. The name carried weight. Once, merely hearing it had been enough to strike fear. The leader had inexplicably turned violent one day and vanished. Song Qiuliang, the restaurant owner, had lost his family to the chaos that followed. For a time, he wandered, consumed by a thirst for revenge, yet the man remained elusive. Eventually, Qiuliang started a new family and attempted to live quietly, choosing peace to protect them. Jianghu still found it difficult to believe that a young martial artist would not only find such a dangerous man, but also offer Qiuliang 1,000 niang a month. He voiced this doubt plainly. Unfazed, Legion waited silently for Qiuliang's response. Cherian silently reflected that, perhaps because the final round of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament had been shown through a formation illusion art, Legion did not seem as fearsome as past champions, even in victory. Jianghu soon issued a threat. Qiuliang had only two options. Either work for the three-headed faction or repay the money he had borrowed. Refusing both meant surrendering his restaurant and being thrown onto the streets. Qiuliang stood frozen, gripping his cleaver. His thoughts spiraled. Losing more loved ones was not an option. Accepting Jianghu's terms seemed like the easier way out, but he could not shake the suspicion that it would not end there. As for Legion's offer, he had initially dismissed it outright. Legion broke through his thoughts, calmly stating that there was no need to worry about the three-headed faction. His aura coiled around him, and an eerie grin played on his face as he assured Qiuliang that the thugs would be handled cleanly. He then asked if those terms didn't sound fair enough. Qiuliang hesitated. A boy who looked barely more than a brat had not only tracked him down, but also uncovered the truth about the Lesser Dragon Union leader. Despite how bizarre the situation seemed, something about the offer felt strangely believable, perhaps because of the way Legion spoke, or perhaps because of the conviction behind it. Eventually, with thoughts of his family weighing heavily on him, Qiuliang accepted. Legion's grin widened in response. A nearby bald thug abruptly turned to confirm whether Qiuliang had truly accepted the offer from the so-called brat. He acknowledged Legion's strength, but insisted that the three-headed faction had the Northern Heaven Supreme family backing them. Without warning, Legion appeared behind the bald thug and drove the chopstick in his hand straight through the man's neck. Blood erupted violently from the wound in a flawless execution that could have been mistaken for the work of a seasoned assassin. Jianghu instantly ordered his men to attack. 3 swordsmen rushed toward Legion at once with their blades drawn. Before they could land a strike, Legion vanished. Their swords cut nothing but air where he had stood moments earlier. Legion was reappearing silently above them, wielding a chopstick like a dagger. The attackers cursed in confusion, unable to track his movements. With deadly precision and overwhelming force, Legion brought the chopstick down, inner energy surging through it. In the blink of an eye, all 3 attackers collapsed, their heads pierced, unable to react at all. Jianghu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, his hand still gripping his weapon as his men fell in unison around him. The moment the truth settled in, Jianghu cursed inwardly. He had believed Legion's tournament victory was due to sheer luck, but now he witnessed a massacre carried out with the ease of stepping on ants. The realization forced him to remind himself never to let his guard down again. Yet, even as that thought passed through his mind, he remained frozen. The chopstick in Legion's hand had already pierced his heart. It had happened too quickly. There had been no time to react. Legion's speed was simply too fast. Legion stared him dead in the eyes as he began to speak. Many had met their ends this way because of Jianghu's actions. This was justice, one necessary execution in the pursuit of a better world. He pulled the chopstick out, blood spurting with emotion. As if avenging each of Jianghu's victims, Legion drove the chopstick into his heart again and again, ensuring there would be no survival. Across the room, Qiuliang stood in front of his wife, who shielded their child. Silence enveloped them, and the shock on his face spoke volumes as he witnessed the ruthless nature of the young man standing before them. When the carnage was over, Legion dropped the bloodied chopstick. His gaze remained fixed on Yanggu's corpse, void of emotion, as though he had merely disposed of vermin. Immediately after, Qiliang was left bewildered when Legion casually announced that there would be no need for an interview. The eerie smile returned to Legion's face. He spoke of Qiliang's skills, stating that someone of his caliber could have easily handled the thugs, yet had held back for the sake of his family. Legion insisted that he needed someone like him. In response, Qiliang asked what exactly that need entailed. Legion explained that he required him for what he did best. He wanted to hire Qiliang as the head instructor of his sect, believing that no one could teach martial arts better. Qiliang found himself dazed by the proposal. The young man before him somehow knew so much about his past. Legion then admitted the truth. It had been Myung who spoke so highly of him. Personally, Legion claimed he knew little, but had come solely because his most trusted companion had recommended Qiliang. That revelation pushed Qiliang into deep thought. Perhaps Legion was right. For a long time, he had tried to forget the truth, that his true talent did not lie in making dumplings, but in teaching martial arts. He began to wonder if that was why his heart had started racing the moment martial arts were mentioned. Legion smiled contentedly as Qiliang finally accepted the offer and agreed to formalize the arrangement with a contract. In return, Legion told him to leave all concerns about the thugs behind. Watching this unfold, Cherian stood deep in thought. Her eyes softened as she gazed at her companion. A smile graced her face as she witnessed Legion's progress, one step at a time, toward his seemingly impossible dream. To many, it might appear unrealistic, but the most important thing was that he continued moving forward, building his strength piece by piece. The scene shifted to a pavilion belonging to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Ban Nui was reporting an issue concerning the Three Heads faction. Sitting nearby, Chance, head of the family, inquired further. Hagi, the family's successor, was present as Ban Nui continued his report. According to the report, the entire Three Heads faction had vanished overnight. No one knew exactly what had happened, but several days earlier, a young man had gotten into a conflict with them at an inn. That young man was reportedly Jeok Legion, the winner of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. Chance mused aloud, noting how suspicious it all seemed. The boy's victory had already been unexpected, especially considering no one had ever heard of him before. Even investigations into his parents yielded no information. At that moment, Hagi spoke up, dismissing the matter by suggesting the family must be insignificant. He then revealed that he had invited Zhang Cheryong of the Righteous Sword Sect to the upcoming Young Talents Gathering. There, he intended to show Legion his place. Listening quietly, Chance appeared to give silent approval to his grandson's plan. The scene shifted again, now to the day of the banquet's arrival. Vibrant lanterns illuminated the grand hall, which was filled with promising youths from various esteemed families. Among them, Legion and Cherian sat quietly, minding their own business amid the lavish gathering. Cherian observed the scale of the event and noted how extravagant it was, despite the invitation stating it was meant only for rising talents. Legion pointed out that it served as a political event in disguise, where the children of powerful families gathered under the pretense of socializing to build connections. Cherian mused internally, wondering if that explained why everyone appeared so overdressed in luxurious attire. Her gaze drifted to Legion, who had claimed earlier that he wouldn't attend such a juvenile gathering. Yet here he was, calmly chewing on meat without a care in the world. Suddenly, an elder stepped onto the stage, capturing the room's attention and prompting a few whispers of curiosity. The man was Baek Sangyi, the vice leader of the Northern Heaven Supreme family's inner hall, and he announced the most anticipated moment of the evening's banquet. He revealed that two special guests had joined the gathering, none other than the Dragon and Phoenix of this year's tournament. They were introduced as young Master Yang of the Southern Peak Alliance and Miss Zhang Cherian of the Righteous Sword Sect. Cheers erupted as the two were invited to the stage. Sangyi explained that this was a rare opportunity for attendees to converse with the Dragon and Phoenix. Whoever offered the highest sum would earn the privilege of sitting with them for an hour. The young ladies who admired young Master Yang giggled among themselves, jesting about spending 100 niang just for a conversation. Cherian smiled awkwardly, thinking that at least the proceeds would go to supporting the less fortunate, making the event somewhat worthwhile. The auction began, starting at 10 niang and quickly climbing to 150. The mood remained cheerful as the elder complimented Cherian's growing popularity. Still, Cherian couldn't help but reflect on how excessive the amounts were for a simple conversation. The children of noble houses truly lived in a different world. At that moment, young Lady Sima approached Legion. She remarked how surprising it was that he remained seated, merely watching Cherian from afar. Curiosity danced in her voice, but Legion's attention was fixed elsewhere. Something about the event felt off, and his instincts sensed an undercurrent of hidden intentions. Young Lady Sima commented that she had expected him to participate. Legion admitted uncertainty, though something strange tugged at him, a sensation he couldn't yet explain. Then an abrupt shift. A bid of 1,000 niang was announced, an offer to sit with Cherian. The crowd turned to see Hagi, the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, placing the offer. The room quieted, and the other bidders withdrew. Legion's eyes narrowed as Sengi began the countdown, with no further bids being made. Hagi turned his gaze toward Legion, his expression drenched in provocation, as though flaunting the power of his wealth. Legion answered with an eerie smile, the kind that signaled something deeper. The provocation confirmed his suspicion. Hagi was plotting something, and that realization was exactly what he wanted to know. The onlookers widened their eyes in collective astonishment. The idea of spending 1,000 taels merely for a chance to speak with the victor of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament far exceeded what most considered reasonable. For many present, such a sum was beyond comprehension. Hagi wore a self-satisfied smile, his expression thick with arrogance. One of the young cultivators nearby muttered a remark, noting that the Northern Heaven Supreme family indeed lived up to its reputation. With that, Hagi made clear the power of his family's wealth. The gesture was not just for show, it was a declaration. Smug thoughts occupied Hagi's mind. He was determined to demonstrate the vast difference between their standings. Legion would be made to feel it, that unbridgeable gap in status. Elder Beck had already begun the countdown to close the bidding, but none made any attempt to challenge Hagi's offer. Not even Biokwa, who seemed to favor Legion, stood silently. Then came a sudden disruption. With an air of complete indifference, Legion lifted his hand and declared an offer of 2,000 taels. The hall fell into stunned silence. Hagi's expression shifted as disbelief overtook him. There was no way a wandering martial artist could afford such extravagance. Though none said it aloud, the same thought echoed in Suchong and Biokwa's minds. This was far more than bold. It bordered on madness. Only Cherian remained composed. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she tried to decipher what Legion was attempting to achieve. The room buzzed with whispers. The crowd had assumed that Legion's victory in the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament had been pure luck, not a sign of true ability or backing. His actions now sowed confusion among those who had underestimated him. Elder Beck stood frozen in hesitation, unsure how to proceed. Legion calmly asked if the countdown would begin. When the elder remained speechless, Legion began counting down himself, using the moment to flip the entire situation back onto Hagi. Visibly unsettled, Elder Beck turned his head and awkwardly asked whether anyone else wished to raise the bid. Still intent on flaunting his wealth, Hagi increased his offer to 2,500 taels. Legion responded smoothly, raising it to 3,000 taels as if testing just how deep Hagi's resources ran. The contest escalated and their bidding war reaching the point where Hagi raised it to 6,000, and Cherian watched intently, her concern growing. This was becoming excessive. Legion did not flinch. He simply raised his hand and offered 7,000 taels, sipping his drink with complete nonchalance. Worried, Cherian used voice transmission to reach out to him. She warned him to stop, urging that the amount had already gone far beyond what was reasonable, especially for a mere hour-long conversation. Her concern gave Legion a brief pause. She had no real idea of the depth of his plan. Meanwhile, Elder Beck glanced at Legion, silently scoffing. It appeared to him that the man had run out of funds. After all, the prize money from the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament amounted to only 5,000 taels. Legion gently set his cup down, his voice quiet as he muttered that it was time to end it. Then came the killing blow, an offer of 10,000 taels to sit with the phoenix of the tournament. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Suchong blurted out in shock, demanding whether Legion truly had such a fortune. The rest of the young talents were left speechless. Even Sherian's eyes widened slightly, her instincts warning that events had spiraled out of her control. She no longer tried to decipher his intentions. It had gone too far. Among the crowd, someone murmured in disbelief. 10,000 taels, surely that was too much. Elder Beck frowned in thought. Even Hagi would have difficulty justifying such a sum. If word reached his family head, serious consequences would follow. As humiliating as it might be, retreat now would be the wisest course. But unwilling to yield, Hagi raised the stakes again to 11,000, asking if Legion could keep up. Without hesitation, Legion answered with 12,000, his tone like steel. Then asked if it was too much, Hagi could always surrender. The atmosphere in the hall thickened with tension as Hagi raised the bid once more, offering 13,000 taels. He claimed that any man worthy of the name would be willing to sacrifice everything for the woman he loved. Legion immediately countered, raising the bid to 14,000 taels. His tone carried a sharp edge of provocation, questioning whether his rival was beginning to falter. Naturally, unable to resist the challenge, Hagi pushed the bid further to 15,000. Then, without warning, Legion declared his surrender with a maniacal laugh, cutting off Hagi mid-sentence. The suddenness of it all caught everyone off guard, his laughter echoing through the stunned silence of the room. It was only after that moment that Hagi realized he had been played. His opponent had baited him into an unwinnable trap, and he had walked right into it. Just as swiftly, Legion's laughter faded and calm returned to his features. With measured clarity, he remarked that the matter was settled. He added, almost offhandedly, that spending 15,000 taels to converse with a woman for a single hour was utter madness. Hagi lowered himself into his seat, the fire of humiliation simmering within. His plan to humiliate Legion through sheer wealth had backfired spectacularly. Not only had he lost control of the situation, but he now bore the full financial burden of his own failed scheme. From the side, Elder Beck muttered under his breath, frustration etched into his features. If the auction ended like this, he would be the one to suffer most. It became clear to him that he would need to salvage Hagi's pride, even if it meant invalidating the entire auction. Before he could proceed, Legion slapped a bill slip onto the table and gestured for Elder Beck to verify its authenticity. When questioned about his ability to pay, Legion responded by urging the elder to confirm it for himself. After a brief inspection, Elder Beck found the bill genuine, though surprise lingered in his expression. He asked where such a sum had come from. Legion answered plainly that he had earned it. Still unsatisfied, Elder Beck pressed further, expressing doubt that someone of Legion's age, regardless of martial skill, could have amassed such wealth. In response, Legion fixed him with a piercing stare. He acknowledged the elder's loyalty, but made it clear that the persistent questioning bordered on provocation. The implication was unmistakable. There was no obligation to explain anything further. A flicker of fear passed over Elder Beck's face. Despite Legion's youth, his status as the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament champion commanded respect. The elder quickly muttered an admission that no further explanation was needed. Having effectively silenced the elder and outmaneuvered the proud young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Legion returned to his drink, sipping it with casual ease. Elder Beck, recovering from the exchange, instructed Cherian to join Hagi as he prepared to commence the auction for Suchong, another young martial artist. Later that evening, deep within the estate, Elder Beck processed the auction funds with a greedy glint in his eye. He muttered to himself, noting with relief that the ordeal had finally concluded. He needed to complete the process quickly before the dragon and phoenix finished their conversation. With bitter disdain, he remarked on Cherion's luck, attributing her fortune to nothing more than her appearance. Though he had given her half of the 15,000 taels as agreed, he saw an opportunity. If he simply took the remaining sum, the young master would be pleased. At that moment, Legion materialized beside him in eerie silence, his voice eerily echoing the elder's earlier words about pleasing the young master. Elder Beck jolted in shock, demanding to know how Legion had entered. Undisturbed, Legion reminded him that the money was claimed to be for those in need, which had been the reason Cherion went along with the arrangement. Without another word, Legion's fist struck with brutal force, shattering the elder's nose and sending blood from his mouth. Though capable of lethal precision, he refrained from using inner energy, simply sending the elder sprawling to the floor in pain. Writhing in rage, the elder screamed for help, demanding to know why no one outside was responding. With a cold smile, Legion revealed the truth. There would be no help. The guards had already been neutralized, unconscious outside the room. The elder's scheme to embezzle funds had been discovered long before he realized it. Inside the dimly lit office, Legion pressed his foot down on the elder's hand, pinning it to the floor. Without a word, he picked up the processed money bill and held it in his grasp. A moment later, he answered the unspoken question that had lingered since their confrontation began. The money had been earned by taking it from scoundrels like Elder Beck, those who thrived in the shadows and worked to conceal the vile deeds of men like Hagi. Legion looked down at the fallen man and questioned whether he truly thought his actions would go unnoticed. The elder's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. The realization hit with force. This young man knew far more than he should have. Behind the closed doors of that office, Legion delivered a punishment no words could match. Fists replaced arguments, and Elder Beck learned a lesson carved into pain and bruises. Later that night, under the quiet gleam of moonlight, Legion and Cherion walked the road home. The cool night air contrasted the tension that had burned earlier. Legion shared the truth that Elder Beck had attempted to embezzle the auction funds. The money had been reclaimed and would be used for its rightful cause. A quiet laugh slipped from Cherion as she expressed surprise, remarking that she hadn't expected someone like Hagi to go so far. Intrigued, Legion asked what had transpired between them during their allotted hour. Cherion answered with a trace of disbelief. There had been no real conversation. Hagi had simply sat there, drinking in silence. She confessed she hadn't expected him to take part in the auction in the first place. Legion responded with a short laugh, observing that Hagi had likely tried to build his pride by involving her. Unable to stand aside, he had pushed himself into the fray. But when it became clear that she felt uncomfortable, he had withdrawn. Cherion pointed out, somewhat nervously, that Legion had provoked Hagi at the perfect moment, just before he could back out. Legion explained that even if Hagi chose to retreat, it couldn't end on his terms. So the bidding had been pushed to its limit, driven up, then flipped back on him to seal his defeat. Then, abruptly, Legion paused mid-step and glanced toward her. Their eyes met briefly, with a calm that belied the weight of his words. He remarked that if the auction had truly been a contest to win her, the stakes he would have offered were beyond anything she could imagine. Cherion froze in place. Her eyes widened slightly, and her lips parted as if to respond, but no words came. Legion turned away without another word and resumed walking, leaving her behind in stunned silence. Confusion swirled in her mind as she watched his retreating figure disappear into the night. Her thoughts raced, tangled with uncertainty. Was that truly a confession? The following day, chaos erupted inside Elder Beck's office. Driven by fury over the lost funds, Hagi unleashed his rage, knocking over shelves and scattering stuff. In the midst of the mess, he demanded to know why the money hadn't been retrieved. Elder Beck confessed with visible shame. While Hagi had been speaking with Cherion, he had attempted to embezzle the funds. But Legion had foreseen it and arrived before anything could be done. Hagi's thoughts burned with anger. He couldn't understand how Legion had outmaneuvered him yet again. Everything, every moment, felt like a calculated game, and he had been the fool. The humiliation lingered. He remembered the feeling of being humiliated before a crowd of inferiors who wouldn't have dared meet his gaze before. In the silence, Elder Beck offered a chilling suggestion that Legion needed to be dealt with. Hagi questioned the idea. Killing the victor of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament? The Elder affirmed the proposal. Hagi replied cautiously. Their family had been the one to host that very tournament. If the truth ever reached the outside world, it would bring about ruin. His grandfather would never forgive such disgrace. Elder Beck responded with a hard truth. Was it better then to simply endure? Hagi's reputation had already fallen, and rumors were spreading fast. People were whispering that he had lost both his woman and his wealth to someone from the lowly Divine Wind Manor. Elder Beck leaned in with a hushed tone, suggesting that while Legion's martial prowess was indeed formidable, there existed a method to eliminate him without drawing any attention. A wicked smile formed on Hagi's lips as he sought confirmation. Was there truly a way to end Legion without leaving a trace? Yet unbeknownst to the young master, the only path left open to him was retreat. Digging a hole and hiding until the storm subsided might have been his only chance, for any other action would lead to consequences far beyond his control. Hagi reiterated his question, asking once again if there was a way to kill him covertly. Elder Beck responded that there were those in Jianghu who could take care of such dirty work. Still unsure, Hagi sought clarification, wondering if Beck was suggesting the use of an assassin. He questioned whether a mere assassin could really kill the champion of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. In a calm and collected manner, Elder Beck assured him that this method was the most secretive and reliable, requiring no deep martial arts. All that was needed was one moment when the champion let his guard down, and that would be enough. After considering the matter, Hagi spoke again. He acknowledged that this year's Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament was indeed weaker than usual, making such an assassination seem more feasible. However, he quickly warned that if this plan were to be exposed, it would lead to their complete ruin. Elder Beck reassured him, stating that an assassin would rather die than reveal the identity of their employer. All Hagi had to do was prepare the payment, and Beck would ensure that the source was concealed through various channels. With Beck's expertise, he promised that this matter would remain known only to the two of them. Hagi smiled to himself, thinking their plan would certainly work. He muttered that he would have the money ready by tomorrow. Deep down, he also thought that if he successfully killed the champion and eliminated Beck Sangi after the job was done, the secret would be preserved forever. Hagi then addressed the elder, promising a large reward if the plan succeeded, calling him Vice Hall leader. Meanwhile, Elder Beck, scheming silently in his mind, felt a sense of triumph, knowing that the young master had fallen into his trap. He responded that Hagi could trust him, but inwardly, Beck knew things would not unfold as Hagi expected. Beck had already turned his back on the Northern Heaven Supreme family starting the night before. That night, Beck Sangi met with Bong Suchong. The spy legion had turned. After a few brief exchanges of pleasantries, Suchong informed Sangi that Hagi had been furious during the night's gathering of up-and-coming youngsters. Sangi had tried to brush it off as a minor issue, but Suchong reassured him that the situation was far more serious. He explained that an order would soon be issued for Elder Beck's execution. Taken by surprise, Sangi demanded to know what Suchong meant. Suchong, in a calm tone, explained that Hagi's personality was well known and that this was not a trivial matter. He reminded Sangi of how many lives had been lost over a single mistake in the past. Suchang's prediction was clear. Hagi would soon find someone to take the fall for the humiliation. It was only a matter of time before Sangi became the scapegoat. Trembling with disbelief, Sangi questioned the reward for his 11 years of loyalty to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. He wondered aloud if this was the price he had to pay for his dedication. With a bitter tone, Suchong responded that he was in a similar situation. He revealed that the Northern Heaven Supreme family was attempting to shift the blame for the Dragon and Phoenix tournament disaster onto him. Suchang's words prompted Sangi to reflect deeply on his own situation, realizing that the family might do the same to him. Sensing the change in Sangi's thoughts, Suchong asked if he wanted revenge. He admitted that he would seek revenge in a heartbeat, as he had no intention of being discarded by the family. The idea of revenge began to take root in Sangi's mind, and he began to believe that young Master Hagi would discard him for a single mistake. The following day, Suchong reported to Legion, who had accompanied by Myong. He informed Legion that Baek Sangi had convinced Hagi to go through with the plan, and that an assassin commission would soon be sent to the Phantom Slaughter sect. Impressed by the usefulness of Suchang's position as an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Legion acknowledged the significance of the information. In turn, Suchong reminded Legion of their agreement, pleading for the promised payment, which would allow him to live the rest of his life in comfort once the task was complete. Legion replied that one couldn't simply sit still and wait for death. Just then, Suchong stood silently, struggling to believe his fate. He recalled the time he was caught stealing the exploding Thunderbolt, and how Legion had burst an operator from a secretive organization, painting a lake with the operator's blood. Legion had forced him to ingest a poison pill, using it to control him and force him to follow Legion's orders. Unable to hold back, Suchong asked of what Legion was trying to do, expressing disbelief at the idea of changing the assassination target to that particular person. He found the notion insane and ridiculous. But Legion did not respond with concern. He merely threw Suchong a pill to stop the poison from wreaking havoc on his body. With visible displeasure, Suchong accepted the pill, which served as the antidote for the month, and Legion told him to leave. Suchong didn't care about Legion's plans anymore. His only focus was surviving at all costs. Once Suchong left, Myong spoke up, noting that the way Legion had provoked Hagi had turned out to be quite useful. A laugh escaped Legion's lips as he expressed that he had been thinking the same, and that it turned out to be a good opportunity. Legion removed his mask and continued, mentioning that Hagi probably thought he had hired the assassins to target Legion. It would be interesting to see what would happen when the truth came out. Myong then asked whether Legion planned to spare Baek Sangi. Legion's answer was firm. He said that Baek Sangi had been cleaning up after Hagi and had killed innocent people, so there was no reason to spare him. Casually, Legion mentioned that he had already told Bong Suchong to take care of it once the job was done, though he wasn't sure if that would even be necessary. He then expressed curiosity about how the Phantom Slaughter sect would respond to the situation. A vicious smile appeared on Legion's face as he wondered how they would react when they discovered the target wasn't who they thought it was. At the Phantom Slaughter sect, a subordinate walked toward the leader's office, holding a parchment with the details of the assassination request. When he arrived, he presented it with respect, reporting that a first-rate commission had come in. The leader took the parchment, curious about the first-rate commission. As he opened it, he muttered under his breath, remarking that it had been a while since the sect had received such a request. But as he read the content, his eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing how the leader trembled, the subordinate called out to him. In shock, the leader screamed as he realized the content of the request. The parchment contained an image of young Master Yang Suchong from the Southern Peak Alliance. Elsewhere that evening, over the varying peaks, a waterfall parted, its waters glowing under the setting sun in a tranquil display. Legion sat in lotus position, cultivating his mind and gathering inner energy. It was a rare moment of peace. Despite his great ambitions, Legion never slacked off in his training, knowing that he wasn't yet capable of contending with his father or the martial master from the 9 great schools, who had long closed their doors to the world. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open when he heard his father's voice, asking him what he was trying to do. Soorin had appeared as if out of thin air, and Legion had only noticed his father's presence when he spoke. Soorin, having someone followed his son throughout his travels, knew bits and pieces of Legion's ambitions, but still asked the question. Nonchalantly, Legion replied that he wanted to unite the whole Jianghu. His resolve remained unwavering. Soorin echoed the words, reflecting that it was such a lofty ambition. Even he, as the descendant of the Whirlwind clan, though having enough strength and background, did not act on his dream to achieve it. So, Soorin asked why Legion wanted to unite the whole Jianghu. Unperturbed, Legion defiantly answered that he simply wanted to. Unconvinced, and bearing the promise made with his father, Soorin commented that such a reason was not enough. Legion calmly stood up, stating that he didn't make this reason to make his father understand. He then asked why he couldn't dream of something everyone else was dreaming about. Why was it wrong for a member of Jianghu to dream of dominating the world? Soorin tried to respond, but found himself unable to find the words. Even he once had dreamed lofty dreams of bringing peace to the whole Jianghu. But that dream had remained nothing more than a fleeting hope. Then, Legion spoke again, acknowledging that his father must have countless reasons in his head right now to try to dissuade him. But Legion added with unwavering conviction that not a single one of them would convince him. Soorin let out a sigh of defeat, saying that he thought so too. Trying to dream such a lofty dream was to walk a thorny path, so he asked what Legion's justification was. Legion answered simply because he hated losing out. Then he posed another question on who did Soorin think Jianghu belonged to? Soorin answered that Jianghu belonged to all of its members. Legion was its master, and Soorin was its master too. Legion retorted that he knew his father would answer that way, but he was wrong. Although Legion didn't want his father to get in his way, he was prepared to fight him if he had to. Legion then explained that they were not the masters of Jianghu. The four hegemons acted as if they were, but they were nothing more than loud foxes in a forest without a tiger. The true masters of Jianghu were the ones who had started the great Orthodox demonic war 20 years ago. If they were dead, then it was their descendants who held the power. Soorin asked a series of questions in response. Did Legion truly believe that these old monsters were the real masters of Jianghu? Was Legion trying to take Jianghu away from them? Was he aware of who they were and what they had done? Without a shred of fear in his eyes, Legion answered all of them affirmatively, as if he had already set his mind and would not stop until he reached his goal. Soorin asked further, demanding to know how Legion planned to unify Jianghu. Was he going to turn it into a bloodbath? His voice grew serious as he questioned whether Legion planned to kill everyone who resisted with sheer force. Soorin asked these questions not without reason. To unify the whole Jianghu, Legion could not rely on mere words. Within the four hegemons, there would inevitably be those who believed they were the strongest, and Legion would have no choice but to raise them all to the ground. Although Legion understood this well, he answered that if it came to that, he would. Soorin's inner energy surged as he processed the answer. As someone who had long dreamed of peace in Jianghu, Soorin did not possess the heart to destroy everything for the sake of achieving peace. Even though as a descendant of an ancient sect, Soorin's power was undoubtedly peerless. On the other hand, Legion had inherited his father's martial arts techniques along with his sword. In addition, Legion had inherited his mother's martial techniques and her demonic sword. With over a decade of experience as a wandering martial artist, Legion had steeled himself to make his father's dream into a reality. Yet, Soorin became a hurdle to his own dream for not having the heart to raise the greater evil that ran rampant in Jianghu. Legion understood this. Even if he had to bear the hatred of his father, he knew he must push through. Only by doing so would he achieve the dream he shared with his father. At their initial confrontation as martial artists from opposing factions, an unexpected love blossomed between them. From the outset, their destinies appeared entwined, marked not by rivalry, but by mutual affection. Eventually, during the ultimate battle between their two factions, they boldly descended into the arena side by side and holding hands. Rejecting the violent quest for dominance in the martial world, they turned their backs on conflict, choosing instead the comforting embrace of each other's love. Their decision brought severe consequences. Both were cast out from the martial world, banished, and strictly warned never to return. Their exile was absolute and lasted until their son, Jeok Legion, reached adulthood. Legion grew into a formidable martial artist, driven by an insatiable ambition to seize control over the entire martial realm. Under the fading glow of sunset, Soorin's face twisted bitterly, shadowed by profound anger and disappointment in his son's ruthless ambitions. Yet, Legion remained unyielding and resolute. fully aware he lacked the necessary strength to confront his father directly, yet unwaveringly committed to achieving his ambitious vision. During their intense exchange, Soorin questioned inwardly whether he had ever experienced such powerful anger before. As the former heir of the strongest martial clan, he had learned to manage and suppress his emotions meticulously. This loss of control unsettled him deeply, indicating the gravity of the turmoil his son's aspirations had caused. Legion's dream to dominate the martial world seemed not only reckless and difficult, but perilously unrealistic. Soorin worried profoundly whether his son grasped the massive sacrifices necessary, the inevitable bloodshed, suffering, and devastating losses. He wondered if Legion realized that even the highest sacrifices of friends, family, and loyal comrades might still result in ultimate failure. From Soorin's perspective, Legion's ambitions appeared dangerously naive. He pondered further. Could his son genuinely comprehend the immense scale of violence that would inevitably follow? Even if Legion triumphed, the martial world would be drenched in blood, forever scarred by violence. Attempting to reason with his son, Soorin carefully asked how Legion envisioned the aftermath of forcibly uniting Jianghu. Without hesitation, Legion passionately articulated his vision, creating a martial world far better and more just than the current corrupt state. Soorin's anger flared sharply in response, vehemently rejecting Legion's methods. He tried earnestly, drawing from his wisdom and moral upbringing, to explain his vision of what a truly improved martial world would look like. However, his words faltered mid-sentence, leaving him stunned and unable to fully articulate his thoughts. A troubling realization slowly dawned upon Soorin. Perhaps an ideal Jianghu did not exist at all. The dread he felt was profound, realizing that while Legion passionately chased an improved martial world, he himself lacked a clear vision of such a place. This painful revelation weighed heavily upon him. Jianghu had always been marred by hypocrisy, particularly evident in the Orthodox faction's superficial righteousness masking deep-seated greed. He reflected that perhaps the Whirlwind clan had retreated from the martial world precisely because they recognized this inherent corruption, choosing isolation and emerging only during times of extreme necessity. Soorin further contemplated whether he had always carried an inner skepticism about the existence of a better martial world. Had his ideals changed dramatically, or had he simply grown older and disillusioned? Inside, he felt the quiet, sorrowful whisper that proclaimed the 20-year-old martial prodigy. The rising hero who once inspired awe throughout Jianghu was no longer present. Legion keenly perceived his father's internal struggle. Though prepared to pursue his ambitious goal alone through sheer determination and strength, he deeply desired his father's support. He knew that achieving his lofty dream would be significantly easier and more meaningful with Soorin's blessing. Soorin struggled deeply to conceive clearly of a better Jianghu within his mind. Ultimately, he declared firmly that creating a superior Jianghu was beyond the ability of any single individual. Despite this, he still hesitated to fully dismiss the notion. He suggested instead that the existing Jianghu might gradually improve if its people diligently upheld their roles, living with honor and righteousness. Having spent only a decade wandering the martial world, Legion calmly countered, asserting plainly that no one truly lived in such an idealistic manner. Legion's blunt response silenced Soorin, as he recognized the stark truth of his son's words. Although Soorin had long dreamt of a better Jianghu, he lacked the resolve required to actively shape it. With sudden decisiveness, Legion turned away from his father, departing abruptly without further acknowledgement. The departure hurt him deeply, yet Legion knew the necessity of forcing his father to recognize the potential reality of his ambitions. Left alone, Soorin became lost in profound contemplation. The thought of bloodshed engulfing the Jianghu he loved deeply troubled him, yet convincing Legion to abandon his dream appeared equally insurmountable. Elsewhere, on the following day, Qiliang trained rigorously, determined to recover his former martial strength. His swordsmanship was precise, each motion executed with unwavering resolve to faithfully serve his new lord. Legion observed leisurely from the castle wall alongside Myong, his loyal bodyguard. Watching closely, Myung commented appreciatively on Keoliang's dedication and diligent training. Legion responded thoughtfully, noting that Keoliang must be battling internally to reclaim his previous prowess. Seeing the intensity of Keoliang's efforts, Legion felt confident he would successfully overcome his current limitations. Myung shared this optimism, smiling warmly in agreement. As they continued observing Keoliang, Myung updated Legion on various matters. Despite the recent destruction of the three-head faction, he had dispatched someone to protect Keoliang's wife and child, as previously ordered. Furthermore, 50 new martial artists had been hired as per Legion's instructions. Legion inquired about their treatment, and Myung assured him they had been provided with exceptional conditions. Satisfied, Legion emphasized that martial artists would perform according to the value placed upon them. Those treated as 10 Niang warriors would indeed fight as such, while those compensated 100 Niang will become warriors of equally great value. Myung fully concurred, noting with Keoliang as their instructor, these recruits would surely become elite fighters. Although acknowledging that much preparation remained, Myung affirmed they were gradually building the necessary foundation. Legion accepted this thoughtfully, revealing their next strategic move. While the Northern Heaven Supreme family and Southern Peak Alliance engaged in conflict, they would quietly begin expanding their influence from Wuhan, targeting first the Phantom Slaughter Sect. Meanwhile, the Phantom Slaughter Sect's leader angrily stabbed a dagger into a parchment portrait of Su Chong, heir of the Southern Peak Alliance. Infuriated, he questioned aloud who had placed such a reckless assassination request. His subordinates, seated around the table, listened intently as the leader emphasized the severe repercussions if they assassinated such a significant figure, knowing well that no secrets remained hidden indefinitely in Jianghu. A subordinate interrupted, noting a troubling discovery regarding the source of the request. The leader's irritation quickly turned to disbelief, shocked someone would leave a traceable trail after commissioning such a dangerous act. His astonishment only deepened upon learning the individual responsible was Hagi from the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The leader's anger surged, loudly cursing the foolishness of becoming pawns in the squabbles of reckless youths. He bitterly wondered if Hagi had succumbed to dementia earlier than his own elderly grandfather. Suddenly, a flash of alarm twisted the leader's expression, mirrored instantly by his subordinates as they collectively sensed an approaching presence. A figure loomed just beyond the door, his presence calm, yet brimming with the unmistakable aura of a seasoned martial master. Measured footsteps advanced toward the chamber with absolute control. Then, without fanfare, the door creaked open. An old man stepped inside, deep lines carved across his weathered face, and white hair streamed down, undisturbed by wind or motion. The leader of the sect needed only a single glance to recognize the man's level, to bypass every layer of sect security, to enter this sacred inner room without raising the slightest alarm, revealed a level of mastery possessed only by those who had transcended ordinary skill. The old man's inner energy pulsed freely, unhindered, a quiet storm surrounding the sheathed sword he carried at his side. With careful politeness, the sect leader inquired as to which faction the old man represented. The answer came immediately. The old man hailed from the Southern Peak Alliance. Shock spread instantly. The subordinates widened their eyes, taken aback, while even the sect leader struggled to conceal his surprise. A silent question crossed his mind. Had news already reached the Southern Peak Alliance? Without delay, the old man stated that the Phantom Slaughter sect had accepted a contract. Feigning ignorance, the sect leader offered a casual response. He explained that countless requests arrived every day. This world, he said, was one in which many wanted others dead. It teemed with the shameless, and even more with those who sought to kill them. The old man remained unmoved. Calmly but coldly, he insisted that the sect leader knew exactly what he meant. He asked for the name of the client who issued the order. A bold subordinate broke the silence, claiming that their sect, bound by its nature, could never reveal a client's identity. In the next instant, his head detached from his shoulders and flew through the air. The strike had been so quick, so silent, that no one saw it coming. Not a single person in the room could react. The message was unmistakable. Refusal would be met with death. To underscore this, The old man had angled his blade with chilling precision so that the severed head rolled across the table and stopped in front of the sect leader. Blood sprayed, staining robes and walls alike. Silence reigned. No one in the room had witnessed the motion, only the bloody result. Even the Phantom Slaughter sect leader could not track the old man's movement. He glared at the lifeless head resting before him and cursed beneath his breath. Then the old man issued another warning. He would ask again after killing 5 more. Now fully grasping the weight of the situation, the sect leader attempted to de-escalate. He pleaded for understanding, yet maintained the sect's rule. The identity of clients must remain secret. No answer came. The sword flashed again, swift and unrelenting. In one fluid motion, 5 more heads fell. The old man sheathed his blade as though it had never been drawn. His expression remained composed, yet his eyes burned with killing intent. Again, he demanded the client's name. With a deep, reluctant sigh, the sect leader confronted the truth. Only now did he realize that they had been ensnared in the foolish conflict of spoiled youth. Blood now drenched the sect hall, and the possibility loomed that the Phantom Slaughter sect might vanish entirely from the martial world. In resignation, he revealed the name. It was Hagi of the Northern Supreme family. Elsewhere that same night, under the soft, distant glow of moonlight, Hagi stood alone deep within a mist-shrouded forest. A freshly dug hole yawned before him. Devoid of remorse, he stood by the crime he committed. He had commissioned for Legion's death. What he did not realize was that the request had been tampered with, and now his actions had set his family against the Southern Peak Alliance. That night, he killed Elder Beck, the only person who knew the truth. The Elder's death would ensure the secret would be buried with the body. Utilizing the flow of inner energy, he manipulated the earth to bury the Elder's body beneath a seamless layer of soil. With the only person who knew about the assassination order now silenced, he felt assured that the secret would remain hidden forever. All that lingered in his mind was the expectation of a leisurely wait for the one who had humiliated him, Jeok Legion's death. Once more, he failed to realize that the very target of the assassination was already near. Hagi's face twisted in shock when a voice spoke from the shadows, calmly inquiring what had brought him to such a secluded place without a single guard. Only then did Hagi register Legion's presence. Despite having just witnessed the killing and the swift concealment of the evidence, Legion stood unaffected, composed, and unreadable. Struggling to make sense of it all, Hagi asked how Legion had known to come this place, and when he had discovered the truth. Legion offered no verbal response. Instead, his eyes rested on the freshly packed grave. The dirt was leveled with precision, offering no sign of recent disturbance. Even under Legion's unflinching gaze, Hagi remained stubbornly proud. That defiance reflected the arrogance nurtured by a lifetime of privilege under the protection of a prominent family. With unwavering confidence, he demanded to know Legion's true identity. A faint smirk curled on Legion's lips as he returned the question, asking whether Hagi was truly curious. His expression then shifted, and with eyes gone cold, he warned that the answer would come at a price, one paid in his life. Fury erupted in Hagi. His eyes widened in disbelief that someone he deemed beneath him would dare make such a threat. Legion released his inner energy and repeated the question with quiet force, asking once more if Hagi still wished to know who he truly was. Though Legion had no desire to involve himself with a kid like Hagi, the lines he crossed had become too many. By now, there could be no turning back. Legion decided to continue messing with the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, claiming to be the eldest son of drifting clouds and flowing water. Intrigued, Hagi listened carefully, considering the significance of Legion's actions. He realized that someone who had gone as far as winning the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament could not be an ordinary person. Maintaining a serious tone, Legion explained that his family operated a successful fruit shop with a philosophy based on living naturally, much like floating clouds and flowing water. Despite the blatant jest, Hagi retained his composure and asked if Legion had come simply to spout such nonsense, emphasizing that he was not here for jokes. Instead of answering directly, Legion abruptly inquired about the number of people Hagi had killed thus far. He followed up by asking how many of those were truly guilty. Hagi retorted that Legion had been rambling nonsensically, but that it did not matter to him. He pointed out that in the martial world, those without power were simply trampled, a harsh reality of the world they inhabited. Agreeing with this sentiment, Legion acknowledged that it was indeed the case. He then went on to express his thoughts on his path, mentioning that as a filial son, he had considered whether he should reevaluate his father's words. But he firmly believed that the path he was walking was not wrong. With a calm smile, Legion's killing intent surged within him as he remarked that there were plenty of scoundrels like Hagi in the Jianghu who needed to be dealt with. Hagi immediately sensed the shift in Legion's demeanor and instinctively reached for his sword, prepared to defend himself should Legion attack. Yet, the moment he blinked, Legion had vanished from his sight. As Hagi drew his sword, there was no sign of Legion, and the palpable killing intent that had been directed at him had completely disappeared. In the eerie silence of the forest, Hagi stood alone, sword in hand. The fact that Legion had known how to find him and witness his crime was perplexing enough, but the way Legion had appeared and disappeared as if on a whim left him uneasy. Cold sweat formed on Hagi's forehead as he realized that Legion was not an easy opponent to handle. With renewed determination, Hagi sheathed his sword. He rationalized that no one would believe Legion's words. Though Legion had won the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, he was still a nobody in the face of a hegemon. On the other hand, Hagi was certain that an assassination order had already been placed on Legion's head. What he remained unaware of was that the assassination order had been cleverly intercepted by Legion himself to pit the Northern Heaven Supreme family with the Southern Peak Alliance. The following morning, the busy streets of the market were filled with merchants loudly peddling their goods to passersby. Legion had taken Cherian and her younger sister, Soorin, out for a walk to pick up some medicine for her recovery. Soorin was overjoyed to see the market. It had been years since she had been bedridden and unable to leave her home due to illness. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she finally had the chance to walk around the market on her own. It was all thanks to her improved health, which had seen a remarkable recovery. Legion smiled as he turned to her when she expressed her gratitude toward him. He was the one responsible for her health improving. If he hadn't brought Master Unbounded Grotesquerie to help, Soorin would still be confined to her home, barely able to live. With deep appreciation, she told Legion that she didn't know how she could repay his kindness. Legion responded with a gentle smile, telling her to eat well and exercise in order to repay him. Soorin nodded affirmatively, laughing at the kind man who seemed so close to her older sister. She also promised to learn martial arts once she was fully recovered. On the other hand, Cherian was pleased to see her youngest sister's health improving. As her gaze locked onto Legion, she couldn't help but reflect on how much attention he had dedicated to Soorin's recovery. Sometimes, he showed an affection toward her that seemed genuine and caring. Noticing her gaze, Legion called out to Cherian, asking why she had been staring at him in such a manner. Cherian immediately turned away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She denied his observation and quickly changed the subject, mentioning that he had said something about buying something today. Legion smiled and replied that it was over there and that he would be back shortly. He then moved to a nearby stall selling medicine, asking the vendor about the origins of the products to ensure that Soorin would receive the best medicine for her swift recovery. Meanwhile, Soorin, eager to get her sister's attention, nudged her gently. Cherian turned to her and asked what had prompted this sudden action. Laughing sheepishly, Soorin teasingly told her sister that she should never let Legion slip away. Cherian was taken aback, surprised by her sister's sudden comment about her relationship. Not backing down, Soorin elaborated that Legion was kind, fun to spend time with, and above all, extremely strong. She then asked where else one could find someone with such qualities. Listening to her sister's words, Cherian found herself thinking. Up until now, she had been wholly focused on her martial arts training, never considering her own personal relationships. Even now, Legion had been selflessly helping care for Soorin's health without expecting anything in return. Cherian began to wonder what her own feelings for him were. Her peers had mostly been the result of betrothal, and she didn't fully understand what it meant to like someone. Just as her thoughts deepened, they were interrupted by the sound of a large group of people charging into the city. Both Cherian and Soorin turned quickly to see what was going on. A group of martial artists riding horses galloped into the city, and the sight of such an armed group prompted the people to wonder why they had marched through so boldly. Legion returned to Cherian's side, commenting that he had been expecting their arrival, but they certainly made quite a scene. Realizing Legion had some involvement in this, Cherian asked him what he meant, not wanting to reveal the true nature of his involvement in orchestrating the tension between the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the Southern Peak Alliance. Legion simply stated that he had called these big shots here for fun. With Soorin's medicine now in hand, the three of them began heading back. Meanwhile, the group of martial artists continued making their way deeper into the city. People watched in surprise, unable to believe that such a formidable force had entered the city unchallenged. The Southern Peak Alliance's armed group, known as the White Tiger Squad, had entered Wuhan fully armed. Yang In-myung, the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, was at the forefront, flanked by the leader of the White Tiger Squad and the presumed strongest member, an elderly man who had single-handedly wiped out the Phantom Slaughter sect. The patriarch of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Chance led the Great Heaven Union Armed Force to meet the approaching hegemon. Ban Nui, the military advisor, accompanied him. The crowds watched from a distance, whispering in curiosity as the two hegemon's leader made their way toward one another. Releasing his inner energy without restraint, Chance spoke first, expressing his disappointment. He stated that he didn't know what was going on, but he found it hard to believe that things were being handled in this manner. Chance was unaware that an assassination order had been placed on Su Chang's head. To him, the arrival of the Southern Peak Alliance was an unprovoked act of aggression. Yang In-myung also allowed his inner energy to flow freely as he responded, expressing his own regret over the situation. He added, however, that there was no other way to handle things. Chance's mind raced as he realized that the situation had escalated beyond control. Chance thought to himself, reflecting on the situation, Yang In-myung leading the White Tiger Squad into their territory was unexpected. He realized that meeting in public like this without understanding In-myung's intentions was dangerous. Yet, he couldn't back down in his own territory. Doing so would damage the reputation of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. With this in mind, Chance spoke aloud, his voice filled with tension as he asked what was going on. Without hesitation, In-myung explained that someone from the Northern Heaven Supreme family had sent assassins after the Southern Peak Alliance's young heir. The onlookers were taken aback by the revelation. They couldn't believe that someone from the Northern Heaven Supreme family would dare to commit such an act. However, Chance had not known of this before In-myung's revelation. His reaction was one of immediate surprise. The only response he could muster was that whoever was responsible for this should be thrown under the carriage, with their ties to the family severed at once. Chance's expression darkened. The mention of a killing contract being placed on another faction's heir, especially one from his own family, would certainly tarnish his reputation. Trying to regain control of the situation, Chance quickly explained that if this was the case, then the person responsible for the assassination was a traitor to their family, a part of a conspiracy meant to destroy their relationship. He swore that he would deal with it personally. In-myung raised his hand, signaling for Chance to hold back from making any rash decisions. He continued, his tone calm but firm, explaining that he had brought this matter to light out of consideration for their long friendship, and urging Chance not to make any premature judgments. Now understanding In-myung's implication, Chance realized that In-myung was hinting that the one who had ordered the assassination was Hagi, though he hadn't said it out loud. If that was indeed the case, Chance knew that he needed to handle the matter discreetly. With that in mind, Chance suggested they move away from the public eye, remarking that this was a place where the citizens of Wuhan earned their living and that they should head to another location. In-myung agreed quickly, and the two of them moved off together. Meanwhile, Legion sat on the roof, casually munching on snacks and enjoying the chaos he had caused. Below, people continued to murmur among themselves, speculating about the unfolding situation. One person commented on the uneasy atmosphere, wondering aloud if a war was about to break out. With a new conflict between the two massive forces that still lingered from the demonic Orthodox war, Legion found the situation quite amusing. Rising from his spot, Legion decided that it was time for him to leave now that things seemed to be settling down. However, as he turned to walk away, a distressed cry from below caught his attention. An elderly man was speaking to one of the martial artists from the White Tiger Squad. He had lost contact with his son after the boy had entered the Southern Peak Alliance and asked the martial artist if he recognized the young man from a portrait he carried. Without even glancing at the portrait, the martial artist dismissed the old man's request, telling him to step aside and that he didn't know the person. But the old man didn't give up. He continued to beg the martial artist to at least take a look at the portrait, his desperation evident. Growing more impatient, the martial artist repeated that he didn't know the person and told the old man that one disappearance in the martial world was no big deal. Undeterred, the old man kept pleading for help, hoping to find any clue about his son's fate. The martial artist's patience finally broke, and he raised his hand, intending to strike the old man. Watching the scene unfold, Legion decided to intervene. He imbued his inner energy into a peanut and flicked it toward the martial artist, ready to act if the situation turned violent. True to Legion's expectations, the martial artist lunged at the old man, raising his hand to hit him. However, Legion flicked the peanut he had prepared, targeting the martial artist's finger. Without turning around, Legion noticed that someone had deflected his energy-infused peanut mid-air. With a slight shift of his head, he caught the peanut that had been sent straight toward him. Somehow, the person who had deflected Legion's peanut sneak attack and sent it back was strong enough to ensure that the peanut remained undamaged, indicating the formidable strength of the martial artist. Legion turned his head slightly to see who it was. An old man had appeared, intercepting the attack. This was the same old man who had single-handedly erased an entire sect from existence. Yet, no trace of fear crossed Legion's mind upon the appearance of such a martial master. Instead, he smiled with excitement, recognizing that the strongest person in the Southern Peak Alliance had arrived. His smile was laced with killing intent. Finally noticed what was going on. Alarmed by a sudden act of aggression, the low-rank martial artist shouted in Legion's direction, demanding to know what was going on and questioning his sanity. Despite the noise, Legion's eyes remained fixed on the elderly man before him. To draw his sword in such a public setting would invite the attention of ordinary citizens, which would spell trouble for the Southern Peak Alliance's reputation. The old man quickly identified Legion as the victor of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, though he appeared uncertain of Legion's intentions. He glanced at the low-rank martial artist. Given his rank, it was unsurprising that he knew little beyond the name. After all, someone of his level would never have gained access to witness the tournament firsthand. Nonetheless, the old man felt a thrill of anticipation. Though Legion appeared youthful, his presence pulsed with unrestrained energy. It was not every day that one encountered such a figure. Moved by the rarity of the moment, the old man slowly began to draw his sword, his inner energy flaring as he prepared for what might come. Legion responded with a soft hum, finding it unexpected that the elder would choose this location to ready his blade. Though Legion felt the rush of excitement that came with the prospect of crossing swords as well, he decided against provoking a confrontation. A challenge was enticing, but timing was everything. The old man kept his eyes trained on Legion, measuring the youth with the patience of experience. His assessment was interrupted by a civilian's voice nearby, noting the presence of the Southern Peak Alliance leader. The man commented to his companion that such an appearance must signal something extraordinary. Turning his head slightly, the old man listened more closely. Speculation followed. What business could the Southern Peak Alliance leader possibly have with the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family in private? Whispers suggested the two might be on the brink of war. The weight of such possibilities caused the old man to reconsider. He lowered his head, retracted the energy he had been releasing without restraint, and slowly slid his sword back into its sheath. Even in the face of Legion's evident provocation, he chose to back down. Lifting his eyes once more, the old man offered a final look and a wordless farewell. He conveyed the sentiment that today was not the right moment for their clash. Without ceremony, the elder from the Southern Peak Alliance turned and walked away, followed by the low-rank martial artist who had earlier seemed poised to strike a civilian. Legion toyed with a peanut in his hand with a casual gesture. A grin spread across his face as he returned the farewell, remarking to the retreating elder not to be too disappointed. Their unfinished business would find its resolution in due time. Elsewhere, within the inner halls of the Northern Heaven Supreme family estate, a sharp slap echoed through the room. Blood smeared across Hagi's cheek from the impact. The hand that delivered it belonged to Cheon-se, whose fury had swelled enough to strike his own cherished grandson. As his temper cooled slightly, Cheon-se demanded an explanation. What madness had possessed Hagi to request an assassination through a sect, especially as the heir of the Northern Heaven Supreme family? At that moment, Hagi remained unaware that his scheme had been disrupted. Maintaining a composed exterior, he listened as his grandfather revealed the unintended consequence of his plot, that the target, believed to be Jeok Legion, was in fact the successor of the Southern Peak Alliance. After cleaning the blood from his face, Hagi asked for clarification, unable to understand how the Southern Peak heir had become involved. He explained that the commission had been issued for Jeok Legion and no one else. The truth seemed to cool Cheon-se's rage. He murmured the name of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament's champion with a tone of realization. Still composed, Hagi pressed forward, reminding his grandfather of the long-standing family principle to crush any who dared obstruct the Northern Heaven Supreme family. But the question remained, why had the intended target shifted? Cheon-se pointed out that the Southern Peak Alliance claimed to possess proof that the hit had been placed on Yang Suchon. Hagi explained that he had acted based on Bak Sengi's guidance. A few days prior, Sengi had vanished. Hagi proposed that the man had fled the scene, leaving chaos in his wake. Hagi cursed quietly to himself, unable to confess the truth, that Bak Sengi had been killed by his own hand. At the same time, suspicion stirred within him. The situation reeked of Sengi's manipulations, leading Hagi to question what kind of scheme might have been set in motion before his death. Cheon-se restated the sequence with pointed emphasis. According to his understanding, Bak Sengi had vanished immediately after completing the assignment. That man had become the only viable thread left to unravel the deeper truth behind the matter. It became immediately clear to Hagi that his grandfather harbored doubts. Sensing the shift in tone, he responded carefully. He suggested that perhaps Bak Sengi had betrayed the Northern Heaven Supreme family, possibly even aligning himself with the enemies responsible for the chaos during the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Cheon-se radiated unmistakable killing intent, the air around him growing tense. He confronted his grandson with a pointed observation that Hagi's words implied a festering rot of traitors within their family. However, Hagi remained composed. He confirmed that assessment and insisted that all those involved, traitors and the masterminds who had planted them, must be discovered and punished without exception. With a sharp motion, Cheon-se turned away, only to glance back once more. He declared his intention to believe Hagi for now, though his tone carried a chilling undercurrent. There was no need to speak the threat aloud. The meaning was clear. Should Hagi's words prove false, Cheon-se would not hesitate to eliminate him. Hagi understood the warning all too well. Beyond that, he recognized the political peril. If the Southern Peak Alliance chose to publicly expose the situation, Cheon-se might have no choice but to execute his own grandson as an offering of peace. Even so, it was evident that the Southern Peak Alliance sought more than mere vengeance. They were angling for some greater advantage by holding this knowledge. For now, Hagi could only redirect the oncoming danger elsewhere. It pained him that the truth could never surface. Bak Sengi, the only person who could have implicated him directly, was already dead. But that loss also ensured silence, sparing Hagi from the risk of Sengi being dragged before the Southern Peak Alliance and revealing every sordid detail. Still, a nagging feeling gnawed at him. It was as if some hidden force was toying with his fate from the shadows. That force was Legion. Rather than deliver a swift and final judgment, Legion had chosen to craft a punishment tailored to the depth of Hagi's crimes. By manipulating the contents of the assassination order, Legion had replaced the intended target with Yang Suchong. Moreover, he knew the truth, that Hagi had killed Baek Sangi, the one link connecting the Northern Heaven Supreme family's heir to the assassin sect. Legion had gone even further, weaving the Southern Peak Alliance and the Northern Heaven Supreme family into a larger entanglement. The result was a conflict now spiraling beyond anyone's control. The next day, at Divine Wind Manor, Myung gave his report. The rumors had been successfully spread throughout the streets of Wuhan, just as his young master had instructed. Legion commended his bodyguard, noting that if the Wuhan Merchant Alliance decided to align itself with the Northern Heaven Supreme family, the consequences for the Southern Peak Alliance could be significant. He added that the rumors alone must already be giving the Wuhan Merchant Alliance considerable discomfort. Myung reported further, suggested the alliance members were gathering that very evening to discuss their response. Legion found that development intriguing. Privately, Myung could not help but marvel at the audacity of Legion's scheme. Until now, the entire commercial sector of Wuhan had been dominated by the Northern Heaven Supreme family. That family directly controlled 30% of all merchants, while the remaining 70% operated through agreements administered by the Palm Essence Union, which acted on the family's behalf. With the Palm Essence Union dismantled, that 70% now stood unclaimed. Ordinarily, the Northern Heaven Supreme family would absorb control of those contracts. But Legion had other plans. He aimed to seize that power for himself. A smile crept across Myung's face as he observed the unfolding events. Everything appeared to be progressing exactly according to Legion's vision. It had begun with a plan to overtake the vacant 70% market share, while the Northern Heaven Supreme family remained distracted by its escalating conflict with the Southern Peak Alliance. Legion confirmed the current approach, though he admitted uncertainty over whether the Wuhan Merchant Alliance would cooperate so easily. These were merchants driven strictly by pragmatic interests, unlikely to be influenced by sentiment or rushed into decisions. Their focus remained firmly on practical gains. He went on to explain that the merchants had spent years refining their methods for safeguarding wealth from the martial world. The alliance commanded considerable strength and discipline, not merely in trade, but in its own defenses. Their unity and influence were not to be underestimated. Legion concluded that such a group would weigh their options with care, using their leverage where it mattered most. Considering this, Myung posed a question, whether Legion had another plan already be in motion, since forcing the merchants into contractual agreements would likely bring problems later, and such coercion seemed out of character for Legion. Legion admitted that he had not yet decided on a concrete plan, but resolved to confront the situation directly. As the day faded into night, Legion set out for the location where the Wuhan Merchant Alliance was gathering. However, upon arrival, the response from the guards stationed at the entrance was less than welcoming. The lead guard made it clear that entry was forbidden to those without an invitation. While this exchange unfolded, Myung scanned the surrounding area, quietly taking in the level of security in place. Multiple martial artists stood watch at strategic points, each one alert and poised for action. Internally, Myung reflected on the nature of the meeting. It seemed the attendees, driven more by wealth and ideology, had hired skilled martial artists without concern for factional loyalty or political affiliation. Legion calmly introduced himself as Jeok Legion of Divine Wind Manor. He requested that his arrival be announced to those inside, expressing his willingness to wait until the message was delivered. Unfortunately, his reputation as the victor of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament had not yet become widespread. Unmoved, the guard claimed ignorance of both Divine Wind Manor and the man standing before him. To further dismiss him, the guard remarked that Legion didn't even look like a merchant and suggested that he leave while he still could. Remaining composed, Legion responded with a pointed question. Was it not the guard's duty to report the arrival of guests? The guard sighed in irritation, clearly disinterested in fulfilling that duty. Myung's patience began to wear thin, particularly as the guard resorted to insults. With increasing disrespect, The guard mocked Legion's youth and accused him of foolishly attempting to interrupt an important meeting. Darkness began to cloud Legion's expression, irritation mounting behind his calm exterior. Still unrelenting, the guard issued a threat. If he hadn't been on duty, he claimed, he would have beaten the so-called intruder senseless. Staring the guard dead in the eyes, Legion made one final attempt to de-escalate. He stated plainly that his intent was not violence, and repeated his request for the message to be delivered. The guard's fury boiled over. His hand trembled as rage surged, and he lashed out, swinging his sword toward Legion in open defiance. The blade never landed. Myung intercepted the strike mid-swing, gripping the guard's arm with force. The guard's eyes widened, instinctively realizing the strength of the man who had intervened. Myung, who had restrained his anger until that moment, now allowed it to radiate freely. With killing intent flickering in his eyes, he questioned how the guard dared to display such arrogance before his young master. Paralyzed, the guard found himself unable to move. No matter how he tried, his hand would not budge. In a fluid motion, Myung struck, landing a heavy punch that connected squarely with the guard's face. Blood sprayed as the man crumpled to the ground, unconscious from the blow. Myung had held back just enough to avoid killing the guard, though his personal judgment leaned toward a far harsher punishment. The only reason he had not taken the guard's life was the understanding that such an act would bring unnecessary complications. With the obstacle removed, Legion continued forward, walking toward the pavilion without another word. The other martial artists did not retreat. Instead, they drew their weapons and rushed toward Legion without hesitation. Continuing his stride, Legion casually remarked on their numbers, noting the crowd with thinly veiled amusement. One guard, having learned nothing from the earlier encounter, charged recklessly and swung his sword while shouting insults. Before the blade could land, Myung intercepted with a brutal punch, reducing the assailant to a crumpled, bloody heap for obstructing his young master's path. Another guard joined the fray, choosing a different tactic. Rather than target Legion directly, he launched himself into the air in an attempt to strike Myung from behind. The effort proved futile. Myung turned smoothly and struck with his left hand, sending the attacker flying into the nearby lake with the same brutal fashion. Legion continued forward at a measured pace, his expression calm, though a smile touched his lips at the unfolding chaos. The violence around him appeared to bring a degree of satisfaction. One after another, guards attempted to block the path. Each time, Myung delivered punishing blows that left them broken and bloodied, their bodies tossed aside with effortless precision. Legion reflected that he had initially hoped to resolve matters through words alone. He instructed Myung to show some restraint going forward, a request Myung acknowledged. Soon, every guard stationed outside the pavilion lay unconscious, all defeated by Myung alone. Legion finally reached the entrance. Before stepping inside, Legion called for Myung. From within, a powerful aura radiated without restriction. Its source wielded a massive axe, promising a worthy confrontation. A smile formed on Legion's face as he slid the door open, silently acknowledging that they might be arriving late for the meeting. The thrill of battle still stirred strongly within him. Myung carefully observed the hired martial artists as they fought valiantly against a martial master, recognizing that their devotion was truly remarkable and unlike anything he had seen before. With this in mind, he advanced toward the door, instructing Legion to allow him to handle whoever was inside, confident in his own abilities. Just as Myung's hand reached the door, he suddenly stopped, sensing something unexpected. An attack came swiftly toward the two of them. An axe sliced fiercely through the door, forcing both Myung and Legion to step back quickly in response. Myung considered that the attacker, who had launched the ambush with such precision, was unexpectedly quick for his large build and appeared highly skilled in martial arts. Quickly regaining his composure, Myung knew he had to neutralize the man immediately so Legion could reach the meeting without delay. However, Legion did not wait for him. Already airborne, he launched an immediate counterattack with his leg raised high. Only Myung understood what was unfolding, while the attacker remained completely unaware of the impending strike. The kick landed perfectly on the man's face, causing blood to spray freely in the air. Legion delivered just enough force to knock the man out cleanly, avoiding any fatal injury. Myung remained motionless, watching the young master he had known since childhood with admiration. The speed of Legion's counter was astonishing, as if the decision to attack had been made before the ambush even began. Eventually, the attacker passed out, utterly oblivious to what had just happened. One moment he had launched an ambush behind the door, and the next he was unconscious, not knowing what had struck him. Legion casually remarked that he thought he should warm up, since it had been a long time since his last fight. With unconscious hired martial artists scattered across the ground, Legion and Myung proceeded into the pavilion quietly. Then Legion turned sharply and called out to the martial artists pretending to be unconscious, questioning why they did not get up since the kick had not been that hard. Several of them rose to their knees and looked toward Legion, clearly embarrassed. One muttered in disbelief that the young man had actually been the stronger fighter, surprising even those who had known him. Around a large table, leaders from various merchant groups were gathered in serious discussion. One leader warned that making a deal with the Northern Heaven Supreme family would invite future trouble with the Southern Peak Alliance. Another dismissed the warning as mere rumor, arguing that as long as Wuhan remained within the Northern Heaven Supreme family's territory, betrayal was not an option. A different merchant responded by pointing out that the Southern Peak Alliance had come armed to Wuhan just the previous day, indicating real threat. The first merchant leader raised his voice, urging everyone to stop speaking cowardly words and face the reality. The second retorted just as loudly, challenging the first to go to the Northern Heaven Supreme family and promising to inform the Southern Peak Alliance immediately. Yu Sung-di, the leading figure among the group, laughed lightly to ease the rising tension and reminded everyone that they had not gathered to fight but to discuss important matters. At that, the two merchant leaders ceased their quarrel. Sung-di then asked if anyone had noticed how noisy it was outside, drawing the attention of all present. The merchant leader seated nearby responded, explaining that given the current chaos, it was possible someone had come with ill intent. However, there was no need for concern because several masters from the unorthodox faction had been brought along, making it impossible for anyone to get through. This statement surprised Sung-di, who questioned what the leader meant and asked why those rugged men had been brought in, warning that innocent people wishing to meet them might lose their lives. At that moment, a voice broke through from outside the door, announcing an arrival rather than asking for permission. Silence fell over the room where the merchants were holding their meeting. The man who had hired what he believed to be masters questioned what those martial masters were doing outside. Sung-di finally gave permission for the man outside to enter. Legion stepped inside, a young man normally not allowed to stand before the leaders of various merchant groups. Despite this, no one dared to refuse him once they learned that the martial masters some had hired could not hold him off. Optimistically, Legion clasped his hands and introduced himself to Sung-di as Jeok Legion from the Divine Wind Manor. Among the merchants, one exclaimed that he was the winner of that year's Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, while another remarked that they had heard he was young but did not realize he was so young. Sung-di expressed that it was a great honor for him, an old man, to meet the Divine Wind Manor Master in person. Myung pulled a chair forward for his young master to take a seat, and Legion apologized for the guard stationed outside. Sung-di acknowledged the unexpected guest and asked what had brought Legion to the merchants' gathering. Taking a seat, Legion explained that he had come to propose a business idea. Sung-di chuckled awkwardly and asked what kind of business Legion was proposing. Calmly, Legion took out a piece of paper from his inner robe and placed it on the table. He explained that he was referring to all contracts previously made with the Palm Essence Union, and that from now on, the Divine Wind Manor would protect their business from the dark groups. The realization dawned on Sung-di, who was surprised that such a young man knew that nearly all merchant dealings in Wuhan were managed by the Palm Essence Union. After reviewing the document, Sung-di commented that the terms were so favorable it made him wonder if they should side with them. But he said they could not accept the proposal. Although he did not specify which side he meant, Legion understood well. He asked if it was because of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Sung-di elaborated that despite making a contract with the Palm Essence Union, the real agreement was with the Northern Heaven Supreme family, with the Palm Essence Union acting as an intermediary. The merchant leaders exchanged glances as Legion pressed forward, assuring them they need not worry. He identified himself as the winner of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament hosted by the Northern Heaven Supreme family and revealed that he had established a new base in Wuhan under the name of Divine Wind Manor, giving sufficient justification for his involvement with the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Legion added that if any issues arose, those involved could simply claim that the Divine Wind Manor had forced them into signing the contract, offering them a convenient excuse. Surprised, Sungdi asked what he meant by that. Legion did not answer directly, but instead stood up and stated that Sungdi should take the time to think it over and then inform him of the decision. As Legion began to walk away, Sungdi stopped him briefly, asking frankly what his true purpose was in going to such lengths to make a deal with them. Legion turned to face Sungdi, a seasoned merchant who had lived a lifetime in trade and negotiation. At that moment, Legion sent a voice transmission directed solely to the old man. Sungdi's expression shifted in surprise as he listened to what the young man, who had abruptly entered the merchant leaders' meeting, was saying. A smile appeared on Legion's face as he then spoke aloud for all to hear that he would see them again. One merchant leader, who had not received the voice transmission, wondered aloud what was wrong with the young man and why he had not explained his reasons. Sungdi then realized that Legion had sent the message only to him. Legion declared that he would drive the Northern Heaven Supreme family away from Wuhan and pledged to protect the Merchant Alliance from that moment forward. This declaration was the source of Sungdi's surprise. After gathering his thoughts, Sungdi smiled, acknowledging that Legion was no ordinary youth. He had created a situation in which the Merchant Alliance could conduct their business profitably. Conversely, if the Divine Wind Manor were to fail, the Merchant Alliance would be shielded from the fallout. The following day, the sun rose high in a clear sky, casting a serene and peaceful atmosphere over the Divine Wind Manor. Legion spent his time with Cherian, enjoying their moments together in leisure. Feeling bored, Cherian remarked that idling away in such pleasant weather made her sleepy. Legion agreed, noting it had been some time since they had experienced such relaxation. Cherian asked whether Legion had resolved all matters with the Wuhan Merchant Alliance. Legion replied that not everything was settled yet, but he was confident they would accept their offer. This prompted Cherian to ask how he could be so sure. Legion explained that, much like birds flying freely in the sky and fish swimming in the water, it was only natural for merchants to choose the option that would benefit them the most. Cherian inquired whether he meant that merchants would always make the choice that maximized their gain. Legion confirmed this and added that he had even provided them with a clear and reliable escape route should they need it. Cherian wondered whether the Northern Heaven Supreme family would simply stand by and watch if that were to happen. Legion revealed that they would not realize it immediately, as they were likely occupied with the ongoing issues involving the Southern Peak Alliance. However, before long, they would lose a significant foothold in Wuhan. In response, Cherian expressed admiration and asked how Legion and Myong had managed all of this on their own. Legion replied simply that Myong handled matters with thoroughness and great precision, and joked that if they had 3 more individuals like Myong, they would have nothing to worry about. She could not help but express how remarkable Legion's trust in Myong truly was. Legion replied that, of course, and added that she too had someone she could trust just as much as Myong. Fallen for it, Cherian asked who that person was. Legion pointed to himself as he answered, having been buttering her up, though it was nothing like a blatant confession. This surprised her, leaving her unable to discern Legion's true feelings toward her, though this made her blush and fall into deep contemplation. Before she met Legion, she never imagined trusting someone outside her family as much as she trusted him. If not for Legion's timely arrival back at the Righteous Sword Sect, Cherian's whole family might have been wiped off the face of the earth. Suddenly, Legion began to tell the origin of his trust toward Myong. When he first started his journey, he was still able to at least protect himself, but was deceived and stabbed in the back by others. The idea that a 10-year-old Legion had set out alone into the martial world was hard for Cherian to believe. She did not know that Legion was the son of heirs to 2 of the strongest forces existing within the martial world. Nonetheless, Legion continued that there were several instances where he almost died if it weren't for Myong. She expressed that in that case, he must be the one person he could trust the most in the world. Without missing a beat, Legion answered that, of course. In his memories, Myung was always protecting him, and on top of that, he was like family to him. But disaster struck during Myung's next mission, which he pursued himself. Bloodied and battered, Myung sat against a tree. His sword was broken, and fresh blood poured from various wounds on his body. His breath was ragged, his legs had given out, and his meridians were severely damaged. His opponent bore an unusual weapon, a sharp claw, still dripping with blood from its prey. Myung's gaze never faded. His eyes remained sharp as he stared at the opponent standing before him. He cursed inwardly, wondering if this was the end of his life. The day before, after Legion had spent enough time with Cherian, Myung met with Legion and asked if he had a good time with Miss Cherian, noting that he had been by the pond for quite a while. Legion asked if Myung had been watching them. Myung laughed and said Legion was plainly visible, to be exact. With the pleasantries over, Myung reported that the Flying Swallowtail Association had contacted Bong Soo-chong, and they were setting up a meeting tonight. It was then that Myung noticed Legion's passive expression. He asked if something was bothering him. Legion teased Myung back, reiterating Myung's retort to the martial artists guarding the pavilion, the meeting place of the merchant leaders, that had acted arrogantly toward his young master. Legion then laughed heartily, stating he kept recalling that line. This made Myung blush in embarrassment at being teased in such a manner. Abruptly, Legion's expression shifted. His tone turned serious as he asked if Myung would be all right going alone. Legion's intuition screamed at him that there were far too many unseen variables in the information he had received, making him deeply worry for the safety of his subordinate. Myung let out a calm sigh before responding that while he might be weaker than Legion, he was certainly not one to be easily beaten up, something Legion should already knew very well. Legion chuckled softly and admitted that this only made him more worried than before. He understood that caution was necessary and that he could never be too careful, but Myung believed that his strength alone was sufficient. Nevertheless, Legion decided to trust him fully, offering a wide smile as he reminded Myung to be careful during the mission. Myung returned the gesture, reassuring Legion not to worry. That night, as the full moon bloomed in the sky, a thick mist blanketed the forest below. A mysterious hooded figure stood before Bong Soo-chong. This figure was an operative from the Flying Swallowtail Association, and Bong Soo-chong was their spy, placed within the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The hooded figure asked pointedly why the exploding thunderbolt had failed to explode during the final match of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, expressing frustration that Soo-chong, despite being made an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, had repeatedly failed in his duties. The same failure had occurred during the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Soo-chong responded calmly that he had his reasons. The Orthodox Alliance had uncovered his identity as an internal spy for the Northern Heaven Supreme family and had discovered the existence of the Flying Swallowtail Association. In retaliation, they poisoned him, and without the antidote, survival was impossible. The hooded figure found it difficult to believe, so he took Soo-chang's hand to check his veins himself. After careful examination, it was confirmed that Soo-chong was indeed poisoned. The figure then asked what the Orthodox Alliance's true objective was. Soo-chong explained that they sought intelligence on the Flying Swallowtail Association's movements and the internal affairs of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The hooded figure then pointed out that Soo-chong was not only a spy for the Northern Heaven Supreme family, but also working for the Flying Swallowtail Association. He questioned why Soo-chong was so confident in revealing this information to him. Without hesitation, Soo-chong answered that he trusted the Flying Swallowtail Association more than those bastards in the Orthodox Alliance. The figure replied that he would consider Soo-chang's punishment but allowed him to leave for the time being. Throughout the information exchange, Myung had maintained a high vantage point on a tree branch, observing the plan unfold exactly as he had devised. After the meeting concluded, Myung inwardly acknowledged that Soo-chong had followed orders precisely. Without their intervention, the Flying Swallowtail Association would likely have killed Soo-chong. Since Soo-chong was still useful for the young lord's purposes, it was imperative to keep him alive and safe. Once the meeting ended, Myung resolved to return quickly to report all that had transpired to Legion. Just as Myung prepared to leave, a sudden sneak attack targeted his legs. The hooded figure had discovered Myung's presence and attempted to strike first. Quick as lightning, Myung leapt off the branch, the sword attack cutting through the air as it swiftly severed part of the tree. He landed gracefully on the ground, immediately followed by the hooded figure wielding his sword, ready to engage. The man immediately closed the distance between them, his sword raised high and poised for a deadly strike. In that split second, Myong ducked low to narrowly avoid the sharp blade, muttering under his breath that he must have underestimated his opponent's speed. With fluid, precise movements, Myong unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, each landing expertly on various acupoints along the man's body. Within that single exchange, Myong managed to seize the upper hand, but his mind raced as he recalled that these adversaries possessed a deadly point art, a technique that would explode violently if their paralyzing point was suppressed. As soon as this realization struck him, Myong sprang back several paces, away from the hooded figure, who immediately slumped to one knee, clutching his paralyzing points in pain. The hooded figure cursed softly under his breath as he collapsed further, the grim understanding dawning that his blood path had been struck. It was in that moment that shock and surprise crossed Myong's face. The figure he had been fighting was not a man at all, but rather a young woman, an operative of the Flying Swallowtail Association, bearing the rank of 14th Butterfly. Fortunately for her, the paralysis had not affected the right side of her body. Quickly, she withdrew a small tube from her robe and raised it high, immediately deploying it. Thick smoke billowed forth from the tube, signaling a distress call to the Flying Swallowtail Association. Myong shouted in surprise, questioning whether the smoke was a flare calling for backup, and puzzled why her self-destruction technique had not activated. His words faltered abruptly as a new master suddenly approached. Myong twisted his body just enough to dodge the incoming attack. A man wielding razor-sharp claws in both hands appeared, moving with such blistering speed that Myong could only partially evade, the blades grazing his back. The claws were laced with potent poison, but Myong's mind sharpened as recognition hit him instantly. He identified the attacker as Bok Pyong, a master of the Black Claws faction and ranked 7th Butterfly within the Flying Swallowtail Association. The man walked toward the young woman, questioning her loudly. He said he had come immediately since he was nearby, but demanded to know what was going on. Hadn't she been sent to meet Bong Su-chong? The woman replied she would explain later, but first told him to release her paralyzed blood path. With a dry chuckle, Bok Pyong scolded her lightly, reminding her that's why she should have arranged for a guard. Since she had sent a distress signal, the 3rd Butterfly was surely on the way. Both ignored Myong's presence entirely, speaking as though he were invisible, allowing him to overhear everything. Myong reflected inwardly that he had never heard of the 3rd Butterfly before, but knew from their tone that together, the two posed a formidable force, far beyond his solo capabilities. Even Bok Pyong alone was a challenge he struggled to meet. Suddenly, Myong triggered his own distress flare, sending a bright signal soaring high into the dark night sky. The young woman exclaimed angrily, calling Myong a little bastard for apparently signaling for help as well. She screamed that her blood path be released later and commanded the men to kill Myong immediately for eavesdropping on her conversation with Bong Su-chong. Realizing the dire situation, Bok Pyong lunged forward, his right hand raised a strike at Myong's head. But Myong was just as quick, swiftly raising his sword to block the powerful blow just in time. Myong cursed quietly under his breath, feeling the weight of uncertainty as he wondered if Legion had seen the distress signal he had desperately sent out. For Myong, his own life was expendable in this moment. He did not mind sacrificing himself. But what troubled him deeply was the thought that his young master would never stop blaming himself for this failure. With his heavy resolve, Myong expertly deflected the claw strike with a swift, practiced movement of his sword. Yet the man was relentless, immediately following up with another vicious strike that grazed Myong's left hand like a hot knife slicing through cold butter. The wound opened, and blood flowed freely, staining his ground. The Black Claws grinned, relishing the challenge of facing such a worthy opponent. Myong, however, filled himself with steely determination, vowing to hold on no matter the cost. Summoning his remaining strength, Myong launched a counterattack, a powerful sword swing from his right side. Bok Pyong reacted just in time, raising his left hand to block the blow with his deadly claws. The clash of their blades echoed eerily through the quiet forest, a stark contrast to the stillness surrounding them. Exhausted, Myong eventually found himself sitting against a sturdy tree trunk, his sword broken and blood pouring from numerous wounds across his body. Standing over him, Bok Pyong acknowledged Myong's tenacity, commenting on how viciously he had resisted. Yet Myong's spirit remained unbroken. Even with razor-sharp blades threatening to pierce his head, his eyes burned with the fierce resolve of a cornered beast unwilling to surrender. With their battle reached its end, Bok Pyong coldly noted that no savior was likely to come to Myong's aid. Myong's mind raced. The Divine Wind Manor was far from here, and with the forest shrouded in darkness, it was no surprise that Legion might have missed the distress flare. Just as Bok Pyong raised his hand to deliver what he intended to be the final, fatal blow, the young woman abruptly stopped in mid-motion. She warned that Myong was privy to the secret meeting with Bong Suchong and the Flying Swallowtail Association's self-destruction technique, and speculated that he might be a member of the Orthodox Alliance. She insisted that they capture him alive to extract more valuable information. Bok Pyong considered her words carefully and agreed, admitting it was a wise plan. Meanwhile, Myong's mind flickered with both fear and resolve. He was confident in his ability to withstand any torture, but he also knew that if they used insidious soul manipulation techniques or drugs, he might inadvertently reveal everything Legion had painstakingly prepared. Rather than risk such an outcome, Myong resolved to end things on his own terms. He lifted his broken sword, preparing to stab himself in the throat. The young woman screamed in shock and horror at his decision, but it was already too late to intervene. Myong silently offered apologies and a final farewell to the young master he had sworn to serve. Then, without warning, a deafening explosion ripped through the forest. Bok Pyong and the girl looked up sharply, seeing a martial master of incredible power approaching with swift, unrestrained energy. Myong froze, sensing the massive energy surge rushing toward them with alarming speed. Every person's gaze turned to the same spot, their bodies frozen in fear and awe. The explosion of energy tore through the forest first, blasting a path that flattened trees, shattered stones, and tore through thick foliage. Bok Pyong leapt aside instantly, pulling the young woman to safety, while Myong remained standing alone, untouched by the destructive force. Slowly, Myong lowered his broken sword, the one he had intended to use to end his own life. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, followed by a faint smile as he looked toward the approaching figure and asked aloud, teasing, if he was trying to blow up the entire mountain. Draped in a blood-red robe, Legion appeared with such suddenness it seemed he had materialized from thin air. Legion carefully assessed Myong's condition as he stood. Like the wrath of hell itself descending on the mountain, Legion unleashed his inner energy without restraint. The usual serene smile on his face was gone, replaced by a chilling, palpable killing intent. Without hesitation, he answered Myong's question with fierce determination. If necessary, he would destroy the entire mountain to save his loyal subordinate. Legion chose to approach Myong first, as if he had completely dismissed the enemies, confident in dealing with them later. His true energy radiated without restraint, causing the two named butterfly agents to stand still, observing the situation and not initiating any attack. Legion's expression showed concern as he noted Myong's severe injuries. His internal pathways were in chaos, disordered and damaged, though the external injuries were just as alarming. Blood splattered from the brutal clash with the seventh butterfly. Despite being unable to move, Myong brushed it off, stating that it was nothing for his young master to worry about. His priority remained unchanged. They had to deal with the enemies first. As they conversed, the 7th and 14th butterfly exchanged glances, realizing that Legion was not part of the Orthodox Alliance. Prompted by this realization, the two turned, and Bok Pyong stepped forward with an air of superiority. He asked if Legion had arrived without a weapon. Legion casually responded, revealing that he had returned the weapons he had wielded to their rightful owners, with no intentions of using them now. With an almost nonchalant motion, he slipped his hand into his robe. From within, he drew a dagger, its icy cold energy radiating outward, claiming that it would be more than enough to deal with the 7th butterfly. At first glance, the dagger looked almost like a mere beautiful ornament, but Myong immediately recognized its true nature. This was the frozen jade dagger, a weapon Legion had bought during a shopping trip for the Wind God armor with Charion. Myung knew it was a divine artifact, its significance far beyond ordinary weapons. However, he also recognized the danger of underestimating Bok Pyong, the Black Claws, who was no easy foe. Legion twirled the dagger between his fingers, almost absent-mindedly, as though it were nothing more than a trinket. But the moment he assumed his combat stance, the air around him thickened with lethal intent. His eyes locked onto his opponent with a razor-sharp focus. Bok Pyong's lips curled into a smile, amused by the challenge before him. In an instant, he lunged forward, claws poised to strike, ready to tear through his opponent. Legion was equally prepared, pulling back his dagger, ready to intercept and defend against the incoming attack. Their weapons collided, one small, gleaming dagger against the deadly ferocity of Bok Pyong's claws. For a fleeting moment, Bok Pyong's expression flickered as he assessed the young martial artist before him. Despite his overwhelming strength, Bok Pyong's claw could not advance further after Legion's skillful block. Legion had infused his inner energy into the dagger, creating a powerful resistance against the Black Claws. Bok Pyong trembled slightly, feeling the immovable force of the young man's blade. Impressed by the display, Bok Pyong mused that Legion was indeed formidable. He quickly adjusted, swinging his left hand in a wide arc, aiming to strike Legion with a brutal claw thrust. But Legion's movements were far faster. The attack met no resistance as Legion disappeared before his eyes, leaping high into the air with fluid grace, preparing his counterattack. His movements were a blur, so fast that Bok Pyong could not follow them. In midair, Legion spun as he descended toward his opponent's back. He struck with precise intent, delivering a swift blow aimed at Bok Pyong's neck. But Bok Pyong was quick to react. He only needed a slight movement to avoid the attack. He ducked low, narrowly dodging the blow that would have struck the back of his neck. It was a calculated provocation from Legion. A deadly glint sparked in Bok Pyong's eyes, and with a growl of fury, he swung his claws, aiming to retaliate against the young martial artist's boldness. In a flash, Bok Pyong unleashed a flurry of claw strikes, each one aimed at Legion's defenseless body, growling at the young martial artist's arrogance. However, Legion remained calm, effortlessly blocking each strike with his tiny dagger, his expression casual, as though it were nothing more than a sparring match. As the two continued to trade blows, Legion mused about how his personal guard rarely sought him out unless the situation was truly dire, reflecting on the seriousness of the battle. Bok Pyong fought with everything he had, but Legion wasn't truly engaged. Instead, he was studying his opponent's combat style, evaluating his opponent's martial prowess. After a few exchanges, Legion came to understand why Myung had sent out the distress signal. Bok Pyong launched another furious attack, but Legion blocked it with effortless ease, his palm meeting the blow with little to no resistance, all the while thinking out loud, reflecting on the situation. Bok Pyong provoked Legion, mocking him by calling his guard weak and pathetic. He believed it was understandable, as Myung had little time to hone his martial arts, constantly being tied up with missions for Legion. The words were meant to sting, yet it was a grave mistake for Bok Pyong to speak them. Legion's gaze immediately sharpened, his earlier curiosity about his opponent's martial prowess quickly evaporating. The mockery hit a nerve, and the young martial artist's focus shifted from the battle at hand to something far deeper. Bok Pyong continued, commenting on how amusing it was to see the guard charge at him so desperately, knowing he would fall short. Before he could even finish his words, Legion's dagger flew through the air faster than a strike of lightning. The Black Claws had no time to react. Bok Pyong hadn't seen the attack coming, not even a flicker of motion in time. All he could make out was Legion's face, an eerie calmness washing over it, utterly expressionless. Then the pain hit. A sharp, searing pain radiated from his right eye as Legion's dagger cut through it in one swift motion. A trail of blood followed the path of the blade, staining the air as it moved. The 14th butterfly's jaw dropped, her eyes wide with disbelief. As someone of lower rank in the martial world, she hadn't even seen the movement, much less anticipate the lethal speed of Legion's strike. Meanwhile, sitting quietly on the side, Myung didn't even flinch. His expression remained serious, but unsurprised, almost as if it were the most natural thing in the world to see his young master fight with such speed and precision. Enraged, Bak Pyong hurled more insults at Legion, swinging his sharp claws with vicious intent. However, Legion mirrored the action, but there was a distinct difference. Unlike Bak Pyong's wild, furious strikes, Legion's attack was measured, and each blow was marked with blood, his opponent's blood. Once again, Bak Pyong failed to land hit. He swung viciously, but Legion was too fast, too calm. In frustration, Bak Pyong insulted Legion again, but his words held no weight against the young martial artist's unwavering poise. Undisturbed by the barrage of insults, Legion turned away casually, his calm demeanor masking the ruthless force of his martial arts. In the next instant, Legion slashed across Bak Pyong's left eye with ruthless precision, leaving a trail of blood on the attack path. Before Bak Pyong could react to the sting of the injury, Legion moved with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he struck again, cutting through Bak Pyong's back and thigh with unyielding force. Each strike from Legion was like a phantom, fast and decisive. A trail of blood followed him with every motion, just as he had inflicted on Myong earlier. Though Bak Pyong may have been stronger than Myong, he lacked the tenacity and focus that Myong possessed. With every wound, Bak Pyong screamed in agony, his pride crumbling along with his body. On the other hand, Legion was already in the air. He saw Bak Pyong's desperate cries. The black claws demanded to strike Legion's eyes, to leave him with the same fate. But Legion's voice remained cold, unfeeling. His words were laced with anger, revealing that the mere thought of almost losing his trusted aid to someone like Bak Pyong enraged him deeply. Still oblivious, Bak Pyong had no idea what Legion was preparing to do next. Legion's eyes locked onto his target. With lethal intent, he drove the dagger straight down toward Bak Pyong's brain. Blood erupted from the wound, spraying wildly as the dagger, imbued with Legion's inner energy, shattered Bak Pyong's brain. The next moment, the sharp, cold blade of the tiny dagger cleaved effortlessly through Bak Pyong's head. The impact was so quick, so clean, that the black claws had no time to react. Despite the fury that churned within him, Legion's expression remained blank, as if the act of taking his opponent's life meant nothing to him. Behind him, the 14th butterfly stood frozen in fear, paralyzed by the sight she had just witnessed. She had watched as the 7th butterfly, an upper-ranking member of her order, had been mutilated without even being able to put up a worthy fight against a young martial artist. There, on the cold earth, lay the lifeless body of the 7th master of the Flying Swallowtail Association. Legion then turned his gaze toward her, her face twisted in horror as she realized the deadly presence in front of her. She wondered with mounting dread if she would meet the same fate as Bak Pyong. Her heart raced as she stammered, calling out to her mother, the leader of the Flying Swallowtail Association, for help. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Flying Swallowtail Association, where a woman stood playing idly with a butterfly, her fingers moving delicately with it. Her beauty was serene, radiating a cold, regal composure. With a high nose and piercing eyes, she carried an air of authority that could not be ignored. She turned her head as the 4th butterfly, an elder and martial master, approached her. With respect, the elder reported that the 14th butterfly had sent out a distress signal, his tone filled with concern. However, the leader remained unfazed. She simply suggested that the elder need not worry about the 14th butterfly, for the 7th butterfly had always been by her side, keeping her protected and secure. The elder silently pondered in his mind, contemplating that words were what he should have said to the leader instead. Inwardly, he couldn't fathom how a mother could remain so calm in response to a distress call from her only daughter. Yet at the same time, the leader sometimes displayed an obsession stronger than life itself, leaving everyone around her uncertain of what was truly going on in her mind at any given moment. The elder let out a hollow sigh, resigning to the fact that the leader must have her reasons for staying calm in such a situation. It was then that the leader finally spoke, a hint of concern creeping into her voice as she mentioned that it had been bothering her lately, how things weren't going according to their plans. She turned to the elder, asking if the distress call could be related to that problem. Suspicions mirroring her own, the elder agreed, adding that if that was the case, the 14th butterfly could very well be in grave danger. The leader listened attentively to the elder's words, her gaze distant as she processed the information. In the end, she brushed it off with a wave, claiming that everything would be all right in the end. She went on to reveal that the 14th butterfly's distress call coincided with the arrival of the 3rd butterfly. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where the 3rd ranked member of the Flying Swallowtail Association appeared, a bald elder. At his arrival, the 14th butterfly lifted her gaze, followed by Myong, who still couldn't stand due to the injuries he had suffered. Shifted his gaze upward as well. Legion saw the bald elder arrive, just in time to rescue the 14th butterfly. It was unclear whether the 3rd butterfly was a martial master capable of performing void steps, or if he possessed a martial art that allowed him to appear to walk on air. The fact remained that he descended from the sky, and behind him, the full moon illuminated his presence, making him seem unfathomable and otherworldly. He scoffed, calling Legion an arrogant child. Legion stood fearlessly, his posture unwavering. With a single glance, he recognized that the bald elder was a martial master, and despite being an unbeatable force among his peers, Legion was still young. He knew this battle would be a challenge. The elder's hair fluttered behind him as he slowly descended, his landing accompanied by a soft rustling of the grass beneath his feet. The elder remarked on how bold it was for Legion to reveal his face in front of the agents of the Flying Swallowtail Association. Nonchalant as ever, Legion responded calmly, stating that all he needed to do was kill everyone present. He implied that if every member of the Flying Swallowtail Association were slain, he would remain unknown, and there would be no need for hesitation. The moment Legion finished speaking, the elder vanished from sight in an instant. But Legion was prepared. He pulled back his palm, gathering his inner energy, and pushed forward. Their palms collided with tremendous force, as though the elder had materialized out of thin air. The clash of inner energies sent a powerful wave of wind cascading from their palms, a first strike to gauge each other's martial prowess. The elder pushed through, his inner energy rising in an attempt to strike down the young man he deemed arrogant. Legion countered, raising his own inner energy to meet the elder's force head-on. Another explosion of inner energy erupted, far more massive than the first collision throughout the dark forest. Witnessing the contest, Myong evaluated that the elder's internal energy was stronger than that of Cheon Mwak, the Demon Sword, one of the top 10 martial artists renowned for his reputation. Yet, what Myong saw next left him wide-eyed in disbelief. Despite his strength, Legion was being pushed back several paces by the force of their clash. Legion quickly steadied himself, his right leg firmly planted on the ground, refusing to falter. The elder, ranked 3rd among the Flying Swallowtail Association's members, was perplexed. He had not expected such a young man to possess such vast amounts of internal energy. Meanwhile, Myong sat shocked, realizing that the young master he served was actually being forced back. Although Legion was young, he was the heir to the strongest hidden forces within the martial world. Myong never anticipated that even Legion would be pushed to the edge like this. A moment of realization dawned on Legion's face. Though he was never one to back down from a challenge, he now found himself in a difficult position. He had left the blade of his mother and the sword of his father with their respective owners, leaving only his inner energy to rely on in this fight. And, in that regard, he was outmatched by the elder. The old man fixed his gaze on Legion, scanning him with intense focus as if trying to discern the inner pathways of his energy. In return, Legion met his stare. He knew the elder was formidable, but he could not abandon Myong, his loyal subordinate, no matter what. Witnessing the tension between the two, Myong was surprised, just as the young lady was. There they stood, facing each other, an elder of the Flying Swallowtail Association's ranked agent, an unparalleled master in his own right, against a youth who had never been heard of before. The elder's hand reached the hilt of his sword, and his immense aura surged out without restraint. After a quick exchange of strikes, he remarked that Legion's breath seemed rough, suspecting that the young man had already exhausted most of his internal energy. Though Legion's face showed no signs of wear, his earlier rush from the Divine Wind Manor to respond to Myong's distress call had left him less than his peak condition. With this in mind, The elder questioned whether Legion was truly able to continue facing him in his current state. Legion steadied himself, and in the next moment, vanished from his position. The elder swiftly unsheathed his sword in response. Legion reappeared in front of the elder as if he had materialized out of thin air. His movements were so quick that an ordinary observer could not follow. The clash of blades echoed as Legion's small dagger met the elder's sword. The inner energy imbued into their weapons collided, creating a shockwave that radiated outward, filling the space with explosive force. In that instant, the elder commented on how Legion wielded what seemed like a toy dagger. A smirk crossed Legion's face as he retorted that it was actually a very expensive item. As the blades separated, a metallic clang rang out, and the elder expressed his disbelief at Legion's words, before thrusting his sword forward with deadly intent. Legion was just as swift, ducking low to evade the strike, and preparing his own counterattack. From below, Legion launched a risky move, swinging his dagger wide to target the elder's side. This was no longer a playful exchange. It was a fight for his life. The elder evaded the blow with ease, and mused aloud about Legion's bravery. The battle that followed was a blur of strikes and blocks. Legion found himself at a disadvantage, his dagger far shorter in range than the elder's sword. The elder commented on how well Legion held up despite wielding such a flimsy weapon, as he readied himself for the next move. However, Legion sensed that the elder was about to escalate things. The elder pulled back his sword, channeling a massive amount of internal energy into it. In a flash, the elder swung his sword wide, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. The air hummed with the power of his strike. Just as fast, Legion bent his whole body backward to avoid the deadly blow. But as he arched his body, his eyes widened in sudden realization. The sword aura, cutting through the air, cleaved through the forest just inches above head height. Myung, barely able to stand from his earlier injuries, had fortunately managed to avoid the attack. Without missing a beat, Legion leapt into action, hurling his dagger toward the elder's head. The weapon tore through the air with incredible speed, powered by an immense amount of inner energy. In response, the elder expertly deflected the dagger with precision and strength, sending it back toward Legion with equal force. It hurtled toward his head, aiming to strike him down. The entire exchange took only a split moment, and before Legion even landed, he reached out with his arm, positioning himself to catch the dagger midair. As his fingers closed around the blade, the elder had already appeared behind him, sword raised, ready to strike down with a vertical, downward blow. Without hesitation, Legion spun around and took a single step back, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The elder's sword crashed into the ground with a deafening explosion, the force of the impact sending vibrations through the earth. It missed its mark by mere inches, the deadly tip narrowly avoiding Legion's body. The elder did not pause. With swift precision, he raised his sword and slashed diagonally at Legion. But Legion was ready. With his dagger raised, he blocked the strike with unwavering focus. For the moment, Legion made the decision to prioritize defense. He weathered the elder's relentless assault, being pushed back with every strike, yet never once losing his ground. Despite the hundreds of exchanges between the two martial masters, neither was able to land a single blow. However, Legion had a different tactic in mind. He carefully lured the elder away from where Myung stood, ensuring that Myung remained as safe as possible. Before long, they had moved a considerable distance, the deafening sound of their blades clashing echoing across the forest. The battle raged on, each strike more forceful than the last. With the two combatants now out of immediate danger, Myung cursed inwardly. Gripping his broken sword tightly, he could only watch as the battle unfolded. He had come to realize that Legion had deliberately led the fight away from him. As his bodyguard, he was meant to protect his master, not be a burden. Frustrated by his own helplessness, Myung turned his gaze upward when he was called out by the 14th butterfly, who stood nearby. Still unable to free herself from her pressure points, the 14th butterfly was as harmless as Myung in this moment. But a faint smile formed on her lips as she pointed out the distance between Legion and the elder. With a teasing tone, she suggested that perhaps Legion had abandoned his subordinate and fled. Myung muttered under his breath that he wished it were true, Going up against such a strong master without reinforcements seemed impossible. He also wondered if the Flying Swallowtail Association had more forces coming. The 14th butterfly listened intently to Myong's words, noting his deep faith in his young master. It was then that she heard a voice in her mind, transmitted through the third butterfly's voice transmission technique. Her eyes widened in surprise when she heard the elder's command. He told her to use something she possessed. He knew that the leader had granted her authority to use this particular item. With it, he was confident that Legion's fate would be sealed and the young man would not survive. The 14th butterfly was deep in thought. She had never actually used the item before, but with the elder's words in mind, she realized there was no time to waste. Moments later, a green smoke began to billow from deep within the forest, rising into the air like a storm cloud. As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, the 14th butterfly had activated the mysterious item, and the fight was about to take an unexpected turn. Meanwhile, Legion continued to hold his ground against the Elder, still locked in combat. The fight had stretched on through the night, and despite the Elder's superior skill and power, he still had failed to land a single hit. Legion, though exhausted and breathing harder than before, landed gracefully after dodging another of the Elder's attacks. He paused for a brief moment, noticing the green smoke rising. He then asked the Elder what he was scheming, as if implied the billowing green smoke at the distance. With unshaken focus, the Elder assessed the situation with a growing sense of determination. He noticed Legion's breathing had become uneven, yet despite this, each strike the young man made seemed sharper, more precise. His killing intent remained just as sharp. Inwardly, the Elder was confident that the young man would not last much longer, especially with the item the 14th butterfly had just used. He turned to Legion, his voice cold, and asked why the young man had involved himself in their affairs. Legion had posed as a martial artist from the Orthodox Alliance, disrupting the Flying Swallowtail Association's plans at every turn. Yet, Legion did not answer. The Elder then mused that Legion must have ambitions to take over the martial world. If that was indeed the case, he warned, Legion's enemies would not end with the Elder alone. Elsewhere, in the Northern Heaven Supreme family manor, Hagi turned to his grandfather with a question that weighed heavily on his mind. He asked if his grandfather truly wished to proceed with the plan. Hagi reiterated his concerns about the plan, mentioning the arranged marriage with Cherian of the Righteous Sword Sect. He had already heard that Cheonsei had transferred several prophet rights to the Southern Peak Alliance regarding the Phantom Slaughter Sect issue. He suggested that the marriage would not add any significant benefits. Cheonsei brushed this off, claiming that it was just a few prophet rights and nothing more. He also emphasized that the Southern Peak Alliance wouldn't pose any challenges in taking control of the Central Plains. Despite the Righteous Sword Sect being small, he added, they had a strong reputation, especially now that Cherian had become a phoenix, which he believed implied that the situation was favorable. Realizing that his grandfather was beginning to desire more honor, Hagi pointed out that the relationship between Cherian and Legion could complicate things. He reminded Cheonsei of the attack on the Righteous Sword Sect just before the downfall of the Palm Essence Union, suggesting that the two incidents might be connected due to the relationship between Legion and Cherian. Cheonsei acknowledged the possibility, but remained confident. He believed that even if Legion had disrupted the Palm Essence Union, he would not be able to challenge the Northern Heaven Supreme family. At that, Cheonsei made it clear that if the Righteous Sword Sect refused the arranged marriage, he wanted them to pay the price for it. What he failed to realize was that, in doing so, he had unknowingly dug his own grave, one for which he had not yet prepared himself to lie in. Hagi's mind raced as he considered what kind of price his grandfather was referring to. He also wondered just how powerful Legion truly was, whether his strength could even be enough to kill the old geezer. If that happened, Hagi thought he would finally inherit the Northern Heaven Supreme family. A smile crept across his face as he told his grandfather to proceed with the plan. He also did not know the only inheritance he will get is the hope that the grave they had dug was large enough to hold their entire family's lineage. It was then that Cheonsei's thoughts turned to the Divine Wind Manor. The name, when translated from the original tongue, could be interpreted as the New Wind Manor. Cheonsei pondered this for a moment before stating that the martial world did not desire a new wind. For all he knew that everyone who attempted to make a new wind in the martial world had ended in death or disappearance. In his eyes, such endeavors were naive and foolish, filled with longing and illusions. He dismissed the idea, seeing it as a childish fantasy beyond a reach of reality. Meanwhile, Legion was still locked in combat with the Elder. Despite fighting all night, and with the sun now rising high in the sky, Legion's eyes remained sharp, and his focus was unyielding. But the Elder was faring better. He lunged at Legion with a series of relentless sword strikes, forcing Legion to keep retreating with each trade of blows. With an upward swing, the Elder came at him again, showing no sign of stopping. The Elder sneered, calling Legion foolish for risking his life to save a single subordinate. His sword swung upward with deadly intent, grazing Legion's cheek as he barely managed to pull his head back in time to dodge. Blood sprayed from the wound as the Elder remarked that, unfortunately for Legion, he had no chance of winning. With that, the Elder pulled his sword back and prepared another devastating attack. However, Legion sidestepped and blocked the Elder's sword with his dagger. The screeching sound of metal on metal filled the air, but Legion remained unfazed. Then, using his bare hand, he grabbed hold of the Elder's sword by the blade, blood spraying from his hand as he did so. The Elder's eyes widened in disbelief at Legion's audacity and the immense courage he displayed. Undeterred, Legion moved closer and swung his dagger at the Elder's head. As he did, he muttered that in any fight, there was always a chance for victory. The Elder did not back down. Instead, he prepared a palm technique with his other hand, aiming to strike Legion's head and crush it open. It was a battle of wills. Who had the greater resolve? Legion, with his daggers raised, and the Elder, with his palm technique ready to strike. The moments seemed to stretch into eternity as the two of them faced each other. Only the Elder's mind raced as he calculated the odds. He knew he was faster, but as he looked at Legion, who was determined to press on and ready to die for his cause, he faltered for a moment. Legion stared dead ahead at the Elder with his unwavering gaze. In the midst of his palm motion, the Elder hesitated, changing his mind and deciding to block the incoming dagger instead. But Legion's attack was far more devastating than the Elder had anticipated. The dagger sliced cleanly through the Elder's arm and continued its deadly path, piercing through his jaw. The Elder couldn't even scream as the blade drove deeper. Blood poured freely from the wound, and his eyes remained fixed on the young man who had dealt such a blow. Legion smiled at the sight, then calmly remarked that if the Elder had intended to aim for his head, he should have committed fully, instead of second-guessing mid-battle. With that, the battle between the Elder and Legion came to an end. The young man had proven his resolve, and in this fight, he had shown that he possessed the greater courage. Fueled by sheer youthful resolve, Legion struck with precision. The dagger he drove through the Elder's mouth should have ended the conflict, but it proved to be little more than a flesh wound. The battle, far from over, raged on with undiminished ferocity. Unfazed, Legion made a dry observation within himself. The Elder had escaped with nothing more than a superficial injury, hardly more than a slap. To Legion, it was a testament to the man's lack of resolve. In response, the Elder drew upon his inner energy, directing it into his sword for a counterattack. As the blade swept wide in a deadly arc, Legion launched himself backward, a trail of blood following in his wake. Their exchange was perilous. Hesitation from either could mean instant death. Landing a few paces away, Legion caught his breath as the Elder stared at his blood, a rare sight that stirred something within the seasoned fighter. It had been a long time since he had seen his own blood. Unrestrained, he released a wave of inner energy that pulsed with lethal intensity, saturating the area in a chilling aura. Legion remained impassive. His expression bore no trace of fear, and his eyes calmly promised the Elder that there would be more blood. Raising his dagger once again, he paused upon noticing a fracture along the blade's edge, evidence of the intense clashes it had endured. Concealing the weakened weapon behind his hand, Legion began plotting. His attention turned toward the young woman nearby, one who appeared to be of notable status within the Flying Swallowtail Association. He considered whether the Elder would truly abandon her in such a vulnerable state. Though neither she nor Myong was capable of fighting at that moment, their presence lingered as unresolved factors. With that in mind, Legion proposed an end to the confrontation. A parting of ways, temporary though it may be, seemed the most pragmatic course. To the elder, the young man's proposition sounded absurd. The notion was laughable, until Legion calmly added that continued fighting would inevitably result in death for one of them. That much was certain. Internally, the elder concluded that it would be Legion who perished if the duel resumed. However, leaving the 14th butterfly alone was not an option either. Furthermore, operations had already been set into motion. Legion might leave the elder's presence alive, but he would not leave the mountain unscathed. With that in mind, the elder made his decision. He would allow Legion and his injured subordinate to withdraw. Their demise, he felt, had already been written. Soon after, Legion was weaving through the dense forest, along with supporting Jang. His calculated maneuver had succeeded in disengaging from the confrontation. But new complications swiftly emerged. Something was wrong, and Legion could sense it. Danger still lingered in the shadows. Battered and weary, Jang offered an apology through shallow breaths. Legion responded with quiet reassurance, encouraging his companion to endure just a little longer. Proper treatment awaited them once they returned. As the enemy grew nearer, Jang's awareness finally aligned with Legion's. The young master had sensed it all along, the faint presence of coordinated movements weaving through the forest. Legion remarked on it, subtly acknowledging that Jang had at last perceived what he had noticed earlier. Shadows moved with precision, not the random chaos of ordinary ambushers. These were tacticians. Legion concluded that the pursuit was orchestrated by the same woman he had seen before. The operatives communicated using sharp whistle bursts, maintaining a rhythm of surveillance and attack. This was no common hunting party. Their discipline and structure revealed a net formation designed to corral prey. It became evident that he and Jang were being hunted with relentless precision. They were now caught within the infamous butterfly blood net, a formation likened to the deadly heavenly dragon net. With each breath, the formation closed tighter, and more figures entered the fray. Escape routes shrank, and time worked against them. Elsewhere, beneath a clear sky and vibrant sun, Cherian practiced her swordsmanship. Each movement carried the weight of rigorous discipline expected from an orthodox martial artist. Her execution of the Scarlet Trace sword technique neared its perfected form. Despite the tranquility of her posture, her mind was consumed with the remnants of a conversation. Legion's words echoed again and again, looping in her thoughts. She found herself unable to shake the memory of that night, playing it over repeatedly in silence. That night, under the soft glow of lantern light, Cherian sat reading a book. Beside her, Legion reclined in quiet companionship, seemingly content in her presence as they rested before the abode prepared for her. Their exchange turned contemplative when Legion posed a question, his tone casual but edged with meaning. He asked what kind of opponent was the easiest to face in the martial world. Intrigued, Cherian shifted her gaze to him, signaling curiosity. Legion explained his view. It was the chivalrous ones. Fighters who were kind, noble, and bound to a rigid code of ethics. In his reasoning, their predictability made them vulnerable. He believed their unwavering morals were both their strength and their downfall. He continued by noting that such people were rare in their world, not because they never existed, but because they often met early ends on their path. Cherian considered this, and quietly reflected that perhaps these idealists perished quickly because the world they lived in was not kind to those who hesitated or spared undeserving lives. Legion gave a short laugh. He added that chivalrous people were little more than prey to the villains that thrived in such a world. He recalled the words of his father, who had once insisted that the martial world stood upon a foundation of honor and brotherhood. Yet, as he spoke, his expression shifted to one of cold disbelief. He confessed that he now saw such claims as empty rhetoric, tools used to distract from the brutality of reality. For him, the true engines of the martial world were power and wealth. Citing Hagi, who ruled like royalty, Legion remarked that such individuals epitomize the decay beneath the surface. His conviction to never forgive those like Hagi burned steadily within him. Still reflecting on his words, Cherian quietly repeated them in her thoughts. Then, with a seriousness that revealed her concern, She questioned if he truly intended to kill the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Legion offered no denial. If the man's actions warranted death, then he would see that justice was done. There was no room for hesitation in his mind. Soon after, Legion's tone turned uncertain, and he asked whether his path had become too extreme. Cherian did not answer right away. She knew that Legion did not walk the path of a chivalrous warrior, but she had seen enough to know that he was fair. He never brought harm without cause, never spilled blood without judgment. Still, with a heavy heart, she eventually turned away and admitted that she did not know. Her voice was soft, distant. She gazed up at the night sky, whispering her belief that questions like his were not to be answered once, but to be asked repeatedly until the final step of one's journey. Moved by her sincerity, Legion looked upward as well. He agreed with her quietly. The road ahead might demand sacrifices, even of those he held dear. Still, whatever decisions he made, he would commit fully. If he was to pursue his path, he would also fight to protect what he cherished. Now, in the light of noon, Cherian lowered her sword. Her morning training concluded. Despite her steady motions, her thoughts swirled. She could not shake the image of Legion, nor the conviction in his words. To her, it felt as if he lived in a different martial world, perhaps the true one. Yet, without honor or brotherhood, such a world would only end in tragedy. She hoped, from the quiet depths of her heart, that a time would come when Legion no longer had to live with such a worldview. Closing her eyes, she wished not for herself, but for all who wandered the martial path, that they might one day see a world upheld by integrity and fraternity. Her moment of reflection was interrupted by the arrival of Weryong, firstborn of the Righteous Sword Sect. The woman approached cautiously, hesitant in her steps, struggling to find the right words. At last, she shared the news. A matchmaker had arrived on behalf of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The proposal was clear: marriage between Cherian and their young master, Hagi. Cherian froze for a breath, startled by the news. Her instinct screamed rejection. The idea of union with someone so vile was unbearable. Yet, the oppressive reality was undeniable. The Northern Heaven Supreme family was not a force that could be lightly refused. Elsewhere, far from the calm of training grounds, the forest stood veiled in rain. The sound of droplets might have brought serenity, but beneath the canopy, peace had long vanished. The corpses of martial artists from the Flying Swallowtail Association lay strewn about. Some hung lifelessly from branches, others lay twisted and broken on the forest floor. The aftermath painted a grim portrait of the recent conflict. In spite of the relentless pursuit that followed them, Legion had managed to escape the tightening martial net. He pressed forward, bearing Myong's weight, refusing to left behind his loyal subordinate. Barely able to catch his breath, Myong murmured through clenched teeth. Despite having taken down a dozen of their pursuers, the enemy force seemed endless, unrelenting in its pressure. The forest felt like it was closing in with each passing second. Legion observed the pattern behind their ambush, noting how the attackers appeared to signal one another using whistles. The sharp sounds weren't random. Each whistle carried direction, urgency, and timing. He surmised that the signals allowed the net formation to coordinate attacks and track targets with chilling precision. Before long, two more assailants emerged from the shadows, blocking Legion's retreat. One of them, positioned in the rear, held a whistle, clearly preparing to alert others. Legion's eyes narrowed, recognizing the danger and letting them call for reinforcements. These enemies were not experts. Their movements revealed only average skill. Without hesitation, Legion tapped a pebble at his feet, infused it with a trace of inner energy, and flicked it forward. The stone became a streak of lightning, piercing through the first attacker's arm before drilling through the second man's skull. The sound of its splitting flesh echoed unervingly through the trees, followed by the spray of blood that painted the forest floor. Remarkably, the first martial artist remained standing. Though his arm hung uselessly, he did not retreat or cry out. Bereft of fear or pain, the man lunged toward Legion with his bare hands, eyes devoid of expression. Then, a severed blade cut through the air and struck with a brutal crunch against the attacker's forehead. The body crumpled under the blow. Myong, still wounded and depleted, had thrown his broken sword with the last of his strength. The scene fell momentarily still. Myong surveyed the aftermath, his disbelief unspoken but heavy. Even with shattered limbs and fatal injuries, the enemy fighters pressed on silently, showing no regard for self-preservation. It was unnatural. Legion examined the eerie behavior and speculated aloud. These men were likely under the influence of some form of drug, perhaps a paralytic agent engineered to eliminate pain and suppress fear. It explained their mechanical obedience and suicidal resolve. Weighed down by exhaustion and guilt, Myong couldn't shake the thought that he had become a burden. With a low voice, he pleaded with Legion to leave him behind. But Legion rejected the notion without hesitation. He understood immediately why Myong made the request. It was a sacrifice, a desperate offer to delay the enemy long enough for Legion to escape. But abandoning him was never an option. Legion asked if such a solution was even conceivable, then answered for both of them. No, it was not. If walking proved difficult for Myong, then Legion would carry him on his back. It was that simple. Myong refused the offer, trying once more to push his young master to prioritize survival. Catching the trace of stubbornness, Legion responded with a half-joking remark that Myong clearly still had enough spirit left to argue. Even as Myong persisted, Legion dismissed the idea entirely. He hadn't brought his loyal companion into the treacherous martial world just to abandon him in a forsaken forest. His words were firm, protective, and unwavering. Myong gave a resigned comment that his death was inevitable. For a moment, Legion paused. Then he agreed calmly. Myong could die, but not here and not now. He turned back and resumed the march through the forest. With a soft sigh, Myong followed. Legion voiced his concern that more enemies could appear at any time and urged Myong to keep moving. As the silence of their path returned, Myong brought up an observation. Even someone like Bong Suchong must have realized by now that they were not affiliated with the Orthodox alliance. Legion acknowledged the possibility, adding that there was little to be done. After all, the man had already been drugged. They continued discussing the situation. It was becoming clear that the Flying Swallowtail Association's involvement ran deeper than it appeared. What began as an ambush now hinted at a larger conspiracy. But their exchange was abruptly interrupted. Legion halted mid-stride, his body snapping into alertness. Every fiber of his being reacted with sudden alarm. His senses roared. An overwhelming presence was approaching. A master unlike any he had felt before was drawing near. With sudden intent, Legion snapped a branch from a nearby tree and assumed a throwing stance. Myong looked on in bafflement, unsure what his young master intended. His confusion was warranted. Myong's sensory awareness had not developed to the level where he could perceive what Legion had already noticed. Legion wasted no time. With a sharp exhale, he infused the branch with his inner energy, causing it to hum with force. Then, in one seamless movement, he hurled it into the sky. The wooden projectile streaked across the air like a deadly arrow, its path set for one of the distant mountain peaks. Though it was no more than a stick, Legion had weaponized it to carry lethal force. Far away, at the summit of that very peak, a woman stood motionless against the backdrop of rain and swirling wind. As the branch approached, she unfurled a folding fan with fluid grace. Her response was effortless. The branch, once deadly, shattered into harmless splinters under the fan's motion, falling to the ground as nothing more than scattered debris. She calmly furled the fan and raised the brim of her bamboo hat, revealing her face to the landscape below. She was the leader of the Flying Swallowtail Association, a figure of composed elegance. Despite the torrent of wind and water lashing the peak, her form remained untouched, as though nature itself dared not lay a finger on her. Her voice rose lightly, musing whether the young man below was Jeok Legion. She added that she had only ever known one individual who bore that surname. From the moment the branch had left his hand, Legion understood the truth. The woman on the peak was no ordinary martial artist. Her spiritual presence had already locked onto his position. Escape, especially with Myong in tow, was no longer viable. If survival were possible now, it would be one through cunning, or else it would be a place of final rest on that very. The leader of the Flying Swallowtail Association did not make the journey alone. Accompanying her was a seasoned elder, a respected figure within the association, who immediately voiced his surprise upon witnessing the deployment of the butterfly blood net. He found it all the more unusual that the leader herself had chosen to appear in person, something she rarely did. His astonishment was met with a calm, almost detached response. The leader admitted, in her usual nonchalant tone, that her presence was driven by curiosity. With casual interest, she voiced her wonder at who could have possibly forced the third butterfly, one of their elite of her operative, to step down in the middle of a confrontation. Such an occurrence was nearly unheard of, and it intrigued her more than it troubled her. The elder replied that at least they had succeeded in retrieving the 14th butterfly safely. The leader's own daughter had emerged from the ordeal physically unharmed. Yet, according to him, the younger butterfly had been in a fury. She had claimed she was tricked and deceived by Bong Su-chong, a man they had trusted. However, the leader saw it differently. Contrary to her daughter's outrage, she entertained the possibility that Bong Su-chong may have been misled as well, perhaps by the same unknown person that had interfered with the mission. The elder insisted that with the butterfly blood net now active, the unknown perpetrator was essentially marked for death. There would be no escape. But the leader showed little enthusiasm for such certainty. She neither agreed nor disagreed. Instead, she chose not to dwell on the issue further. With that, she turned away, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. As she walked, her voice fell to a soft murmur. She reflected on the surprise she had felt upon hearing the name of the victor at the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, Jeok Legion. It wasn't the event itself that caught her attention. What struck her was the familiarity of the name. Now that she had laid eyes on the young man herself, the sense of recognition was unmistakable. There was something in his face, in the curve of his features, in the shape of his gaze, that brought back memories of someone she had once known intimately. The resemblance was striking, uncanny even, though she kept such thoughts to herself, unwilling to speak them aloud. Meanwhile, on the ground below the cliff, Myung looked up with puzzled eyes. He asked if someone had been standing on the peak where Legion had struck with his technique. Legion, still gazing at the now empty spot, replied that whoever it had been was already gone. He admitted that he had never seen that woman before and didn't know who she was. Yet something about her presence unsettled him. Even though she had said nothing and made no move against them, his instincts told him she was not someone to take lightly. There was danger in her bearing, silent, composed, and unreadable. The following morning dawned quietly at the Divine Wind Manor. The lazy sun pushed its way through a thick veil of morning mist, casting a soft, golden glow over the mountain range beyond. The entire scene was peaceful, serene, even idyllic. But within the manor grounds, not everyone shared that serenity. Cherian stood alone atop a delicate wooden bridge that arched across a koi-filled pond. Her thoughts were far from tranquil. She found herself consumed by the latest development, a marriage proposal from the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The mere idea of it struck her as ridiculous, and the fact that Legion had vanished from sight only deepened her inner turmoil. As she found herself thinking about him, her cheeks flushed a faint pink. She scolded herself inwardly. This was her life, her marriage. What did it matter where Legion was, or what he might think? It was unbecoming of her to fixate on him while wrestling with such a personal and serious issue. Then, without warning, a calm voice interrupted her thoughts. Cherian's eyes widened and her breath hitched slightly when she turned and saw the speaker. Legion's mother, Seolha, sat casually on the edge of a nearby wooden railing, as if she had been watching her for some time. Despite her age, over 40, Seolha retained a timeless beauty. Her features were serene, and there was no visible trace of the fearsome, demonic energy she once wielded. Today, she carried only warmth in her expression, offering the calm air of someone observing rather than judging. She remarked softly that Cherian had been sighing repeatedly since dawn, her tone light and curious. It seemed that Seolha, presuming Cherian to be someone her son cherished, had decided to open a conversation out of kindness. With that, she descended gracefully from the rooftop using void steps, her motion as effortless as falling snow. Flustered but composed, Cherian answered. She admitted that she was feeling frustrated, blaming martial arts as the source of her anxiety. Cherian found herself unable to reveal the true concern weighing on her heart to Legion's mother. A sense of embarrassment took hold. and instead of sharing the truth, she chose to offer a fabricated explanation. However, Seolha seemed to grasp the deeper turmoil the young woman faced. With a warm and knowing laugh, she gently brushed aside the awkwardness that lingered between them. Indulging the given excuse, Seolha reflected aloud that, during her time at the manor, she had noticed how diligently Cherian trained. Day in and day out, the girl poured her energy into honing her martial arts. Curious, Seolha asked what drove such determined effort. Cherian responded with sincere honesty. She explained that her greatest wish was for her family to live safely and peacefully. To make such a future possible, she had come to realize that strength was not just helpful, it was essential. That simple but heartfelt confession brought a smile to her lips. She laughed lightly and admitted that it might seem like a humble or even naive dream. Despite how modest it sounded, it was a dream she clung to with full conviction, and her resolve showed in her every word and expression. Seolha, who had once traversed the martial world with her own aspirations and scars, recognized that determination immediately. Turning her gaze toward the horizon, Seolha muttered that even a dream as seemingly modest as Cherian's was far from easy to achieve. Such ideals were the quiet foundation of every righteous soul who ever dared walk the chaotic paths of the martial world. And both women, in their own ways, knew this truth intimately. Yet, Cherian wasn't finished. She looked towards Seolha, her eyes steady with conviction, and voiced another part of her hope. She said she wanted to become strong not only for her family, but to show Legion a world where righteous warriors could survive, a future in which those who upheld virtue would not perish prematurely. She envisioned a world where justice reigned. Seolha's breath caught. The words struck her like a whisper from the past. Those were the same hopes her husband, Jeok Soorin, had once spoken of. Though she herself practiced demonic cultivation, Soorin had always been a paragon of righteousness. Hearing that same dream now from Cherian stirred something deep within her, and she found herself smiling. It seemed her son had chosen his companions well. Their conversation shifted when Seolha, her tone casual yet direct, mentioned that she had heard of the marriage proposal sent from the Northern Heaven Supreme family. She asked Cherian what she imagined would become of her family if she were to marry their heir. Cherian admitted honestly that she barely knew I'm Hagi, and because of that, the idea felt absurd. She believed that marriage ought to be a union built on love, and not something arranged for political convenience or prestige. Seolha nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that Cherian must be preparing to return to the righteous sword sect soon. She admitted that the thought made her feel a twinge of bittersweet sadness. Her son, Legion, had left home when he was just 10 years old, setting out alone into the vast world. But now, with Cherian's visit, the Divine Wind Manor had become just a little more vibrant, her presence warmly felt. Cherian returned the sentiment with a soft smile. When Seolha told her not to hesitate to seek her out if she ever needed support, she felt genuinely moved. To Seolha, Cherian was not just a friend to her son. She was a young woman whose dream, earnest, innocent, and painfully pure, was worth safeguarding. If the Northern Heaven Supreme family ever tried to force their hand and claim Cherian through coercion or power, Seolha would not stand idly by. She mused inwardly that if necessary, she would step out into the martial world herself, not for her son's sake, but for the sake of a girl she barely knew but had come to cherish. That night, in the grand pavilion of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, the atmosphere was notably colder. Summoned to the head office, Ban Nui entered the chamber where Cheon-se, the family head, waited. The air was heavy with expectation as Cheon-se asked whether the Righteous Sword Sect had responded to their proposal. With a respectful bow, Ban Nui replied that no formal response had been received yet. He added that, according to word from the matchmaker, the leader of the Righteous Sword Sect wished to consult their daughter first. A flicker of uncontained madness twitched at the edge of Cheon-se's expression. His features twisted, betraying the simmering fury within. In the martial world, it was a well-acknowledged convention that the marriage of a noble heir would be dictated solely by the family head. The Righteous Sword Sect's decision to withhold consent and defer to their daughter's opinion was, in Cheon-se's eyes, an open act of defiance. Within the dark recesses of his mind, Cheon-se quickly settled on the culprit behind this insolence. Jeok Legion. Hatred bloomed, redirecting his fury toward the leader of the righteous sword sect. As the flames of resentment surged, he swore a personal retribution. Breaking the silence, Ban Nui stepped forward and asked whether the preparations discussed earlier should proceed. Without delay, Cheonse granted his approval, voice resolute. With a slow, malevolent smile, he instructed Ban Nui to deliver a message to the righteous sword sect's leader. He would come in person the following day to speak. That man would learn firsthand that the Jang family's daughter, Cherian, and her future would be decided by the Northern Heaven Supreme family alone. Elsewhere, far removed from the machinations of noble houses, the scent of blood hung thick in the air. Though another full day had passed, Jeok Legion remained locked in a grueling struggle, still fighting his way out of the butterfly blood net. Each clash left new crimson trails across the ground as martial artists fell one by one before his blade. The pursuit had not ceased, and the color of retreat was soaked red with bloodshed. At last, a brief reprieve emerged. With the most recent wave of attackers finally vanquished, Legion and Myong stood side by side, panting beneath the moonlight. Every breath was heavy. Their bodies trembled, overburdened by days of ceaseless combat. Yet against all odds, they endured, alive though battered. Despite their temporary safety, guilt gnawed at Myong's heart. The net formation had overwhelmed them with a relentless tide of martial artists, and Legion had repeatedly exhausted his internal energy not for himself, but to stabilize Myong's internal injuries. The shame festered. Legion, however, seemed wholly unconcerned by his own condition, his attitude as composed as ever. What made it worse was how Legion masked the seriousness of their plight behind playful jabs. For Myong, it would have been easier to bear the guilt if Legion had simply gotten angry. Instead, the lack of anger only amplified his remorse. Then, with a sly grin, Legion's voice cut through the quiet. He jested at how pitiful Myong had become, how a loyal follower like him could be pushed around by a mob of nameless thugs. The words stung, but not in cruelty. Legion knew exactly what he was doing, lightening the mood with laughter during a moment of respite that might be their last. Myong let out a tired sigh and muttered a half-hearted agreement. That was always Legion's way, treating the gravest life and death situations as if they were a passing jest. Their banter continued. Legion teased that one day, when Myong had children of his own, he'd be sure to recount every miserable detail of this fiasco to them. Every pitiful stumble, every failed block, every moment of humiliation would be told in vivid color. Slumping his shoulders, Myong joked that at this rate, Legion might beat him up in starting a family first, considering his relationship with Cherian. Legion laughed heartily at the thought and even entertained the ridiculous idea of becoming in-laws. But the levity ended abruptly. A subtle shift in Legion's demeanor silenced Myong mid-laugh. His expression sharpened, his body tensed. That instant alertness didn't go unnoticed. Myong quickly scanned the surroundings, but it was clear from Legion's stillness that something dangerous approached. From the tree line, a feral energy stirred. Dozens of eyes emerged, gleaming with bloodlust and relentless killing intent. Then came the whistle, a sharp, almost metallic note that sliced through the air like a blade. With it, the next wave began. Martial artists surged forward, not as frenzied individuals, but with cold coordination, charging with violent purpose. Legion narrowed his eyes, sensing something strange beneath the familiar chaos. These are no ordinary warriors. Though drugged to suppress fear and pain, they moved with eerie precision, tactically, strategically. Myong gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath at how endless the enemy seemed. Each enemy wave was not just more bodies to cut through, but a reminder that the butterfly blood net was designed for total annihilation. And now, the next storm had arrived. Legion kept his focus razor-sharp, senses extended and locked onto the incoming enemies as they closed in fast. The sounds of steel brushing leaves and footsteps crashing through the underbrush were drawing ever nearer. From behind, Myong's frantic voice broke through the tension. Desperately, he cried out, urging his young master to retreat and leave him behind. He shouted for Legion to fall back, anything but facing the next wave of attackers head-on. But Legion remained unmoved. The whirlwind of chaos and pressure surrounding him did not shake his composure. His eyes were still calm and precise. As three enemies burst from the thicket with bloodlust in their gaze and swords raised high for the kill, Legion responded with quiet efficiency. Without sparing them even a second glance, he flicked his foot upward, sending a discarded sword into the air. His internal energy surged through the motion, imbuing the kick with explosive force. The weapon spun like a deadly cyclone before it found its target. In an instant, one attacker was sliced clean through, dead before his mind could even register the pain. Without pause, Legion became a blur. His form vanished from view only to reappear mid-stride. Grabbing the spinning sword out of the air, he swept forward, slashing through the remaining two enemies in a single, seamless motion. Their bodies collapsed before they even realized what had happened. Now armed and ready, Legion surged forward once more. With a leap into the air, he launched himself into the remaining wave of enemies. The next poor soul in his path barely had time to tilt his head upward before Legion's boot crushed into his face. Bones shattered audibly, sending the man flying back like a discarded rag. Legion landed fluidly and transitioned straight into his next move. In one breath, he unleashed two consecutive sword strikes, each clean, each final. Two more foes collapsed, lifeless without a word. Blood sprayed in arcs behind him like crimson wings. Even then, his tone was calm as he called out to Myong, ordering him to follow. Still stunned, Myong hesitated. His voice rang out again, this time confused, asking his young master where they were headed with such abrupt urgency. Despite the question, his body moved on instinct. He obeyed, sprinting behind Legion through a sudden shift in direction that caught him off guard. They broke through the tree line and into a clearing. Myong's feet came to a screeching halt. His breath hitched, and his eyes widened in horror. Before them lay a sheer cliff edge, an endless drop plunging into an abyss that swallowed all light. Far below, an empty plain stretched like a void with no visible bottom. Myong's thoughts raced. Even with the Lightfoot technique, there was no surviving such a fall. The depths would erase them completely. He trembled at the sight, but Legion had already moved. With no hesitation, he hurled himself off the cliff's edge, vanishing from view in a streak of motion, so sudden it took Myong a moment to even realize what had happened. His jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared into the chasm. Far below, Legion plummeted with impossible grace. A trail of crimson energy followed him like a comet as he dropped, unshaken, completely fearless. Then, as if defying gravity, his body twisted in midair. In one smooth motion, Legion flipped backward, facing the cliff from which he'd leapt. His smile gleamed under the fading light of dusk. Even falling, he looked entirely in control. Myong's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't understand how his young master could smile at a time like this. Legion's voice drifted upward, casual as ever. He teased Myong, asking why he was hesitating. If the enemies were going to keep coming no matter what, then what was the point of staying there frozen? Why not run? Why not fall and survive? Myong gritted his teeth, steadying himself for what lay ahead. With Legion having already leapt into the unknown below, he had no choice but to follow. Staying behind meant facing the relentless martial artists closing in on him with murderous resolve. Their blades were ready, their eyes devoid of reason, driven purely by a single mission to kill. The pursuing martial artists did not falter either. As though fear itself had been stripped from their minds, they hurled themselves after their quarry with blind determination. The drugs coursing through their veins had dulled every instinct for survival, replacing it with only the compulsion to kill. Myong cursed beneath his breath, rage and disbelief mixing in his chest. These bastards, he thought, were beyond reason, their minds completely devoured by fanaticism. As the choking mist parted, the world came sharply into view. A towering cliff face, hard and unyielding, loomed directly in their path, an unfeeling wall of stone that promised certain death. Myong's heart clenched as the cliff rushed toward him, ready to reduce him to nothing more than a bloody smear. In that instant, a tug on his clothes yanked him sideways. Legion had extended his void steps just in time, shifting Myong's trajectory away from the fatal impact. Though the technique could not be sustained for long, it was enough to correct his path, steering him back into the open air. The wind roared around them as they continued their descent, tearing at their soaked clothes and blasting against their skin. Myung's thoughts spun wildly, yet he forced himself to place absolute trust in Legion. That was the only way to survive. For Legion, the outcome never seemed in doubt. His confidence burned steady, an anchor against the chaos. Nothing suggested he would fail to land properly, and that belief steadied them both. Then, the lake below swallowed them in a great, crashing burst. The water exploded outward where they hit, white foam churning. The jarring impact stunned their bodies, but as they plunged deep beneath the surface, a brief moment of calm washed over them. The coolness felt strangely cleansing, almost serene. Moments later, they broke the surface, gasping for air, water streaming from their faces. Myung was the first to shout, urgently reminding Legion that their pursuers from the Flying Swallowtail Association could still be closing in. But there was no immediate danger. Above them, those same assassins had failed to control their descent. Without the discipline or technique to maneuver midair, they plummeted like startled birds, crashing brutally into the cliff face. Dozens died instantly, their bodies crumpling against the stone or vanishing into the water below with no hope of survival. Watching their enemies meet such a grim end, Legion could only remark with cool detachment that it was expected. Numbers alone could not make up for their utter lack of skill. It was inevitable they would die like insects. Myung finally allowed himself to exhale, a ragged sigh of relief escaping him. Even so, he could not forget how Legion had jumped without hesitation, trusting only the smallest sliver of chance. The evening sun began its descent over the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant colors. Legion answered Myung's question with an easy, almost playful tone, saying that he simply figured it was a good moment for a swim after such a long time. The days spent fleeing from relentless pursuit had felt like a descent into hell. Now, as the rays of twilight broke through the clouds, the stillness felt like a miracle. That evening, no matter how fleeting, was precious beyond measure. Elsewhere, life within the city slowly resumed its peaceful rhythm. The common people, shaken by the incident between the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the Southern Peak Alliance, returned to their daily routines as though nothing had happened. Yet not everyone found peace so easily. Cherian, in particular, paced anxiously through the familiar streets. Her father had vanished without a trace, no word of his whereabouts reaching her despite all her searching. She had even hoped to invite him to dinner before he departed again, but he had slipped away before she could so much as greet him. Now, standing alone amid the bustling city, a quiet dread began to creep into her heart. Earlier that same morning, a messenger from the Northern Heaven Supreme family had arrived with news for Li Chu. Before leaving, he had spoken quietly to Cherian, reassuring her that she should never feel pressured into a marriage she did not truly want, and promising he would explain everything to Cheonse himself. Cherian had believed those words and waited for him, confident her father would return soon. Yet hours passed, and no word reached her. An anxious dread had begun to settle in her heart, growing heavier with every moment. Hoping to distract herself, she took a walk through the market, where the atmosphere felt oddly tense. Whispers seemed to follow wherever she went. As she strolled past rows of merchants, some of the bystanders recognized her, murmuring behind her back. One wondered aloud if she might be the daughter of the righteous sword sect's leader. Another person added a dark comment about the rumors surrounding Li Chu that morning. Cherian tried to keep moving, but unease gnawed at her with every step. The hushed conversation of the townsfolk created an invisible pressure around her. Something felt deeply wrong. Stopping at a produce stall, she was startled when the shopkeeper abruptly ordered her away. His tone was sharp, as if directed at a hated enemy. Confused, she asked what had happened to cause such hostility. The man's eyes burned with resentment as he spat an accusation, calling her the daughter of a murderer. Stunned, Cherian could only stare at him, unable to form a reply. Seeing her confusion, the man launched into a furious explanation, claiming that her father, Li Chu, the righteous leader of the sect, had slaughtered Li Hanjiang's entire family that very morning. Voices rose around her, people speaking of the tragedy as if it were undeniable truth. They whispered how Li Chu, once a man of virtue, could have committed such a horrendous act. Another suggested he must have been arguing with Li Han Jang after drinking too heavily. Shock froze Cherion's entire body. She could not accept it, not for an instant. Li Han Jang had been her father's close companion. How could her father possibly do such a thing? The crowd continued to murmur, speculating in low voices that Cherion must not have known yet. Many had only learned about it themselves from passing martial artists affiliated with the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Suddenly, a phrase cut through the haze like a blade. Someone spoke of Li Chu being captured by the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Her thoughts collided in panic. A trap. It had to be revenge for rejecting the arranged marriage proposal. Rage and desperation overwhelmed her. Before reason could stop her, Cherion bolted from the market, racing straight toward the Northern Heaven Supreme family's estate, praying frantically that her father was still alive. She pushed herself faster, until only one final turn remained before reaching the imposing walls of the estate. There, standing calmly in the fading sunlight, was a woman whose silhouette was instantly familiar. Cherion's eyes widened as recognition dawned. Legion's mother, Seolha, stood waiting for her. Seolha turned to face her, a serene strength in her bearing, and calmly admitted that she had been expecting Cherion to arrive. Somehow, she had anticipated what would unfold and was already prepared to help. Relief surged through Cherion, enough to steady her breathing. Though she still had no confirmation of her father's safety, just being near Seolha restored the same reassuring calm that Legion had given her before. Together, they advanced through the courtyard, the sun setting and casting its deep gold across the tiled roofs of the grand house. When they were finally granted an audience, Cheon-se, head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, greeted them with an air of pleased formality. He expressed happiness at meeting Cherion at last, though there was an edge of curiosity in his gaze as he noted Seolha's unexpected presence. Seolha offered no apology for accompanying Cherion. Instead, she revealed that she had attempted to sense Li Chu's presence within the estate but failed. Unwilling to let Cherion face the household alone, she insisted on joining her. She quietly reflected that this world was indeed cruel and harsh, and she could not let the young woman wander into such danger without support. Deep within, Cheon-se could not help but feel an intoxicated admiration for Seolha's striking beauty. A silent curse flared within his mind, aimed at Legion for being the son of such an extraordinary woman. There was a twisted envy in the thought, lingering in the corners of his mind like a dark shadow. Regaining his composure, Cheon-se finally addressed the matter at hand, assuming that both Seolha and Cherion had come looking for Li Chu. He explained that, given the magnitude of the incident involving the Righteous Sword Sect leader, it would not be possible for them to see him. Seolha responded by shaking her head slowly, a subtle spark of ferocity flashing through her otherwise calm expression. Her words carried an edge, suggesting that to believe Li Chu would commit such a crime without question was unreasonable. It felt far more likely that someone else stood behind the entire plot. Cheon-se, keeping his own mask of courtesy in place, dismissed her implication. He insisted that whether they wished to believe it or not, there had been witnesses to the massacre. With a carefully measured tone, he promised that the Northern Heaven Supreme family would conduct a thorough investigation over the next 5 days to uncover the truth. This statement brought a fragile peace to Cherion's trembling heart, at least temporarily. 5 days, if they could gain that time, perhaps something could be done. Still, a quiet dread gnawed at her, making her wonder what sort of scheme might be hiding behind this promise. Stealing her courage, she finally spoke, asserting there had to be some kind of misunderstanding. She could not accept that her father, a man of unwavering integrity, would ever slaughter innocents. Before she could say more, Cheon-se cut her off sharply. With a chilling courtesy, he declared that he would spare no effort in proving the innocence of their future in-law. The words hit Cherion like a slap. The cursed old man Cheon-se, she realized, had still not given up on the marriage. His supposed generosity was nothing but leverage, a trap that bound her father's freedom to her own willingness to marry. Leaving the conversation hanging there, Cheon-se allowed his expression to shift into a disturbingly lustful smile as he looked toward Seolha. He suggested they might meet again should fate allow it. Seolha recognized the vile intent behind that smile, and a cold awareness settled within her. By daring to get a hand on what her son cherished most, This old man had already dug his own grave. Returning the smile with practiced grace, Seolha buried the lethal killing intent simmering in her heart. She knew Legion would never forgive such insolence and would erase the entire lineage of this man without hesitation if it came to that. The thought almost amused her. Perhaps she would even lend a subtle hand for the fun of it. Meanwhile, far from the political games, Legion and Myong continued to flee their relentless pursuers from the butterfly blood net. Their current strategy of constant retreat, avoiding a direct clash, had helped preserve their strength, but the pressure was mounting. Myong could only curse the fanatical determination of the martial artists hunting them. A fresh wave of enemies in formation appeared, moving with disciplined precision, closing the distance with every heartbeat. Finally, Legion recognized that they could not keep running forever. Though he had intended to save as much inner energy as possible, the situation had reached a critical limit. Stopping abruptly, he spun to face the oncoming pursuers. The demonic energy within him surged, flooding his palm in a dark, roiling wave. If there was no other way, he would end them all in a single strike. Just as the deadly power was about to be unleashed, a sudden whistle cut through the air. Legion froze, his eyes widening in surprise. The sound of that whistle was different, unfamiliar, and unexpected. At once, the pursuing martial artists faltered, their movements breaking in awkward confusion. They came to a ragged halt, glancing back and forth, as if uncertain of their orders. Bewildered, Myong voiced the question that hung in the air. Why had they suddenly retreated? Legion's lips curved into a grin, half amusement and half scorn. He speculated, almost playfully, that perhaps their fear had finally caught up to them. Or maybe, just maybe, it was time for them to take their next dose of poison, the so-called medicine forced on them to fuel their mindless rage. If fear was not the reason behind their sudden retreat, Legion considered another possibility, that perhaps an order had been given for them to pull back. His mind settled on a single explanation. The lady who had appeared atop the mountain earlier, observing the chaos, might have intervened to call them away. Still catching his breath, Myong admitted he had no idea either way. With a practical tone, he suggested they head back immediately, adding that Cherian was surely waiting for them. A short snicker left Legion's lips as he agreed with the sentiment, the thought of Cherian momentarily easing the tension in his shoulders. Then, with a teasing grin, Myong asked whether Legion had even held Cherian's hand yet. Legion's response came with a reluctant sigh. Sadly, he confessed he had not. Myong burst out laughing, practically mocking his young master's progress with a woman he clearly cared for. Defensively, Legion argued that it was not about lack of courage or skill, but rather consideration for Cherian's feelings. Ever the loyal yet cheeky companion, Myong continued to poke fun, questioning if that was really the sort of consideration a woman would want. Legion turned his head slightly, a dry chuckle slipping past his lips, and mused aloud that Myong was certainly good at theories, even if his own practical experience remained non-existent. Myong found himself speechless as Legion strode away, leaving him standing there, painfully reminded that he himself had no one waiting at his side either. They continued on their journey back, shifting the conversation to more serious matters. Myong wondered aloud whether the Divine Wind Manor would remain safe. Legion added that his mother would never hesitate to step in directly if any threat dared to approach, especially when it concerned anything about him. Elsewhere, as night settled around the city, Cherian and Seolha completed their audience with Cheonse. Outside the Northern Heaven Supreme family's estate, Cherian turned to offer her gratitude to Seolha for accompanying her through such a difficult day. Seolha told Cherian there was no need to mention it. She explained that she had originally intended to bring Li Chu out with them if she had sensed his presence, but unfortunately she had found no trace of him within the estate. Unwilling to give up, Cherian suggested they should search for another way, since time still remained. Seolha nodded her approval, advising her to reflect on every possible path carefully. Inwardly, Cherian found herself calmed by Seolha's presence. Legion's mother reminded her so much of Legion himself, resolute and unwavering. Simply standing beside her offered a strength that soothed her fears. When their conversation ended, Seolha gently sent Cherian away to rest for the night. But Seolha did not leave. Instead, she lingered behind, She had detected a cluster of faint presences lurking, like insects creeping through the shadows. Once Cherian had disappeared from view, Seolha called out calmly to the darkness, commanding those hidden to reveal themselves. From the gloom, figures began to emerge, revealing their shapes under the faint moonlight. Seolha's eyes narrowed slightly, a quiet amusement dancing in their depths. Inwardly, she mused that the toad-faced geezer, as she referred to Cheon-se, at least had a sense for quality if he dared to send such capable insects after her. Meanwhile, Legion, still traveling through the night, found the conversation drifting back to his mother. He asked Myung if he truly understood what sort of woman her mother really was. Legion explained with an almost respectful awe that his mother was merciless to a frightening degree and would never hesitate to punish anyone who dared covet what belonged to them. At that same moment, Seolha reached in her hair, removing 2 ornate hairpins and letting her long, dark hair fall freely around her shoulders. Her presence seemed to grow even more overwhelming, the air thick with demonic killing intent. She had come here to help Cherian refuse the forced marriage proposal the Northern Heaven Supreme family had tried to force on her. But now, the cursed old man had dared to let his twisted desire fix upon her. Seolha spun the hairpins lightly in her fingers, flashing their sharpened ends with a hint of deadly promise. From the rooftop, 4 enforcers of the Northern Heaven Supreme family dropped down like night crows, circling around Seolha as if preparing to pounce. Their movements were confident, cocky even, as they grinned like wolves who had cornered helpless prey. What they did not realize was that they had cornered a lioness instead. A chubby man among the gathered thugs stepped forward first, his voice oily and tinged with false politeness as he stated that the elder wished to see Seolha in private. He warned her in a mocking tone not to even think about causing a scene, since Cheon-se had ordered her to be brought before him without a single scratch. Seolha listened calmly, her gaze steady and unflinching. She mused aloud that she had long known of Cheon-se's bottomless weakness for beautiful women and that, in the end, it would likely be the flaw that led him to his death. Her voice took on a chilling softness as she addressed the gathered men, asking them to disregard Cheon-se's orders altogether. With an almost playful tone, she told them she would spare one among them. Calmly, she invited them to choose who among them wished to live. The men broke into mocking, manic laughter. None of them took her words seriously. Their eyes could not measure the depth of her martial aura, and even the chubby man joked, laughing that he wouldn't mind dying if it was at the hands of a woman as beautiful as her. Seolha's lips curled slightly as she pointed directly at the chubby man. She announced that he would be the one she chose to spare, reasoning out loud that he reminded her of a dog she had once raised in her youth. The group laughed even harder, believing her words to be a cruel joke. But in the next instant, Seolha moved faster than any of their eyes could track. With flawless precision, she drove one hairpin directly through the eye socket of the man to her right, the blade sliding straight through his skull in a single smooth motion. Blood sprayed outward, staining the night air crimson. The man's smile never even had time to fade before death claimed him. So sudden was the strike that he died, still wearing a foolish grin. The remaining thugs hesitated for only a heartbeat before they lunged forward. Seolha responded with another fluid movement, her free hand unplugging the second hairpin, a thin trail of blood still clinging to its edge. With a dancer's grace, she spun on her heel, her arms sweeping wide in a deadly arc. The hairpin carved through 2 of the attackers like a hot blade through cold butter, cutting them down before they could even raise their weapons. The chubby man, whom she had spared, stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the horror playing out before him. In only 2 effortless moves, she had sent 3 hardened enforcers to meet King Yama in the underworld. Seolha then casually flicked the blood from the hairpins, restoring their shine as if they had never tasted flesh. With a serene, unhurried motion, she gathered her hair and pinned it back up, erasing every hint of violence from her bearing as though nothing had happened. Turning to the trembling chubby man, she assured him in a calm voice not to fear, for she truly intended to let him live. Her tone was so kind that the man almost sobbed with relief. Then, with gentle deliberation, she raised one hand and pressed a razor-sharp fingernail to his forehead. Blood welled up instantly as she carved 3 days into his skin with perfect control, leaving the marks as a chilling reminder. The man dared not move a muscle, frozen under her touch. The following morning, that same chubby man knelt before Cheon-se, sweat rolling down his face, reporting everything that had transpired. The character's 3 days still branded boldly into his forehead, a warning of the time limit Seolha had granted. Banui, who stood nearby, repeated the report in a grave tone, adding that all the other men had perished, and only this one had returned. Cheon-se leaned back, musing quietly that Seolha's martial prowess was impressive, far more refined than he had first imagined. The danger she posed seemed only to fuel his twisted curiosity, making her more captivating in his warped estimation. With careful words, Ban Nui advised that the situation was dangerously delicate. Even if the righteous sword sect leader's innocence could somehow be proven, Ban Nui explained, the stain on his honor would not easily be washed away. He wondered if forcing a marriage was truly wise, worrying that nothing would be settled cleanly this way. Cheon-se dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, revealing that this matter extended far beyond a simple marriage arrangement. Cheon-se's voice dripped with venom as he added that those worthless worms had dared to reject his offer when they should have groveled in the mud, willing to eat dung if he commanded them to. To kill them outright would almost be an act of mercy, he reasoned with a twisted sense of righteousness. A dark gleam flickered through his eyes as he spoke of Cherion, confident that the wench would come crawling to him in desperation, begging for marriage if that was the only way to save her father. He smirked at the thought of presenting the arranged marriage to Li Chu right before delivering him to death. At that moment, Ban Nui cautiously raised the question of what should be done with the surviving chubby man. Before he could even finish the sentence, a porcelain cup hurtled through the air with terrifying speed, boring a gruesome hole straight from the man's mouth through the back of his neck. Ban Nui lowered his head, concealing a sigh. Witnessing Cheon-se's ruthlessness was never easy, yet there was nothing he could do against such a powerful, twisted master. The woman who accompanied the toad-faced geezer averted her gaze, unable to stomach the cruelty that had played out before her. Cheon-se spoke coldly, declaring that this was punishment for returning in such a disgraceful, pitiful state. He proclaimed that men of such weakness had no place in his household. Then a slow, predatory smile spread across his face as he leaned back in satisfaction, his mind already anticipating the day that would arrive 3 days later. He doubted Seolha would be able to uncover the righteous sword sect's whereabouts in such a short time, but he found himself intrigued by what she might attempt regardless. Meanwhile, across the city, Cherion felt restless after returning to her family's estate. She had scoured countless locations, searching through nearly every business tied to the Northern Heaven Supreme family, hoping to catch even the smallest clue of her father's whereabouts. Despite her effort, she had found nothing, not even a trace. Doubt started to creep in, making her wonder if this sort of blind searching could really lead her anywhere. She knew, deep down, that they would never hide her father somewhere so obvious. Still, she could not bring herself to give up. If there was even a single chance, she had to try. Then, a subtle pulse stirred against her hand. She glanced down at the wind god armor, the single glove she wore, the matching piece to the one Legion had kept. A faint glow pulsed from its surface, signaling that Legion was close. Heart pounding, she rushed to her window, throwing it open. Spotting him below, she called out his name, her voice carrying relief and barely masked emotion, asking when he'd come back. Legion looked up, wearing that familiar, almost teasing smile that always made her heart flutter and her chest loosen from its knots. He answered casually that he had returned just a short while ago. Like always, seeing him brought awkwardness and comfort all at once. His very presence seemed to sweep away the dark dread that had settled over her. Legion took a moment to share what he had heard from his mother, reassuring her not to let her worry for her father spiral too far out of control. Cherion lowered her head, grateful for his calm voice, and offered her thanks from the bottom of her heart. Then, she asked after Myong, knowing he had gone out on a mission that needed reinforcement from him. Legion nodded lightly, explaining that Myong was unharmed, and then began to report what he had uncovered from investigating the businesses tied to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Before he could continue, Cherion interrupted, her eyes suddenly drawn to a cut along his cheek. She blurted out a worried question, asking if he had been badly hurt. Feeling embarrassed by her sudden show of concern, Legion turned his head slightly to hide his expression. With a small laugh, he told her not to worry about it, saying the wound would vanish in a few days. Cherian frowned softly, unable to ignore the faint scar, and observed that for him to come home with an injury like that, the situation must have been truly dangerous. Returning to the serious topic at hand, Legion carefully suggested that the way Cherian was going about things might not be enough to locate her father. There was, he explained, a more certain method to uncover the truth, but he admitted outright that she might not approve of it. Cherian paused, reflecting inwardly on his words. He was not wrong, she reasoned, especially when it came to something as vital as saving her father. And yet, her heart clung to the belief that they should clear her father's name properly through rightful means and ensure that Cheonse faced punishment in accordance with the law. It was what her father would have wanted as well, she felt sure. Hearing this, Legion let out a quiet breath of relief, a weight seemingly lifting from his shoulders. He lifted his gaze, a faint, almost nostalgic look flickering across his features, and expressed that she reminded him of someone he once knew. Cherian tilted her head slightly, confused, and asked who he meant. However, Legion chose not to elaborate, referring only to him as someone he knew, leaving Cherian puzzled. The truth lay deeper than he was willing to reveal. He had been speaking of his own father, Soorin, whose relationship with him remained fragile after their last conflict. Soorin could never quite accept his son's choice to chase ideals and cast aside the righteousness. That same night, Soorin stood alone, lost in contemplation, his eyes fixed on two blades leaned carefully against the wall. One of them was the hellish sword that Seolha had once wielded with her demonic cultivation. The other was Soorin's own blade, carrying within it a righteous and unwavering spirit. The hellish blade will give the strength for Legion to wield, while the sword will help him to keep control of his bearing. Now, the weapons stood as a reminder that Legion had decided not to use them. Night deepened without further incident, though elsewhere Cheonse was absorbed in reading a report from the Wuhan Merchant Alliance. They had shifted their trade and business directly toward the Divine Wind Manor, and upon realizing that his influence had been undercut, Cheonse's rage simmered. He silently promised to make whoever was behind this bold maneuver pay the price. It was then that the night stirred without a single word of warning or respect. A guard moved behind his master, asking whether he should remove the man on Cheonse's orders. Cheonse waved a hand in a dismissive gesture, curious to see what would unfold, and ordered the guard to stand down. The guard's shadow receded behind him, leaving Cheonse alone to face the interruption. A faint smile curved across Cheonse's lips as he mused at the boldness of whoever had arrived so brazenly. A cold wind swept through the office, extinguishing the candles and casting the room into darkness. Papers fluttered into the air, the report Cheonse had been studying scattered like dry leaves. Out of that rushing wind stepped Legion, radiating an energy that felt entirely unafraid, carrying the storm in his presence. Cheonse's eyes narrowed as he took in the young man's features, a chill prickling across his spine. Staring directly at Legion, he recognized in him the same eyes as Seolha, the woman who had dared to challenge him. Legion approached with an unhurried, almost mocking composure, casually announcing that he had heard something interesting from his mother. Cheonse answered without hesitation, confirming that Seolha had given him 3 days. He mused aloud about how a naive woman could dare to challenge him like this, forgetting her place because he had lived too peacefully for far too long. Never before had any woman refused his summons. He added, as if scolding an unruly servant, that Legion had even dared to hijack his agreement with the Wuhan Merchant Alliance. And with that, Cheonse demanded to know just how Legion planned to answer for such brazen behavior. Legion calmly turned his back to Cheonse, completely unfazed, as if the toad-faced elder's rage did not concern him in the slightest. He stated in a relaxed tone that he appreciated this talk, but had arrived prepared to discuss things under heavy arms. Cheonse sneered, dismissing the statement as nonsense, but Legion paid no mind. As he rummaged through his robe, he spoke, acknowledging that his mother had been generous in giving 3 days, even though that was far too short a lifespan for someone like Cheon-se. With a theatrical flourish, Legion placed a single fruit on the table, a peach, its skin gleaming with color, fragrant and fresh. He explained that what Cheon-se truly needed right now was the signature peach of the drifting clouds and flowing water, famed for its sweetness and refreshing taste. Cheon-se sat frozen, unable to fully comprehend what sort of people he was dealing with. Even this small, seemingly trivial gesture only pulled him deeper into confusion, a swirl of rage and disbelief mixing in his heart. Legion continued calmly, offering the peach as a way for Cheon-se to prolong his lifespan beyond the 3 days Seolha had mentioned, if, of course, he was willing to abandon his twisted plans and let matters rest. Legion spoke with the easy calm of a man who knew exactly what he was doing, honoring Cherion's wish to protect her father the proper way before any blood needed to be shed.